Prologue. There was a roaring in his ears as he sprinted through the trees. Maybe it was the rushing wind, or the blood thrumming in his veins, or the loud pounding of his heart. Whatever it was, he didn't care. Those freaky giant snakes had led him far away from Sakura-chan, Sasuke team, and that freaky Chunin. Now that the snakes were history, he needed to get back before the fight was over. He needed to show Sasuke team that he was no baby, and he needed to kick that nasty Chunin into next week. Baring his teeth in a wild grimace, he burst out into a small clearing. Sakura-chan. She was kneeling down on the ground. Sasuke team was slumped limp and dead-looking in her arms. The Chunin was nowhere in sight, but it could be anywhere, just waiting to strike. Naruto rushed down the tree trunk, high on adrenaline and feeling wired. Sakura-chan, what's wrong with Sai? Stay away, the pink-haired girl squeaked, brandishing one of her kunai as tears leaked from her green eyes. Huh? Sakura-chan. Naruto hesitated, frowning in confusion. What are you doing? It's just me. That's a horrible henge. Sakura snapped. No way that I'll believe you're Naruto. He raised his hand to try and calm her. Wah! His mouth snapped shut when he caught sight of the back of his hand. His fingernails were pointed and claw-like. Checking his other hand, he found the same thing. Swallowing hard, his tongue brushed against his teeth, and he found that he had fangs. Shock cooled the fire in his veins. His nails started to melt back into their usual bluntness, and he felt kind of tired. Clenching his jaw, he grasped at the fading fire he felt prickling under his skin. That Chunin could be anywhere. It's not safe. I still need that chakra. There was a rumbling growl in the back of his mind, and he shivered. That Nin took out Sasuke with his fancy eyes. I'll need everything I've got. He heard another snarl, but the fire in his veins flared up a bit, and his nails solidified into claws again. Okay. Sakura-chan, seriously, it's me, he protested, returning his focus to his female teammate. I did this before, on the bridge and wave against Haku. You just didn't see it because of all the ice and mist, I swear. That's how I beat him after Sasuke got all full of needles. The girl blinked and half-lowered her weapon. Naruto. Of course. Naruto snorted and moved his hands into position to start a particular jutsu. I'll even prove it. If you do that stupid henge, I'll pound you. Sakura snapped, glaring. Okay. The blonde hurriedly agreed and dropped his hands. He scampered over to Sasuke's side and frowned when he heard the Uchiha's labored breathing. What's wrong with team? I don't know, Sakura sniffed. That grass ninja did something to him. It bit his neck. She shifted the boy in her arms so that Naruto could see a strange black mark on the Uchiha's neck. It hurt him. Sasuke-kun screamed like he was dying. And now he won't wake up. She sniffled. It feels like he's getting a fever. Naruto frowned at the mark. 3 fat comma-like marks that swirled around each other and kind of reminded him of the tomos of the Sharingan. He reached out and touched it with his finger experimentally. It felt cold and slimy and prickly and all kinds of bad news. A hissing growl between his ears reinforced his conclusion that the freaky hickey was evil. What is it? I have no idea. Sakura snapped. Well, you're the smartest one next to Sasuke team. Naruto shrugged helplessly. The pink-haired genin swallowed hard. It's something advanced, whatever it is. Some kind of seal, maybe. Naruto squinted at the mark. A seal. Seals were tricky, complicated things. They were markings made up of formulas of symbols that were merged together through the careful introduction of chakra. They stored things into scrolls, locked doors, soundproofed rooms, set off explosions. The list went on and on. If a ninja was knowledgeable enough about seals, they could do just about anything with them. Naruto barely knew more than the average newly minted genin did about seals. He could use exploding tags, letter bombs, and get things out of and back into storage scrolls. And then there was that thing he'd read about in that book. He'd found an advanced book on seals under his mom's bed when he was 8. Most of the stuff in it went completely over his head, except for one simple technique. It was an emergency seal-breaking jutsu, only to be used in emergencies. This is definitely an emergency. Naruto molded his clawed hands into the dragon seal, the tiger, the snake, and then the ram. It can't hurt to try, right? Clenching his teeth, he jabbed his index and middle finger into the black mark and shoved the molded red chakra into it. Chapter 1. Broken Mind. The Hokage stood on one of the observation catwalks in the fighting arena hidden at the heart of the massive Forest of Death training field and did his best to pay full attention to the fights unfolding beneath him. The genin who had made it through the dangerous, ancient forest course within the time limit and with the required scrolls were being weeded out in this preliminary tournament that led to the third and final exam. The individual fighting tournament in front of civilians, dignitaries, local and foreign, and other ninja, local and foreign. In that round, he was one of the judges and his opinions carried a lot of weight. It was best to really observe all the Chunin candidates now and see how much they progressed over the month. They'd have to train before the final part of the exam to better gauge their potential. I really shouldn't be a judge, though, he reflected. I don't have any experiences of my own to compare to what I see them do. Even after observing previous exams, it's so hard to tell apart the varying skill levels of such young, inexperienced fighters, for me, anyway. At least there is the official proctor and other Jounin observers to make up for me. The matches were brutal, some exceptionally so. It pained him to watch children try to kill each other so savagely. They should still be in school, studying to be doctors, lawyers, scientists, or farmers. They should be playing with their friends, saving up their allowance to buy that one special thing that they desired, falling in love for the first time. They shouldn't be little killers with blood on their hands. But it had to be this way, he'd been told. Such soft childhoods were for civilians. To be secure and prosper, a hidden village must have ninja, and the sooner one becomes a ninja the better. That was the truth in the world in which he lived. It made him sick inside. He wanted so desperately to change it. But the leaders of the other villages didn't feel the same way. To keep his village from being crippled and at disadvantage, the best he could do for the children was to raise the minimum age requirements for admission to and graduation from the Ninja Academy by a few years. It wasn't nearly enough, but a few more years of innocence was better than none at all. They all say that I wanted this job, he thought glumly. They said I'd be protecting the village as Hokage. But it seems like most of what I do is send people to die, or send them to kill. What kind of person must I have been to want such a position? One with a good heart and a strong soul, she would tell him. It takes a strong man to do what needs to be done, and a good man to make sure that what is done is right. Or at least that's what he thought she'd say if she were here to hear his doubts. She'd probably find a blunter way to say it, a less flowery way. His assistant preferred speaking her mind to beating around the bush most of the time. Her honest opinions were refreshing in the shadowy world of ninjas and politics. But for all her honesty and loyalty, there were always doubts. Danzu, an ANBU veteran and a leader of part of that shadowy organization, openly despised the Hokage's assistant. The crippled man warned the Hokage that she could abuse the prestige and trust granted by her position in his administration. She could manipulate him into pursuing her personal agenda and decide things in her favor. She could even seduce him and further her influence over him. The woman was a foreigner and former foreign ninja, and Danzo wouldn't put anything past her. His assistant, however, didn't seem the type to do any of the things that Danzo liked to insinuate. She never flaunted her position. She never sought favors. She disdained politics in general, and she'd certainly never made any attempt to seduce him. Although if she would seduce him, he wouldn't. Bad thoughts. He swallowed hard and mentally kicked himself. I can't think that way about her. I'm her boss. And besides, she has a son. Speaking of her son, the boy was being pitted against an Inuzuka boy and his puppy. He struggled not to smile as the blonde genin marched down the stairs to the arena floor, eager to face down his feral-looking opponent. It was even harder to keep from smiling as he recalled the story behind the boy's current outfit. While shopping, the boy had fallen in love with what had later been described to him as an orange "I'm over here, please stab me" outfit. His mother refused to buy it and had to threaten to ground him to get him to pick out something else. The boy had sulkily settled on mostly black attire with orange sleeves and had pouted for the rest of the day. I'm not big on fashion and I'm all for self-expression, she'd snorted as she'd gone to get him some coffee. But really, I'm starting to think that he was born without common sense. The corner of his mouth twitched as the two boys did a little trash talking before they got around to exchanging blows. He shouldn't have any favorites in this exam, but he couldn't help hoping that his assistant's son did well. He'd known the boy ever since he was barely more than a toddler, and he adored the rascally brat. I wouldn't mind having a kid like him. The Hokage shifted on his catwalk perch and watched intently as the preliminary match commenced. Well, Uzumaki Naruto, let's see what you can do. So you'll give these to Hokage-sama? Of course, she smiled at the bright-eyed young blonde woman and accepted the paper bag filled with fresh, homemade cookies. Thank you. The woman smiled and scampered away. He'll get your cookies, if there are any left by the time he returns from the forest of death. Rolling her eyes, she pocketed the note that came with the cookies and carried the bag to the Jounin lounge where she abandoned it to whoever had a hungry sweet tooth. I don't see why they keep trying. She mentally snorted and went about the tower, collecting various bits of paperwork to dump on the Hokage's desk. Baked goods, flowers, and love letters don't work. If they had, he would be married with a pack of kids by now. Thank God I was never so hopeless. Irritating female fans were one of the hazards when a young, handsome bachelor was made Hokage, she supposed. At least she'd figured out a handy way of disposing of their unwanted tokens of affection. Hokage-sama never seemed to know what to do with the gifts his admirers gave him, so she distributed the food throughout the tower for any ninja to nibble on, used the flowers to decorate her own house, filed the letters and cards away in a file cabinet should anyone ever want to look at the things, and took whatever else was left over to pawn shops or donated it to charity. Kushina-san, Kushina-san. She cringed and peered over her shoulder to find her fears confirmed. Yeah, Ebisu? May I assist you? The shade-wearing ninja asked hopefully. She glanced down at the stack of file folders, scrolls, and miscellaneous papers that she was barely keeping a grip of, and sighed. Okay. The special Jounin cheerfully accepted most of the load from her arms and followed her down the hall to the Hokage's office. While Kushina appreciated the help, she rather wished that some other ninja had offered her aid, preferably one who wasn't part of her thankfully small but irritatingly persistent fan club like Ebisu was. I must say, Kushina-san, you're looking exceptionally lovely today. Ebisu grinned, peering over the top of his round shades. That's nice. She grunted and yanked the office door open. If you could put all of that there. She gestured towards the Hokage's desk. I'll get it set up for Hokage-sama's perusal. The second phase of the Chunin exams is due to complete soon, the special Jounin remarked as he deposited the load of paperwork where she had pointed. In the interim between the second and third phases of the exam, would you care to join me for lunch? I have heard of a new cafe opening, and I would like to gain your opinion. I'm busy, Ebisu. Kushina muttered and started sorting things into piles. And besides, as I've told you before, Naruto is my screener. If he doesn't like you, I won't even consider dating you. She flashed her pestitite smile. And Naruto doesn't think too much of you. Ebisu looked like he'd bitten into an especially sour lemon. Every man who tried to weasel a date out of her was driven away or kept at bay at the mention of her son. No matter how attractive and intriguing they found her, when they were reminded that getting involved with her meant associating with the demon brat, they tended to back off really quick. The very fact that she was the mother of the Bakemono probably turned off 90% of the men who might otherwise be interested in getting to know her better. I never thought Naruto's pariah status would ever be useful. She rather angrily tapped a bunch of forms that needed stamping to arrange them in a severely neat stack. Of course, if I had it my way, no one who didn't need to know about the demon would know about it. But things weren't her way. As it was, she considered it a miracle that she'd kept custody of her son and prevented him from being forged into a weapon for the village. It was hard, but she did her best to look at the bright side of things. If she didn't, despair would have destroyed her long ago, before she'd even had the chance to be a ninja of the leaf, probably. One day you'll show them, Naruto. She thought fiercely. One day they'll see you for who you are, not what they think you are. And with these Chunin exams, maybe one day will be soon. The boy's low opinion of me probably stems from the fact that I am a teacher, and according to his poor grades, he has no love for teachers or education. Ebisu sniffed. Speaking of teaching, don't you have Konohamaru and his little gang to be tutoring? Kushina asked. Currently, they are still in class at the academy. the special Jounin informed her. Are you certain you don't wish to join me at that cafe I mentioned? We both have time. I'm busy, she muttered and brushed past him out of the office. Excuse me. She stormed her way up through the tower until she reached the platform-like roof. Leaning against one of the curved pillars, which gave the tower the appearance of wearing a claw-like crown, she stared out in the general direction of Training Field 44, the dreaded Forest of Death. Judging by how long it was taking the Hokage to return, they were holding preliminary matches in the small, hidden arena building there. Normally, she would watch the preliminary matches, if there were any, with the Hokage when the exam was held in Konoha. But Naruto was competing in this exam, and there was no way she would risk hurting his chances for advancement by tainting the Hokage's opinion. And if he made it to the final round, she would sit in the stands with everyone else, instead of up by the Hokage's seat of honor. I wish I knew how things were going, though, she pouted. No one leaves the Forest of Death until the preliminaries are over. Unless, of course, they need dire medical attention. But she would know if that had happened to Naruto. Not that it would. Fox Demon healing machine aside, Naruto was an Uzumaki, and that made him tough. If anyone came out of the Forest of Death for medical reasons, it would be that girly wimp of a kunoichi that he'd been teamed with. If only Naruto would stop chasing her. She's obviously into little Sasuke, and smacks Naruto at the drop of a hat. She shook her head and scowled at the wind blew all the loose strands of red hair that had escaped her braid into her face. Really, I don't see what's so appealing about her. She's smart and has good control, but her ninja skills are mediocre at best, and her stamina is pathetic. Deadweight with brains is still deadweight. After meeting her son's teammates once they'd been accepted by their sensei, she'd immediately found the pink-haired fangirl to be the weak link. She'd offered to tutor the girl, but been turned down. The silly girl was worried that by accepting the tutoring offer, she would somehow be offending her primary sensei or something. Offend Kakashi? She snorted. The slacker would love it if I whipped her into shape for him. Perhaps now that she's gotten a good taste of the real ninja world, she'll reconsider. The cry of a soaring hawk momentarily distracted her. She watched as the bird of prey lazily circled high over the village. Seeing how it wasn't in any hurry to go anywhere, she concluded that it was just a wild bird and not bearing some important message. She eyed it wistfully for a minute, before turning her gaze down to the sea of roofs below. It was funny how life turned out sometimes, she reflected. As a child, all she dreamed of was being a top kunoichi. Playing house and wearing dresses were for little sissy girls. Boys were for punching, not kissing. Babies were disgusting and annoying. Reading was only for when you were sick or injured and unable to do anything really productive. And who needed to know how to cook when there was instant cup ramen and takeout? Yet here she was, grown and a retired kunoichi. She'd kissed a boy and done a great deal more with him. She'd had a baby and raised him up to genin. As the Hokage's assistant, she spent a great deal of time reading, writing, and researching when she wasn't fetching coffee or fast food. And, horror beyond horror, she'd learned how to cook. If the young me were to meet the current me, she'd be so angry and embarrassed. Kushina smiled humorlessly and futilely tried to keep the loose strands of hair out of her eyes. But I wouldn't change anything. Well, okay, maybe a few things, but not Naruto. If she could have her way, the Kyuubi wouldn't exist, or at least pick some other target to try and raise. The damnable Bijou would be mortal and therefore killable, instead of requiring imprisonment within an infant host. He wouldn't have gone on that mission. He would have come back himself. He would still love her. A flicker of movement caught her eye. A small pack of ANBU bounding over the rooftops, cocooning a single figure. So, the second part of the exam is over, then. Pushing off the pillar, she retreated down the trapdoor and back into the tower. I better get him his coffee, and maybe one of those cookies, if there are any left. 15 minutes later, she sat by one of the windows in the Hokage's office, a steaming cup of black coffee in one hand, a small paper plate of the last of the cookies in the other, and a cookie in her mouth. Damn, these things are good. Tastes like vanilla and cinnamon. I ought to track this girl down and steal her recipe. The office door creaked open, and she immediately switched gears. Kushina chucked the coffee out the open window, shut the window, and started lowering all the blinds, putting the whole office into shadow. Leaving the cookies on the windowsill, She activated the soundproofing seals built into the walls while the ANBU helped the Hokage to his seat. As soon as the ANBU withdrew, she hung the Do Not Disturb tag on the door handle, shut the door, and locked it. He looked awful. He was slumped in his nice leather swivel chair, pale and sweaty and sick-looking. If she hadn't seen it so many times before, it would have freaked her out. Careful to be as quiet as possible, she retrieved a rag from one of his desk drawers and soaked it in the small pitcher of lukewarm water that was always sitting at the corner of his desk. She gently removed his forehead protector and brushed aside damp golden yellow spikes of hair to reveal the angry red glow of an incomplete seal. Swallowing a sigh, she pressed the wet cloth to the ugly, fragmentary marks to ease the burning pain. "Shina-san," he wheezed, eyes squeezed shut against the migraine. "Shoo," she whispered. "Don't talk. I'm right here, Yandame-sama. If you truly love something, let it go." Her father had told her once about a seagull chick she'd kept and raised as pet. If it comes back, it's yours. If not, then it's happier being free. "I'm right here, Minato. You don't remember me, but I'm here. I'll always be here, no matter what." Chapter 2. Broken Curse. He snapped upright and clutched at his forehead as invisible burning needles were stabbed into his brain. It was agonizing, but thankfully brief. When it ceased, he opened his eyes and found himself in his bedroom. I must have been dreaming about a memory, he guessed glumly. It was impossible to tell whether he was correct in his guess or not. The painful jolt to wakefulness had erased whatever he'd been dreaming about. It happened almost every morning and was a very irritating way to wake up. Scrubbing a hand over his face, he dragged himself out of bed and went about his morning routine. A nice hot shower washed away the lingering fuzz of sleep and helped ease the residual throbbing of his head. Once the bathroom was all steamy and the hot water was in danger of running out, he moved on to brushing his teeth and shaving. Wiping some of the fog off the mirror, he scowled at his reflection. He didn't even have to push back his hair to see the ugly red marks etched into his forehead. Even when they were covered up by his Heidi-8, he could still see them in his own mind's eye. The seal marks were a dull red, the color of dried blood, not the usual black, or even the strange pale green of the Hyuga's caged bird seal. It looked like knots of barbed wire or thorny branches, but with clear gaps and obvious missing pieces. Whoever had applied the seal to him had done a shoddy and incomplete job, and no one knew what the seal was. The Sandaime Hokage, sometimes referred to as the professor for his great knowledge, had been unable to decipher it. Jiraiya-sama, a renowned expert on seals, didn't know what it was. And he himself, also supposedly a seal expert, couldn't make heads or tails of it either. The incomplete pattern matched nothing in the village archives. Any attempt to probe the markings and find out their structure caused him intense pain. Every attempt to remove them had caused even greater pain, sometimes even landing him in the hospital and leaving him comatose for several days afterwards. In the end, the Sandaime had put a stop to any further attempts to tamper with or remove the seal out of fear that he would be permanently damaged or killed. Instead, the effects of the seal were covered up. Officially, he'd suffered a severe concussion that had resulted in partial, permanent amnesia and left him with the occasional migraine. But in reality, all his troubles stemmed from the seal he kept hidden under his forehead protector. "I don't know who I am. I don't remember my parents. I don't remember my sensei. I don't remember my students. I don't remember my friends or my enemies. All I have are my ninja skills, which I don't remember learning, and what other people tell me. I hate this." Trying to remember did no good. Whenever he tried to focus on some story about something he'd done or experienced, or some object that was supposedly important to him, he'd get a migraine. The seal, incomplete and probably malformed as it was, blanked his memory and kept it blank. Yesterday was strange, though. He frowned as he got dressed. "I wasn't trying to remember anything when I got that migraine. I was just leaving the hidden complex in the forest of death when it just hit me." Putting aside the troubling event, he finished dressing and paused at the nightstand by his bed. On the small table sat 3 framed pictures: a portrait of his dead parents, a photo of his child self with his sensei and 2 teammates, both deceased now, and a picture of himself as a sensei with 3 students, 2 of which were dead. They didn't mean much to him. He didn't remember the people or how his relationship had been with them, but he kept the images nonetheless. Also resting on the small table was a tiny velvet box. He had found it when he'd been packing up to move into the Hokage manor after he'd been talked into accepting the position after the Sandame's death from the demon ceiling. Brushing his fingertips pensively over the case, he opened it to stare at what it contained. The ring was pale gold with a small light green stone framed by what he guessed were two tiny diamonds. The band was decorated with simple etched patterns that looked like wind-blown leaves. It didn't look like an engagement ring, but it was clearly intended for a lady's hand. He was also certain that it wasn't a family heirloom. It was shiny and new, not scuffed and worn. Jiraiya-sama and Kakashi-san assure me that I had no girlfriend, that there was no one special in my life. He snapped the box shut and set it down, seeking to dodge the building pressure in his skull. But if there was no one, why do I have that ring? Massaging his throbbing temples, he turned and headed for the office. Kushina sipped at her tea while she watched Naruto bolt down his breakfast. He was so wound up about training for the exams that she almost had to tie him to the chair to convince him to eat first. His enthusiasm was excellent, but if he didn't leash and focus it, it would do more to hinder his training than help it. So, he made it to the finals, and he'll be pitted against Hyuga Neji. That's a real hard match. Neji's got a full year of experience on him, and a Kekii Jinkai on top of that. But Naruto had a good reason to beat that kid. He'd told her all about the slaughter match between the two Hyuga, and how cruel Neji had been to his cousin. If she'd been there as she usually was, they would have had to hold her back from throttling the stuck-up brat herself. You don't do stuff like that to family. She hid her frown in her teacup, and the Hyugas claim that their clan management through the caged bird seal isn't internally divisive. Lies. I bet Kakashi-sensei's gonna teach me something really cool to stomp Neji with. Naruto grinned and stuffed more egg into his mouth. Don't talk with your mouth full, Kushina reminded him. Her boys seemed to be forgetting that Sasuke had also advanced to the final round, and they shared the same teacher. There was no way for Kakashi to adequately prepare both boys at the same time because they would immediately know all of the other's secrets should they end up fighting each other as the tournament progressed. In fact, she knew Kakashi's plans already. The Jounin had swung by just before she'd gone to wake Naruto for breakfast to fill her in. Kakashi would find a tutor to take over Naruto's training while he took Sasuke out of the village to train. Orochimaru, that traitorous snake, had infiltrated the exam and made some kind of attempt on the Uchiha boy. Clearly the rogue Sannin was after the rare and deadly Sharingan, and Sasuke was his best bet to get it. Even if Orochimaru wasn't slinking around, he would take Sasuke. Kakashi sees himself in that boy, and he sees Obito. Those two factors alone cement Sasuke as the favored student. Done. Naruto cried and dumped his dishes in the sink. Try not to do anything too strenuous for at least an hour, or you're going to throw all that back up, she yelled after him as he dashed out the door. Bye. The door slammed, and she rolled her eyes. Kids. Oh well. She polished off her tea and went about watering her houseplants. Better get ready for work. With that snake sniffing around, things are going to be tenser than usual. Has it been bothering you lately? The Hokage paused in skimming the report in his hand and glanced over to see a towering, white-haired man leaning against his office wall. What? The seal, the intruder clarified. He went back to the report. Not as much lately. Once a week, if that. Well, that's good news, at least. The Yondaime made no reply. Maybe if I ignore him, he'll get to the point, or go away. His uninvited visitor was Jiraiya of the Densetsu no Sannin and his former sensei. Personally, he wasn't terribly impressed with the man. Jiraiya was open and downright proud of his vices: whoring, drinking, and a little gambling. The young Hokage really had no idea how he'd managed to stand the man, let alone learned anything useful from him. While the man had been partially helpful in the beginning, after the loss of his memory into the early days of his ascendancy to Hokage, Jiraiya eventually drifted away to keep tabs on the rogue Orochimaru and various other threats to the village. The Yondaime had been rather glad to see him gone. I assume you've noticed that Orochimaru is slinking around, Jiraiya remarked. Yes, Jiraiya-sama. He nodded, eyes never leaving the mission notes. Kakashi-san reported to me that Orochimaru assaulted his students in the Forest of Death and attempted to do something to Uchiha Sasuke. So he seeks the power of the Sharingan, the lecher mused. But that's not all he's after. It would be much less risky to capture Sasuke while he's out on a mission instead of infiltrating the village at a time like this, when security is heightened for the exams. He's come here for some other reason. There was a sigh. Mark my words, there will be trouble this exam. Great, the Hokage muttered, slumping into his seat. Just what I need. Well, I'll be around. When the Hokage glanced up, he was alone again. Good riddance. The Sannin always made him feel uncomfortable. And it wasn't just because of the man's shameful peeping habit or the way he tended to hit on anything young, female, and well-endowed. The other reason was that Jiraiya really seemed genuinely upset that his sole surviving student no longer remembered him or liked him. This seal, he frowned and sorted through the business on his desk. It doesn't just hurt me. It hurts everyone who knew me and cared for me. He thought back to the ring and sighed. Naruto anxiously hopped from one foot to the other as he waited for his chronically tardy sensei to show up. He stood by the little bridge, Team 7's little meeting spot. Sakura wasn't there, as she had failed to go on to the final round, and Sasuke wasn't around for some reason. But Kakashi-sensei said to meet here to start my training for the finals. He thought fiercely. He'd better not be super late like he usually is. I need every second of training so that I can beat Neji down. I got a promise to keep after all. Just thinking about the terrible beating Hinata had taken and Neji's cruel words and all that blood, it really fired him up. Yes. Naruto flinched and looked around frantically. Who said that? Hearing nothing else and seeing nothing, he decided that it was his imagination and went back to impatiently waiting. Come on, come on, come on. Arg. Damn you, Kakashi-sensei. Yo. Naruto immediately locked on to his silver-haired sensei and jabbed an accusing finger. You're late. I only told you to wait for me at the usual place, Kakashi cheerfully told him. I never gave you an exact time. It's almost noon, Naruto screeched. I don't have time to be wasting waiting for you. Now here's your tutor. My. Naruto broke off in confusion and turned to see the other ninja standing beside his sensei. Him. It was Ebisu, the closet pervert, Konohamaru's tutor, his mother's stalker. You're ditching me with him? Naruto, Ebisu is an excellent teacher, Kakashi lightly chided. Teaching is his personal specialty. He'll definitely be able to help you out. Can't you find someone else if you're not going to teach me? Naruto whined. No time. I need to go pick up Sasuke. Kakashi waved cheerfully. Bye. And then he vanished in a puff of smoke. It really wasn't fair. Kakashi-sensei was an awesome ninja with a Sharingan eye and 1,000 jutsu at his disposal. And Ebisu was just nowhere near as cool. And an annoying jerk who was hot on his mom, too. Naruto scowled at the shade-wearing special jounin. You're just doing this to score points with my mom, aren't you? The closet pervert straightened his glasses and cleared his throat. Come along now, we have a lot of work to do. The Chunin sighed and slunk after his tutor. This sucks. Uchiha Sasuke mechanically ate his breakfast and studiously ignored the empty spaces at the table. He also avoided looking at his mother's cheerful face. He didn't understand why she did her best to pretend that nothing was wrong while in truth everything was wrong. Nearly 5 years ago, Itachi, his older brother, the youngest ever ANBU captain, pride and joy of the whole Uchiha clan, the greatest hope for the future, had snapped and gone on a killing spree. His Aniki had killed their father, every Uchiha who had awakened the Sharingan, every active Uchiha ninja, and most of the adult males within the Uchiha district. He left only their mother, the women, the elderly, and children around Sasuke's age and younger alive. And then Itachi vanished from Konoha without a trace. The mighty Uchiha clan was now reduced to barely a quarter of its former size. The military police had to be disbanded because of low numbers and the clan's refusal to open membership to a larger number of non-Uchiha. And the handful of active ninja that the clan had produced were only slightly older than Sasuke. There were no adult ninja, no jounin, and only 2 Chunin. Sasuke set his used dishes in the sink and retreated to collect his things. Kakashi had told him to pack for a month. Apparently, they would be leaving the village to train for the final phase of the Chunin exams. It's because of that strange Nin, Orochimaru, Sakura said he called himself. When Kakashi heard about what happened in the Forest of Death, he got worried. Why else would he go so far as to take me outside of Konoha to teach me? He paused in his packing to rub at the side of his neck. I suppose it's a good thing that the dobe managed to destroy that mark that Sakura said that the freak bit into my neck. Kakashi looked way too relieved when he just found irritated skin when he checked. Whatever that mark was, it was bad. It really irked him that it was Naruto that he had to be thankful to. The class clown and all-around screw-up kept surprising him, and he was getting tired of it. First, it had been somehow achieving Chunin when he'd bombed the exam 3 times in a row. Then it had been whipping out a couple of advanced jutsus that no Chunin should know when the kid couldn't seem to get the basics down. And then there had been the mission to Wave where he not only knew how to climb trees with Chakra, and had mercilessly taunted Sasuke about it until the Uchiha had mastered the skill, but he'd taken down Haku after Sasuke had gotten himself knocked out and turned into a human pincushion. And now he knows some obscure jutsu for breaking weird seals. Sasuke shook his head and pulled his pack over his shoulders. Nothing about that dope makes any sense. If Naruto already knew a chakra control exercise like tree walking, why couldn't he manage to do a proper Bunshin no Jutsu in class? And then how could he go on to master the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, a Jounin-level technique, when he still couldn't pull off a decent, plain old Bunshin? How could he not only survive Haku, but defeat him? If that dope manages to survive in the tournament long enough to fight me, I'll find out, he thought as he distractedly said farewell to his mother. If he manages to defeat the Hyuga, he'll definitely be worth my while to fight, and then I'll get my answers. Training with Ebisu sucked big time. The free lunch was cool and a very obvious attempt to curry favor, but it was ruined by the whole lecture on chakra control. It was like being back in school, only worse, because it was Ebisu teaching instead of Irika-sensei. When he found out that the chakra control exercise that Ebisu wanted to teach him was something he already knew how to do, he was thoroughly underwhelmed. It had been pretty funny to see the look on the guy's face when he strolled all over the boiling hot surface of the stream formed by the runoff of one of Konoha's largest public onsen. It was also a lot of fun to gloat that his mother had taught him how to do that when he was 11. Before Ebisu could recover his wits, they noticed some guy peeping through the fence at the women's bath. Ebisu, the pervert in deep denial, went crazy and tried to attack the weird, white-haired man. But his target simply called up a large toad, which used its tongue to one-hit KO the special Jounin with no apparent effort. Naruto immediately thought the guy was awesome, and then almost as quickly changed his mind as the towering man went through a weird, stupid intro, complete with a dance of some kind. But he said he's one of the Sannin. Naruto frowned as he squinted thoughtfully at the perv, who had gone back to ogling the pretty girls through a knothole in the fence. The Sannin are supposed to be a trio of super ninja or something, so that means he's at least as awesome as Kakashi-sensei, if not better. Straight out asking the guy to take over his training hadn't worked, but there were other ways to get his cooperation. The man was clearly into naked women, very into them, and he could use that. He'd originally invented his unique style of hinge as a joke and to make mastering the technique more interesting. His mother didn't really appreciate it and grounded him for 2 weeks after learning about it, as well as forbidding him from using it in class upon pain of further grounding. Sakura-chan, and most other girls, hated it and would smack him around if he was caught doing it. But they never had to know. Okay, you weirdo Erosenin. He ran through the seals, made the transformation, and moved into position. You're mine. Chapter 3. Broken Heart. Naruto darted through the village in the fading afternoon light. It was a little disappointing that he hadn't learned anything the first day of training, but Erosenin promised that they would start something the next morning. He could barely wait. Taitama, he squealed as he skidded through the apartment door. You seem to have an awful lot of energy after a day of hard training, his mother observed as she studied one of her bonsai trees critically, her tiny pruning scissors in one hand. Things didn't go as planned, Naruto shrugged. But tomorrow will be better. She snipped a few leaves and set her scissors down. Oh, Kakashi-sensei dumped me with Ebisu, Naruto explained. But I ditched him and found a better tutor. Oh, really? She raised a red eyebrow. Who? This crazy old guy who says he's Jiraiya of the Sannin. Naruto shrugged. He seems kinda stupid, but he took Ebisu out with one hit, so he's gotta be good. His mother stared at him for a minute. Jiraiya, she blinked. Long white hair, red-line tattoos on his cheeks, found near a bar, brothel, or bathhouse. At his nod, she laughed. Ha, excellent. Naruto rubbed thoughtfully at the back of his head. He seems strong enough, but he's so weird. Is he really that great? Yes, she snorted. Eccentricities and bad habits aside, he's a truly excellent ninja. He was a student of the Sandaime Hokage, and he taught Yondaime-sama all his ninja skills. He was Yondaime-sama's sensei? Naruto gaped. She nodded. They used to be very close. Not long after Hokage-sama came to power, Jiraiya took to a lot of traveling and rarely returned to the village. Otherwise, you would have met him before. Awesome. Naruto grinned. With a teacher great enough to teach the Hokage, I'll totally beat Niji's butt. And Sasuke's too. So long as you work hard and avoid picking up his bad habits, he'll help you become a great ninja, his mom smiled. All right. He cheered and pumped his fist. I'll be Hokage in no time. Well, let's worry about the Chunin exams first, she snorted. And before that, dinner. When Naruto mentioned Jiraiya, Kushina braced herself for a visit from the self-proclaimed super pervert. Thankfully, he did not appear before, during, or after dinner. He was considerate enough to wait until Naruto was in bed before coming in through the window she'd left open for him. Or maybe his timing was a fortunate bit of chance. She really didn't want Naruto around or conscious for the inevitable talk. Why didn't you say anything? Kushina focused on carefully mending the innumerable tears in Naruto's clothes. You know better than anybody how many women popped out of the woodwork and claimed to be his secret girlfriend or lover or wife of soon-to-be mother of his children when it came out that he had contracted some memory problems. I had no desire to be added to that list and stir up controversy and scandal and make myself a pretty little target for all of his enemies. She tied off the thread and started on a new rip. I had an unplanned pregnancy to deal with. That became my priority. I simply didn't have enough energy to spare on anything else. I would have believed you. You two were friends, and you're not the type of girl who would seriously claim to be involved with someone when you really weren't. He was silent for a minute. Why did you two keep things secret? He didn't want me to become a target for his enemies, or for gossip, or for his loyal fans. And he didn't tell you because he was afraid you'd make a big deal out of him kissing a girl and losing his virginity and all that. She shrugged. I didn't really care about any of that. But he asked me to, and I didn't want people to start thinking that I wasn't as much of a tough girl because I had a boyfriend to get all mushy with. It was actually kind of fun to sneak around. Exciting. So have you filled Minato in? No. Why the hell not? He half-roared. Keep it down, she snapped. Despite the fact that my claim was legitimate, it really didn't mean anything. If I told him that we had been seeing each other and that the baby I was carrying was his, it would be no different than if a random pregnant woman had made that claim. He didn't know me, doesn't know how things were. Sure, he would have stepped up and taken care of us if I had told him and you backed me, but we would have been obligations to him. And while he might have come to love one or both of us, it was just as likely that he would come to resent us instead. Resent you? Jiraiya sputtered. Minato wouldn't. Minato wouldn't. No, she agreed, setting aside the shirt she'd been working on and moving on to a pair of pants. But Minato never came back from that mission. A shadow of him came back, a stranger wearing his face. Kushina finally looked up at the Sannin standing in her living room. You know it as well as I do. The towering mountain of a man tried to protest, but slumped in defeat. He slunk over to her couch and melted into it. Kushina kept sewing. I suppose my childhood in Whirlpool is part of the reason I've chosen what I have, she remarked after a long silence. Yuzu was small, and every ninja counted. Birth control was frowned upon as every new baby was vital to the village's future. But ninja life was the same there as it is here, and many blew off steam by doing things like drinking, gambling, or casual sex. While it's not smiled upon to be a single mother in Konoha, it was the worst kind of social suicide in Yuzu to have a baby out of wedlock. I had several friends who were oops babies, and I vividly remember how unhappy their homes were. She shook her head. I didn't want to risk that for Naruto. I would much rather he grow up with just me in a happy home than in a home with a father and a dark cloud hanging over it. The Sannin made no comment. Instead, he asked another question. Why did you volunteer Naruto to be the fox's jailer? Well, who else was going to do it? Kushina snorted. Most of the only other candidates for the job were babies born of civilian parents. The old man never finished explaining what he wanted to do before they turned him down, and the few ninjas selfishly told him to find some other baby. None of them had any faith in the Sandame's brains or the future Yandame's seals. I did, and I had faith that Naruto could handle it. He's an Uzumaki, and my son, and Minato's son. He's all kinds of tough. She finished her sewing and packed up her needles and thread. The situation was desperate, and extreme measures were necessary. I'd already lost my birth home to IWA. I wasn't about to lose home number 2 to a giant, smelly fox. And without a home, what sort of future would there be for my son? Jiraiya nodded in agreement, but he didn't look happy. She wasn't happy either for a whole mountain of different reasons. But that was life, and life wasn't fair, and it wasn't going to get the better of her either. I don't suppose that there's any way that I can convince you to enlighten Minato on Naruto's paternity, the white-haired man sighed. No, she smiled with a bit of forced cheer. And I would very much appreciate it if you joined Kakashi in keeping your mouth shut about it. Kakashi knows too? Yeah, she nodded and settled back in her chair. He confronted me about it after encountering a 2-year-old Naruto. He was most curious to know why my son looked even more like the Hokage than he did as a newborn. Has Minato ever asked about Naruto's parentage or why the kid looks so much like him? Jiraiya asked. Has he even seen Naruto much since the sealing? He sees Naruto all the time. Naruto's a Chunin now, so he sees the Hokage for missions, and I work as the Hokage's assistant, so he hung around the office all the time before making Chunin. As for Yandame-sama asking about Naruto's origins, she frowned and shook her head. I have no idea why he doesn't ask. Almost every day I expect him to turn to me and bring it up, but he doesn't. And no one else notices the resemblance. The Sannin frowned. Apparently not, she shrugged. But then again, most people don't even see a human boy when they look at him. All they see is the demon. She snarled a little. Ignorant, bigoted assholes. Anyway, Kushina smirked and leaned forward in her chair. I hear that you're training Naruto for the final round. What do you plan on teaching him to do? I plan on teaching him how to consciously draw on the demon's chakra, Jiraiya informed her. He's done it at least once unconsciously. Now he needs to know how to do it on purpose. The idea made her uneasy, but Jiraiya was Minato's teacher and a master of seals. If anything went wrong, he would be able to handle it. And if anything went wrong, she knew how to find him and how to beat him up. How do you plan on getting him to do that? She asked curiously. I'm going to let him sign the contract with the toads, he replied. Summoning takes a lot of chakra. If I wear him out and then have him try to summon, he'll have to get power from the fox if he wants to get more than a tadpole. You're letting him on the contract? Summoning contracts weren't passed around like candy. They were carefully guarded by the most senior summoner and shared only with the best of the best students. Being allowed to sign such a contract was a rare and high honor, and something 12-year-olds generally weren't allowed to do. Sure, he grinned. He's the child of my greatest student. He'll do fine. All right, she sighed. Just be careful. Minato told me about the first time he managed to summon Gamabunta. It sounded pretty crazy. No worries, the Sannin chuckled. Seemingly rejuvenated after all the depressing talk, he hopped up from the couch and started for the open window to make his exit. With his foot on the sill, he hesitated. Tell me, where did you get the brat's name from? Pregnant women can't really do anything, so I spent most of my time reading stuff. Kushina shrugged. So I ended up reading that first book you wrote. You know, the good one that isn't dripping with sex. That's where I got the name. Jiraiya looked dumbfounded. Really? Yeah. Her eyes drifted to the blue carpeted floor. I just thought, after reading it, that if Minato was himself, he'd want to steal that name since the story was so good and the character so realistic and admirable, and since you wrote the book to begin with. He would if he was himself. Kushina looked up and found that Jiraiya had departed and left the window open. Rolling her eyes, She shut the window and gathered up the clothes that she'd finished fixing. Careful not to wake him, she carried the small pile of clothes into Naruto's room and put them in their proper drawers. Before she left, she took a moment to watch him peacefully sleep in the dim light that seeped in through his cracked door. Sleep well, baby. Tomorrow you learn to summon toads like your father. And hopefully you'll take your first step in taming that mean old fox, too. The yondaime was unpleasantly surprised to find Jiraiya in his bedroom when he got out of the shower. The Sannin was casually strolling around the room, glancing around with mild curiosity. The Hokage dropped the hand towel he'd been rubbing at his freshly shaved face with over the velvet ring box that he'd left out on the nightstand before confronting the intruder. "Can I help you?" "Nice room, but not much personality to it," Jiraiya remarked. "This is an official, historical residence," the yondaime frowned. "It's not my house. I don't feel comfortable altering it." "You should get a girlfriend. Women have a knack for decorating a house and making it feel homey." The young Hokage felt distinctly uncomfortable and did his best not to think of his assistant. "I don't have time to date," he replied stiffly, "especially not now with the exams going on." The white-haired Sannin leaned against one of the bedposts and eyed him speculatively. "I heard that you found yourself a permanent, female assistant." "I'm not going to date her," the blonde nearly growled. The older man arched an eyebrow. "I wasn't going to suggest you do that, but since you brought it up, why not?" "She's my subordinate," he muttered through clenched teeth as his face heated in embarrassment. "It would be inappropriate. She also has a son," indicating a serious prior relationship with someone else. "Well, yeah," the Sannin frowned. "People rarely find the one with the first person they date, or the first person they sleep with. Just because she has a kid doesn't mean she's untouchable. If she's not married, a grieving widow, or involved with someone else, she's fair game, you know." The yondaime was appalled at the teacher he couldn't remember. "I'm going to pretend that you didn't say that." "Touchy, aren't we?" Jiraiya muttered. "Anyway, I ran into her kid, which is how I found out about your little assistant in the first place. Interesting brat. Looks an awful lot like you." "That he does," the Hokage agreed and moved to his closet to dig out a fresh flak vest and flame-trimmed long jacket. "He looks so much like you. You'd think he was your kid, too." "I certainly wouldn't mind if he was, but he isn't. Kushina-san would have told me if he was. And besides," he glanced over his shoulder briefly at his ex-sensei, "you and Kakashi-san both agree that I never had a serious relationship with anyone." "We could have been wrong," he shrugged. "Unlikely, but possible." "If he was mine, she would have said so," the yondaime muttered. "Now, was there anything important you had to tell me?" "No, nothing to report. I was just killing time and curious." The man saluted and strolled to the window. "Now I've got an appointment with a potential student to keep." The yondaime frowned and was about to ask about it, but the Sannin had already vanished. Shaking his head, he hoped that whoever this potential student was, he or she did not pick up Jiraiya's stack of bad habits. One Jiraiya was bad enough. Konoha didn't need any more. Shoving aside the conversation, he uncovered the ring box and stashed it away in the nightstand drawer. He'd never shown the ring to Kakashi or Jiraiya. It was childish and stupid and probably a little selfish, but he wanted to keep just one secret from them. They knew him better than he knew himself now, and he found that uncomfortably intimate. This one secret helped a bit. Breakfast, and then off to the office. The great Jiraiya peered through the brush and appreciatively eyed his prey. A handful of decently endowed young beauties in pretty little bikinis frolicked in a shallow pool near a small waterfall, and they had no idea that he was watching. "Darn it." The Sannin growled and peered over his shoulder to see his potential apprentice glaring at yet another dinky tadpole. "Keep it down, would you? I'm researching," Jiraiya hissed. "Stupid perv," he heard Naruto mutter as he flicked the tadpole into a nearby creek and went about trying it again. Jiraiya ignored the comment and went back to ogling the bathing beauties. Watching pretty girls giggle and splash each other was a great deal more pleasant than thinking about all the things going wrong. Much more pleasant, indeed. There's Orochimaru and whatever he's planning. There's this new ninja group, Odo. There's the usual worries of the exams. And there are two stubborn idiots that I want to smack some real sense into. Kushina refused to risk her heart and fight for her man. choosing instead to let his ignorance rule their relationship. Minato foolishly buried whatever attraction he felt for her out of some misguided sense of duty and politeness, and idiotically overlooked the glaring evidence of his former relationship. Damn idiots, the both of them. I am going to block their chakra and lock them in a closet. But not now. Now was time for the exams. Minato had a villager run and a tournament to oversee. Kushina had to help him, and he himself had a kid to prepare. After the exams, he resolved, when things settle, I will get them to hook back up if it's the last thing I do. Damn, Naruto cursed as he summoned yet another useless tadpole. But first things first, get this baka to summon Gamabunta. He peered over his shoulder and scowled at Naruto, scowling at the flopping proto-toad. This is going to take a while. Chapter 4. Broken Silence. Kushina polished her kunai and shuriken in a rather grim state of mind. This exam was shaping up to be the worst Konoha Chunin exam in her memory, perhaps the worst ever, and it was only looking to get worse. First, there had been Orochimaru infiltrating the Forest of Death and interfering with Naruto's team. Then there had been several excessively bloody preliminary matches, Hyuga Niji's brutal beating of his own cousin, and Sabaka no Gaara's near murder of Rock Lee. Now people were turning up dead. Less than half a week after the preliminaries, 2 murder victims turned up. One was Dosu, the lone Oto Genin who had advanced to the final round. He had been crushed and torn so badly that he was barely recognizable. The other had been the proctor of the preliminaries and the intended proctor of the final round, Gecko Hate. The Konohanin had either been cut up by a sharp blade or a concentrated futon attack. The timing and close proximity of both killings made them even more suspicious and ratcheted up the tension to a nerve-fraying level. Something bad is coming, she frowned. Something really big and really bad. And it has Orochimaru's name all over it. Damn snake. She'd never liked the other male member of the Sannin, even when he'd been a good guy. He was creepy and cold-blooded and ambitious and freakishly smart. She hadn't been the least bit surprised when it came out that he'd experimented on live human subjects and Konoha citizens. She had been quite glad to see him go, but would have preferred that he be killed or hunted down. Leaving him alive was just a recipe for future trouble. Kushina really hated being right sometimes. Carefully packing away her deadly weapons, she turned to watch her son distractedly eat his cup ramen. Every day he dragged himself home, or was dropped off after passing out cold, filthy, and exhausted. His fingertips were raw from chewing on them to get the fresh blood necessary to perform the Kuchiyose no Jutsu. The next morning he would be ready and raring to go as the demon fox fully healed his fingers and replenished his chakra, but she knew that he was getting frustrated and increasingly desperate. It had been 2 weeks since he started training, and there were only 2 weeks left before he had to fight Niji. So Naruto, how are things going? Her son pouted into his noodles. Nowhere fast, he sulked. Ero Sennin says I have to burn off my chakra so that I can get at the red chakra easier, but when I try to summon all I get are tadpoles. The closest I ever got to a toad was a tadpole with dinky back legs and little nubby front legs. Kushina hummed thoughtfully and drummed her fingertips on the kitchen table. Yuzugakure no Sato had no ninja school. Educating future ninja was handled by ninja clans and families. And as a foreigner, she really didn't know much about Konoha's history. So when Naruto was enrolled in the Ninja Academy and started bringing home homework, she felt as lost as he did most times. But when it came to helping him learn taijutsu and ninjutsu, she was more in her element. It quickly became apparent to her that the academy instructors either didn't care to properly teach her son or even tried to subtly sabotage his education. She actually had to tell Naruto to ignore what his taijutsu instructor was teaching him because the man was obviously coaching him improperly, setting him up to be killed quickly and painfully in his first real fight. Naruto's difficulties with ninjutsu were more complicated, stemming just as much from instructor neglect as chakra control problems created by the presence of the fox. She had to be more aggressive with this aspect of his training, teaching him more advanced exercises to help refine his control. By age 10, he could climb trees with chakra and bounce through the branches with the skill of a Chunin. Just after turning 11, he could not only walk on water, but he could fight on it. And for his 12th birthday, she taught him the Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu, partly out of frustration of his inability to perform the basic Bunshin no jutsu. Now that he'd hit a brick wall in his current training, he needed her help again, or at least give him a nudge or two in a new direction. Just trying the jutsu the same way over and over again simply wasn't getting him anywhere. Naruto, do you know where the red chakra comes from? The boy chewed on the ends of his chopsticks for a minute while he pondered this. The fox. Yes, she nodded. And how have you been trying to get it? After I use up most of my chakra on other jutsus, I try to reach deeper to get more. He frowned. I never find any. Kushina studied him for a minute, and then stole his half-eaten ramen and held the cup over his head. I've stolen your ramen. You can't reach it, you can't beat me to get it back, so what do? Wah, Naruto wailed. My ramen. She pinned him to his seat with her free hand and held the instant ramen cup higher. What do? Kushina fought not to smile as she watched the little gears turning behind her son's eyes. I beg. That would work with me, she agreed, and returned the food. But that is not what you do with the fox. You talk to it, you ask, but you do not beg. The demon is your prisoner, and he is ultimately bound to you. What affects you will affect him. That's why he heals you and refreshes your chakra so quickly when you exhaust it. Kushina gave him a serious look. Do you see? I think so, Naruto frowned. But how will I talk to the fox? While you are two separate beings, you share the same body. You should be able to speak to him in your own mind. The trick is figuring out how to get into contact with him. She twirled a red lock of hair around her finger as she considered the problem. Why don't you try some of the meditative memory retrieval techniques you learned in the academy for recalling mission details? She suggested. If you can use those strategies for poking around the insides of your own mind, you could find the corner where you can talk to the many-tailed furball. Then she shrugged. And if that doesn't work, ask Jiraiya for some suggestions. He's not much help, Naruto huffed. I keep trying to summon and he won't give me any tips when I mess up. Are you asking specific questions? Kushina inquired. And just so you know, what am I doing wrong? Doesn't count. No, he pouted. Well, try that then, she grinned. Part of his teaching style is to help you learn to teach yourself and learn how to think. Once you can do that, you can learn advanced techniques from scrolls without the help of a teacher and even discover your own techniques. It will help you be a better, smarter ninja. Okay, he muttered dubiously. Go to bed and sleep on it. Kushina smiled and patted him on his head. Make up your mind tomorrow. Her son sighed, finished his soup, and did as she suggested. Once he had vanished into his room, she frowned worriedly. If he does manage to contact the fox, I hope he's careful. Naruto sat on the gravelly bank of the stream and scowled. Erosenin was busy peeping on the girls enjoying the summer weather at the waterfall. He'd just finished wasting chakra on scores of Kage Bunshin, and it seemed like the start of another dead-end day of training. But today I'm going to try something new. His mom had a good idea. Blindly digging for the red chakra and trying to steal, it wasn't working. So he would try talking. But he had to be careful. After breakfast, his mom had warned him about talking to the fox. The demon couldn't enjoy being confined inside a human prison and would surely try to trick him. You are the warden. It is your responsibility to keep your prisoner locked up and under control. Be wary of any deal he tries to offer you. Look underneath the underneath. And always remember, you are the boss. Naruto folded his arms over his chest, closed his eyes, and got to work. He focused inward, focused on the flow of his own chakra, and tried to find anything unusual or special. If he could just locate the source of the red chakra. Apparently, the inside of his head was a forest, but it was like no forest he was familiar with. The trees were mostly the same giant size as those he'd encountered in the Forest of Death, and all of them looked hollow with various shadowy openings. And there were large mossy vines draped over the tree branches and the leafy ground. Some looked kind of blue, and some looked red. Weird. Not sure how to proceed, he aimlessly followed the tangled pathways of the vines. Some parts of his forest were bright and open, happy places. Others were dark and gloomy and threatening. Naruto paused in his explorations and came to a spot where there were some red and blue vines in close proximity. When he touched the blue vine, it felt like when he touched and molded his own chakra. But the red vine seemed to feel too warm and prickled his hand. Since I'm looking for red chakra, he frowned and poked at the red vine. Maybe I should see where these funny vines come from. It seemed like a good idea, so he sought a source for the vines. He traced them as they bunched together and got thicker and thicker, and found them growing out of a pile of rocks. Circling the rocks, he found a dark, cave-like opening. Beyond the opening, he found a dark tunnel dimly lit by an eerie red glow. And when he went down the tunnel, he came to a vast underground cave chamber. The red vines covered the walls and ceiling, poking out through various cracks and crevices. The floor was covered in small puddles, and he heard water dripping somewhere. Stalactites hung from the ceiling, stalagmites jutted up from the floor, and at the back of the chamber were a pair of massive, intricate golden gates held closed by a tiny piece of plain paper with the kanji for seal inked on it. It made him think of a dungeon. "I found it," he whispered to himself. Swallowing nervously, Naruto crept right up to the giant cage doors and peered through the narrow gaps in the bars. He saw nothing but endless darkness. It didn't look like anything was in there, but there had to be. "Hello," he called, hearing his voice echo a little in the cavernous place. Silence. "I know you're in there, Fox," he shouted. "Show yourself. It's time we had a talk." A pair of gigantic red eyes snapped open, and Naruto felt like he almost broke his own neck trying to look back far enough to see them. They towered so high above his head. There was an ear-shattering roar, and a huge hand-like paw shot out from the darkness to slam into the golden bars. Naruto yelped and staggered backwards as the tips of huge sharp claws tried to squeeze through the gaps to pierce him, but the doors held fast and didn't budge so much as a millimeter. Recovering his wits and taking courage from the strength of the doors and the dinky seal that held them closed, Naruto marched back up to the bars and boldly kicked them. "Knock it off, you. Is that any way to say hello?" "Wretched mortal worm," the fox snarled. "If not for these bars, I would devour you in an instant. Release me at once." "How dumb do you think I am?" Naruto scowled. "No way." The fox let out a hiss that sounded like a burst steam pipe. "If you remove that seal and let me free, I will give you more power than your weak mortal mind can imagine." Naruto crossed his arms over his chest and scowled up at the demon. "Is that supposed to tempt me?" "Isn't power what all humans want?" the fox rumbled. "My power is limitless, and as a reward for setting me free, I will share some with you. So let me get this straight. I let you out, and you give me power." "Exactly. And then you'll do whatever you want and smash the village while you're at it." "So," the demon growled, "why should you care? Your wretched village despises you. They would gladly see you dead." The fox was right. The village in general despised his existence. His mother had done her best to give him a normal childhood and shield him from the prejudice and hatred directed towards him. She claimed that people disliked her because she was an unmarried foreigner and only looked down on him because he was her son. But it never quite fit in his mind, and then Mizuki-sensei had blown that excuse out of the water. "Sure, they hate me," Naruto shrugged. "They hate me because of you. Release me, and they will no longer hate you for containing me. And then they'll just hate me for letting you out. No matter what you promise me, if I let you out, I lose." Naruto snorted. "And once you're free of me, why would I have you to keep any promise you make? What's to stop you from just killing me?" The fox roared. "When I make a promise, I keep it, unless I am betrayed." "Whatever you say," Naruto shrugged. "I didn't come looking for you to hear about promises." "Then why have you come?" "I want to talk about your chakra." "So you do seek power?" Naruto glared at his prisoner. "You owe me rent." The fox snorted incredulously. "Rent?" "Yeah," Naruto nodded. "You've been hiding inside my body and freeloading my whole life. It's time to start paying." "I did not ask to be here," the demon howled. "That old man imprisoned me within you." "Well, I didn't volunteer for this either," Naruto shrugged. "I heal your wounds and replenish your puny strength," the demon hissed. "I owe you nothing. You do that anyway, because anything that threatens me threatens you. If I go, you go with me. I want real rent." "How dare you?" "I don't see what the big deal is," Naruto frowned. "It's not like you have anything better to do in here." The feeling of killing intent, which had already been unreal the moment the red eyes became visible, now spiked even higher. Naruto felt like his skin was trying to crawl off his body and run away, and his bones turned to mush. But he stood firm, reminding himself that the fox couldn't get past the bars and do anything worse than refuse him. All I want is easy access to a bit of your chakra, Naruto explained, struggling to keep his voice even. You already let me have some when I fought Haku and in the Forest of Death. Would it really be so much trouble to make it so that I could get that much of your chakra without being in danger of dying or being so furious? It seems like a pretty fair rent to me, considering how difficult you've made my life. The fox snarled, and the malicious intent grew stronger. Naruto forced himself to stay standing right in front of the cage and not cringe or shrink. He kept his hands folded to hide the shaking of his hands. All I want is the level of chakra that you gave me in Wave Country, he repeated. The only way I would ever ask for more is if I were in danger of dying. I probably wouldn't even use your chakra that much. I'd much rather depend on only my own strength. Such a small amount of chakra, the demon hissed at last. I could give you more. I want to build my own strength, Naruto declared. And I admit your chakra is potent and hard to deal with. I don't think I'm old enough and experienced enough to really handle much more without freaking out. Wise of you to acknowledge your limits. The fox rumbled, and the atmosphere lightened somewhat. Wise of you to not be greedy. Tell me, Naruto-kun, what is your ambition? To be Hokage, Naruto answered automatically. To be respected, and prove to the village that I am not you by protecting them instead of destroying them. To be strong, and protect those precious to me. That is my ambition, my dream. The giant red eyes narrowed in deep thought. A most interesting desire you have. If you could achieve it, you would be powerful, your enemies would fear you, and all would respect you. If I must be imprisoned, such a vessel would be worthy of me. The red bestial eyes lowered until they were almost level with his much smaller form. If you can achieve this ambition of yours, all my power will be at your disposal. The demon's lips peeled back in a feral smile, revealing an immense maw of pointed teeth. If you assist me in slaying my great enemy, my power will be yours all the sooner. The idea that the Kyuubi had a great enemy made Naruto shiver. Who or what could be so powerful and nasty to have the king of demon beasts after him? That would depend on who your enemy is, Naruto answered cautiously. And it'll probably be years before I could take one powerful enough to be your enemy on. True, very true, the fox grumbled. But do not worry. My enemy is your enemy, and the enemy of all you seek to achieve and protect. The demon straightened up to once again loom over his tiny form. Your boldness amuses me. Your ambition pleases me. And so I shall grant your humble request for power and pay your foolish rent. A rush of red chakra poured through the bars and flowed around and into Naruto. Kaya, use it wisely, Naruto-kun. Naruto's eyes snapped open, and he found himself still sitting on the stream bank. But now he had the red chakra boiling under his skin. Jumping to his feet, he bit through the pad of his thumb with a sharp tooth, made the necessary hand seals, and slapped down his right hand. Kuchios no jutsu. Black seal marks spread from under his palm. There was a puff of white smoke. He shot upward so fast he stumbled and almost fell off. When the smoke cleared, he was sprawled on the broad, red-brown, warty head of a toad so massive it loomed over the nearby trees. Naruto felt weak and kinda wobbly, but his feeling of triumph overshadowed it all. All right, he cheered, staggering to his feet and jumping up and down. I did it. What? The huge toad grumbled and glanced around in confusion. How did I get here? I summoned you, of course. Naruto laughed. The toad tossed his head, and the boy wailed as he found himself thrown. He managed to catch hold of the clay pipe that dangled from the corner of the huge amphibian's wide mouth. And Naruto found himself under the intense scrutiny of a different kind of animal eye. Who are you? I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and I've signed the toad contract, he declared. After staring down the king of demons, dealing with a cranky old toad was no sweat. Have you now? The toad sneered, thoroughly unimpressed. I am Gamabunta, chief of my clan. I will not fight for just anyone. Signing the contract is not enough. Pass my test and prove your worth to me. Naruto's high of success wavered and started to fade a bit. Your test. He frowned and hopped up to balance on the stem of Gamabunta's pipe. Bring it on. Bold words, the toad croaked. We shall see how defiant you are after my test, if you can even complete it. You'd better hold on tight, because if you fall and touch the ground even once before the sun sinks behind the horizon, you will fail. It was still early in the day, and the summer sun stayed long in the sky. He doubted there would be any breaks, so no lunch and no dinner. And somehow he didn't think the toad was just going to sit still and try his patience as a test. But there was no way that Naruto was going to back down. He was going to prove to this cranky old toad that he was a ninja to be reckoned with. Scowling in determination, he leapt off the pipe, bounced on Gamabunta's head, and slid down his back to cling to the collar of his blue vest. Let's do this. And then Gamabunta lunged upwards so hard that Naruto thought his arms were going to pop out of their sockets. The huge toad seemed to hang in the air for a second high above the forest before plummeting back to earth with a dizzying flip thrown in. As soon as his webbed feet touched earth, Gamabunta was off again, racing along the ground in massive leaps and taking as many sharp turns as possible, doing his absolute best to dislodge the genin clinging to his clothing. Then the toad spotted a nearby lake and jumped for it. Stupid Erosenin, you didn't tell me that I had to do this. When this test is over, I'm gonna kick your stupid, pervy ass. And then I'm telling Mom on you. Arg. KR Splash. Chapter 5. Broken Clan. The Yondaime unhappily trekked out of the tower and out into the village. Normally a nice walk every now and then was a refreshing change of pace, a break from the bureaucracy and politicking. But in this particular instance, he had a little unpleasant errand to run. When he reached the onsen, it wasn't hard to locate his target. The white-haired man was crouched in the shade by the fence and clearly peering in through a knothole at the bathing women beyond. He would have liked to alert the poor women to his presence, but unfortunately the Hokage needed to have some questions answered, and that couldn't happen if Jiraiya was being cursed at and chased off. Jiraiya-sama, he muttered. I received multiple complaints about a giant, rampaging toad on the outskirts of the village yesterday. Care to explain that? I didn't summon him, the Sannin answered innocently. Well, neither did I, the Hokage scowled. And according to you, you and I are the only ones able to summon toads. So how did the toad get here? Yes, we were the only ones able to call upon the Toad clan. Jiraiya nodded. Now there is a third summoner. Gamabunta was testing him out. A third, the Yondaime blinked. Who did you let sign the contract? That prospective student I mentioned before, the lecher grinned. He didn't pass, unfortunately, but damn did he get close. If he'd held on for 5 more minutes, he would have done it. He shrugged. Oh well, he'll get it next time for sure. Who is this kid? The blonde shinobi frowned. You never mentioned a name. Uzumaki Naruto, of course. The older man grinned widely. Then his smile faltered for a moment. Little brat tricked me into it. Actually, his smile speedily returned. But it's all worked out. Been rather fun, really. Worthy students are just so hard to find. The Hokage barely heard everything else that came after Naruto's name. His first instinct was to separate Jiraiya from the boy to keep Naruto clear of the Sannin's undesirable habits. But he sat on that impulse and held his tongue. It had been 2 weeks since Naruto had started training under this man. He only had 2 weeks left until the third and final phase of the exam. Even if he had an appropriate ninja to spare as a replacement trainer, it was silly to change teachers at this point. And if Naruto wanted to study under Jiraiya? Naruto tricked you into teaching him? The Yondaime asked. Jiraiya sighed. Brat got me to promise to help him. He pouted and muttered something that sounded like, sneaky little bastard, but the Yondaime couldn't be sure. But like I said, it's all worked out. Is his mother aware that you are his tutor? The Hokage inquired dubiously. Of course, the Sannin huffed. I met with her right after the first day. I know better than to cross that woman. He shivered. Only Tsunadeheim is scarier. The blonde man blinked. You know Kushina-san? Sure. The lecher paused, then put his little notebook into his pocket and strolled leisurely away from the bathhouse fence. She was a friend of yours, back in the day. The Yondaime nearly tripped as he hurried to follow. What? You two first met when you were only Chunin, the Sannin cheerfully explained. She was a tomboy back then, dressed like a boy, acted like a boy, wore her hair short like a boy. I guess you thought that she was a boy and she got all offended and punched you in the face and broke your nose. What? The idea that he'd insulted her, even if inadvertently, made him cringe. No worries, the older man laughed. She's forgiven you since then. She wouldn't work so hard for you if she hadn't. Forgive and forget, and in your case, you really forgot. That's not funny, the Hokage snapped. He sighed and jammed his hands into his pockets. Why didn't you mention her before? Her name never came up once when you were reminding me who all my friends were. I never claimed to be perfect or infallible, Jiraiya sniffed. She slipped my mind. And it didn't help any that she laid low for the entire period between you coming back as an amnesiac and the Kyuubi's advance on the village. I didn't see her, so I didn't remember her, so I didn't mention her. The younger man grew pensive. She never said anything to me. You would have to ask her about that, the Sannin shrugged. He turned to his former student and was suddenly dead serious. She's a good girl. I'm glad that she's found her way to your side. You can trust her with anything. Jiraiya's serious and sincere endorsement of his assistant thoroughly swept away the few struggling seeds of doubt that Danzu and various others constantly sought to plant in his mind about her. He didn't care for the Sannin personally, but his advice, accepting romantic advice, was always sound and honest. The young Hokage had no doubt that Jiraiya meant every bit of what he said about her, and he was almost certainly right, especially since Kakashi also seemed to trust her without complaint or question. All right, the Yondaime nodded. Not to interfere with your training of Naruto, but could you please avoid summoning large toads and causing such havoc for the time being? Certainly, the Sannin agreed. A second attempt at Gamabunta's test can wait until after the exams. Once he recovers from that little romp yesterday, I'll see what his elemental affinity is, and we'll go on from there. Thank you. The Hokage sighed and shifted his direction back towards the tower. Have fun with your paperwork, Jiraiya called after him. The blonde shinobi was too distracted to respond. Why didn't she say anything? Kushina fiddled with the coffee machine in the Jounin lounge with a scowl on her face. The next time she ran into Jiraiya, she was going to stomp on his foot as hard as she could. She really hated being right sometimes. Jiraiya laughs off my worries about Naruto and summoning, and what happens? Naruto turns up at the frigging hospital. That's what? She's savagely stirred in a sugar cube and one of those little creamer things. Normally, it only takes Naruto a good night's sleep to bounce back from chakra exhaustion, but I went to see him first thing today, and he's still out cold. Maybe she'd give Jiraiya a knee to the groin, too. Snorting angrily, she grabbed the coffee-filled styrofoam cup and headed for the Hokage's office. He'd gone out for some reason just before she'd made it to the tower from the hospital. When he came back, he'd find his coffee waiting for him on his desk and know that she was on the job. But just after she placed the steaming cup on his desk and turned to leave, he trudged through the office doors. He looked so deep in troubled thought that at first he didn't notice her. It was only after he'd sat down in his chair and noticed the coffee that he looked up to see her standing near his desk and watching him. He swallowed hard and dropped his gaze to his coffee. Good morning. Morning. She frowned at his rather despondent mood. What's wrong? I went to talk to Jiraiya-sama, he answered hesitantly. There were some complaints about a large toad. I'll bet. Did something upsetting come up? He mentioned knowing you. The Hokage timidly glanced at her. He said that I knew you before. That's it. He's totally getting kneed in the crotch. Yes? You knew a lot of people before. What makes me any different? You never said anything, he answered with a wounded look. Jiraiya-sama said that you were my friend, but you never said a word about it. Jiraiya, I am going to castrate you. With your memory the way it is, it's like you've started over completely fresh. I decided to approach you as a stranger and start over. She tucked some loose hair behind her ear. It seemed easier. Do you really enjoy simply being told that you know someone and should trust them when you have no memory of them or feeling for them? Isn't it better to get to know someone and come to trust them yourself? I suppose so, he reluctantly agreed. But I would have liked to know at some point. Well, now you know, she smiled faintly. And isn't it at least a little better this way? Now that you know me and you've decided that you like me? The Yondaime started in surprise and then dropped his eyes away from her as his face flushed a light pink. Kushina blinked. Sometimes, the Hokage would grow uncomfortable or become shy. She couldn't always pinpoint the cause, but it usually happened when he was confronted by his female admirers. Whenever she saw it happen, it made her think of a timid little schoolboy, not a powerful shinobi and respected village leader. And at this particular moment, he seemed very much the timid little schoolboy with a crush. A startled, desperate hope surged up to choke her. It had seemed like such a fluke that Minato had developed a more than friendly interest in her, that when it became clear that his memory would never return, she had entertained no real hope that he could possibly become attracted to her again. After all, she wasn't terribly feminine. She wasn't really pretty. There were so many more women more desirable than she was. And yet, stop it, she thought viciously. Stop it, stop it, stop it. It was stupid to think about such things. It was dangerous. She could not afford to be the reckless kunoichi that she had once been. He could just be embarrassed by her wording, by the insinuation that he particularly cared for her. Any expression of romantic interest made him uncomfortable. It was probably worse coming from a woman so close to him, one he trusted to not pursue him as the majority of the female population did. And if he actually did harbor some attraction to her, it was a crush, an infatuation, a strong admiration. It was not love. Should she dare to try and reclaim even a glimmer of what once was, her enemies would seek to use it against her. There were several people, not just Danzu. He was just the most vocal, who did not like her close relationship with the Hokage. They would happily churn out rumors and stir up as much scandal as they could to remove her from the Yandame's side. And now was simply not the time. The Hokage could not be afford to be distracted by something so silly when the exams were going on, and neither could she. With tensions so high, with threats so real and close, everything else simply had to wait. The safety of the village overshadowed all else. Why, yes, he managed at last, pulling her from her musings. It is a little better. He gave her a shy, innocent smile. Thank you. And he was innocent as a child. He had no memory of kissing or sexual intimacy. He had no memory of going out on missions or killing men with his own hands. Sure, women made all sorts of racy propositions to him. Sure, he sent men to kill and be killed. But it was not the same as directly doing these things. In many ways, he was more innocent than her own Genin's son. She managed a bright, cheery smile. You're very welcome, Hokage-sama. Now why don't you enjoy your coffee while I could make sure that the decryption department isn't having a paper airplane contest again? All right. He laughed and waved her off, dismissing her. Kushina turned and left, keeping the happy expression on her face until she was safely out the door. The life of a ninja is one of sacrifice, she reminded herself as she went about her rounds of keeping the various paper-pushing departments in line. For my son, for my Hokage, for my village, I will sacrifice anything. My heart does not matter. When she was gone, he sipped at his coffee and sighed. Now I understand how she can make such great coffee. If she knew me before, she would know how I like to drink it. He felt warm, and his drink had nothing to do with it. Even though she had only been teasing him about liking her, it had stirred up the secret longing in him that he buried and denied. And no matter how he tried to rebury his desire, it would not go. I think that I am in love with my assistant, he admitted to himself, torn between misery and despair and warm electric excitement. In the beginning, she was simply a relief. All his previous, and very short-lived, assistants had practically worshipped him. The female assistants had been the worst, more interested in trying to date him than help him manage things. But Kushina-san had been different. She respected him, but she didn't treat him as if he was made of glass or revere the ground he walked on. If she thought he was being silly, she would tell him so. Sometimes she'd even hit him, gently. He was the Hokage, but he was not some god far above her. She treated him like a person. It was only after years of working with her, and after becoming rather attached to her son, that his gratitude deepened into something else. The shift inside him had been so subtle that it wasn't until he'd caught himself daydreaming about kissing her and seriously contemplating what it would feel like that he'd noticed it. Frightened and uncertain, he'd found as many reasons as he could to not try anything with her. He was her boss, her superior. It didn't seem appropriate to date her. People like Danzu certainly didn't seem to approve her even working for him in the first place. And as he was her boss, she might feel obligated to give him what he wanted regardless of her own feelings. She had a son, which meant that she had had a relationship with a man. It wasn't his business. The activities that led to a child were solely the business of the man and woman involved, so he didn't ask. As he'd never seen her with any man, he could only assume that he was gone. Whether it was through an ended relationship or death, he had no clue. Because this mysterious liaison had produced a child, he was certain that the relationship had been a strong, romantic one. And so what right did he have to try and replace Naruto's father in her heart? And there was that ring he had. What if there was some other woman out there, waiting for him to remember her? What if one of the ladies that Jiraiya and Kakashi had turned away as a fraud was actually genuine? Should he just abandon that girl to chase someone new? For a moment, he hesitantly considered the idea that the Sannin had insinuated that Naruto was his son. He and the boy did look strikingly similar. And if she had failed to ever tell them that they had known each other previously, then she wouldn't have told him this either. The Hokage groaned and rested the side of his face on the cool wood of his desk. Should I really be thinking about this? I'm only confusing myself. And he was starting to get a headache. Hokage-sama. He sat up to find one of the Chunin that was on an administrative rotation peering at him with concern as the young man deposited more paperwork on the desk. I'm all right, he smiled weakly. Just a little headache. The Chunin nodded and left the office. The Yondaime stared at the stack of papers and sighed. I can't be thinking about this now. I have work to do. There are exams to oversee, this new Odo group to figure out. Orochimaru is around, and Suna seems to be up to something. Trouble, real trouble, is imminent. I need to focus on this. Everything else can wait. I will have more than enough time to figure out my own problems after the exams. Uchiha Makoto knelt on her kitchen floor and scrubbed at some stubborn stains. She tried not to think about bloodstains or how long and gruesome it had been to clean up the Uchiha district afterwards. Of course she failed, but that didn't keep her from trying. She shouldn't be alive. Her murderous firstborn had slaughtered all Uchiha who were either male, ninja, or had activated the Sharingan. Being a woman, she was protected from the first condition, but she had been an active and powerful ninja before marrying, and she had activated the clan Kekkei Genkai. Because of her eyes, Itachi should have killed her too, along with all the others. Yet he'd left her alive. Itachi had attacked her that bloody night. Her elder son had cut up her leg badly enough that she still limped from it. And then, after killing her husband in front of her, Itachi had knocked her out cold. But he'd left her alive. If she hadn't had Sasuke, she probably wouldn't have stayed that way. The guilt was so strong that she could physically feel it choking her. The sharp blades of her old kunai called to her, offered to end it all. So much guilt. Why Fugaku? She wondered miserably. Why did you have to be so ambitious? You've destroyed us. When Itachi reaped his slaughter, the reason he'd left with the survivors was that he wished to test his abilities. He wished to see if there was any true challenge in the ninja of the clan. He wished to see if his Sharingan was the strongest. Makoto knew that it was a lie. Ever since Itachi had entered into the ANBU, he had been drifting away from the clan. He increasingly chose duty over spending time with his family. The only Uchiha he continued to spend time with were Shisui, Sasuke, and his girlfriend, Moro. 2 months before the massacre, it got worse. Itachi had learned of the clan's ambitions and disagreed with them. He had argued against it, but had been ignored. I should have supported Itachi, she swallowed. I should have tried to talk Fugaku out of it. The clan should have never seriously contemplated deposing Yondaime-sama. The Uchiha clan had never been happy about the Yondaime's appointment after the sealing of the demon and the death of the Sandaime. Namikaze-san was still skilled and physically powerful, but his amnesia made him soft and easily influenced. The man shied away from violence, and he made the Leaf Village appear weak. After the sealing, he left the demon host with its mother, a foreign woman who had once been a foreign kunoichi. The Uchiha demanded the child's death. The Kyuubi was simply too dangerous to be left alive, no matter how strong the seals or how strong the child. And if it were to be let live, it should not be raised by a foreigner. Only a loyal ninja of the Leaf could be entrusted with raising such a thing. But their demands were ignored. The Yondaime made a treaty with Suna, one of the 5 great villages. Normally, Konoha would only make treaties with smaller, weaker villages. An alliance with one of the other great villages was dangerous and sent a message of weakness to the other 3. When Kumo tried to abduct the Hyuga heiress and steal the power of the Byakugan, he chose to placate them for the killing of the abductor instead of returning to war. The Yondaime accepted the sacrifice of Hayashi's twin, and in doing so, the Uchiha clan felt that their Hokage was saying that Konoha would not fight if it was wronged. And so the Uchiha had determined to replace the mental cripple and make the village a power to be reckoned with once again. Political maneuverings hadn't achieved the desired effect. Too many wanted the Yondaime to remain in power in the hopes that they could push their agendas through him because of his mental disability. So the path of the coup became the primary option. The clan didn't think the Hokage would be able to stop it if he learned of it. He would only voice protests. He would take no deadly action until it was too late. But they had been wrong. It probably wasn't the Yondaime's plan. He had most likely been persuaded by Danzu and his allies to proactively eliminate the threat to avoid a bloody civil war. Although one thing simply didn't fit. Danzu is an unforgiving militarist. She frowned and paused in her scrubbing. He would spare no one. He would see us all as irredeemable traitors and demand our annihilation. And yet, some were spared. Someone had called for mercy or moderation. Someone had argued for the children, the women, and the elderly, those most likely to be innocent or ignorant of the conspiracy. Someone had given the Yondaime the strength to choose a slightly different path. There was no way that the man had done so without support of some kind. But who? Makoto wondered. Who does the clan owe its survival to? It would probably remain a mystery forever. She couldn't ask around about it, because officially Itachi had snapped and slaughtered his own people. And Makoto didn't dare reveal the actual truth, not even to the children of her own clan who were unaware. If she spoke of the true reason for Itachi's killing spree, she would have to admit the crime of her clan. She would have to admit that the Uchiha clan was disloyal and had been ready to attempt treason. Doing so would destroy the clan's honor, and so she, and the rest of the clan, such as it was, remained silent and cowered shamefully behind the tragic lie. Some of the old women grumble that we should tell part of the truth, accuse the Hokage of murdering us though Itachi, his A&BU tool. She shook her head and returned to scrubbing the floors with her rag. And some suggest that I pursue the Hokage so that I can influence him. But I shall do neither. I am head of the Uchiha clan now. My word is law, and we shall rebuild ourselves and be loyal, as we should have been. Fugaku, my poor, ambitious, foolish husband. Bitter, salty tears leaked from her dark eyes. You have destroyed us. And for what? So that you could become Godame Hokage and save the village. I should not have been the good wife. Chapter 6. Broken Girl. Naruto groggily cracked open his eyes and stared up at the ceiling. It wasn't the ceiling of his bedroom. It was the tile ceiling of the hospital. Oh man, he groaned and scrubbed at his face. Did I really get banged up enough to have to come here? He didn't think so, but maybe he'd landed funny when he'd passed out and fallen off the giant toad's head. Crud, I didn't pass. Gnashing his teeth, he sat up and stretched. That's what I get for prematurely celebrating. Bah. Just as he was getting out of bed to look for his clothes, he was hit with a stab of hunger. He was always extra hungry after burning off all his chakra, but this was worse. It felt like he hadn't eaten in days, but that was silly. It never took him more than a day or two to recharge unless he really got hurt. Find clothes, find food, get back to training. Nodding to himself, he slipped off the bed and started to get dressed. That's the plan. And after that, kick Niji's butt. Once he was fully dressed, Naruto jogged from the room and went to sign himself out. Now that he was a genin, he was considered an adult and could do things like check himself out of the hospital. It was a good thing, too. He didn't have time to wait around for his mom to come and check on him, find him awake, and sign him out. But halfway to the ground floor reception desk and freedom, he got distracted. Hinata. The girl was dressed in a hospital-issue nightgown and bathrobe. She looked exceptionally pale and fragile as she shuffled down the hall and braced one hand against the wall as she went. She looked like a dark little ghost. Upon hearing his voice, she stiffened up and turned to gawk at him. You okay? He asked. While she looked a heck of a lot better than she had the last time he'd seen her, she still didn't look so good. Should she really be out of bed? It was hard for him to tell. His rate of healing was far different than normal people. Why yes, she managed softly, dropping her pale eyes to the floor and fidgeting with her fingers. You sure? Naruto frowned. Hinata nodded. I feel much be better. Well, that's good, he sighed, trying to forget how all that blood had come out of her mouth. I'll be released SS soon, she added meekly. Awesome, Naruto cheered. You'll be at the finals, right? The Hyuga girl nodded. All right, he grinned. Hinata timidly glanced up at him for a second, her pale cheeks a feverish shade. No Koen SS said. He said, that PP promised Titu. Beat Niji up for you. He finished for her when her voice trailed off into soft incoherence. Yeah, he nodded firmly. He needs to be taught a lesson. Family should never fight that way. Even my mom thinks so. WWY? She was fidgeting so badly that Naruto was surprised that her fingers hadn't fallen off. Why would you help me? Naruto blinked. Why not? You're a nice girl, Hinata. There's no way you could have done anything to deserve what he did. He titled his head curiously. What's he so mad at the rest of your family for anyway? WWL. Information was more valuable than treasure in the ninja world, his mother taught him. Anything he couldn't get on Niji, even if it was just his twisted motivations, was important. With Hinata's voice getting quieter and quieter, Naruto came right up to her face so that he could hear her better. And in Naruto Keikuen, she yelped and her face reddened further. You feelin' okay, Hinata? Naruto frowned and pressed his hand against her forehead to check her temperature. Do you have a fever? The girl let out a wheezy gasp and shortly crumpled to the floor. Hinata. The Yondaime Hokage stared out his office windows and massaged his throbbing temples. There was a dark cloud hovering over his village, and he couldn't dispel it. His only consolation, as weak as it was that only the older, higher-level ninja were aware of it. The rest of the village went about its business in blissful ignorance. Hosting the Chunin exams was bad enough, but 3 additional factors conspired to turn the already stressful exams into a complete nightmare. Firstly, there was Odo. A new ninja group was always a cause for concern. Who were they? What were their goals and intentions? How strong were they? What did they specialize in? Were they ultimately ally or enemy? Secondly, there was Orochimaru. He vaguely recalled the rogue Sannin from his earliest days after the loss of his memory. The snake-like man always gave him the shivers, and he had never really understood why so many people had seemed to trust him and think so highly of him. When the serpent revealed his true self, the future Yondaime had only felt shock upon seeing the man's handiwork. And now it seemed that the ruthless enemy that the Sandaime had banished had returned, intent on the Sharingan and something else. And thirdly, it seemed that Suna, Konoha's supposed ally, was up to something. Suna hadn't entered as many teams as they had in previous years, and the one team who had succeeded was powerful. The Yondaime Kazekage's children had made it through the first 2 parts of the exams with minimal difficulties, and the youngest. There was simply something disturbingly wrong with Sabaka no Gaara. His advisors, Danzu, Hamura, Koharu, Jiraiya, Kakashi, Ibiki, and even Kushina, agreed that entering a genin such as Gaara was ominous at the very least. Please let them be wrong, he sighed. Please let them be jumping at shadows. Please, please, please. Oh, why the hell did I take this job? The short answer was, Jiraiya had talked him into it. The list of people qualified to be Hokage is short, the Sannin had told him then, as he'd worked to sway his amnesiac student into going along with things. The list of people who would actually be good at it is even shorter. The clan heads already have more than enough responsibilities, especially the Uchiha, as they also manage the military police. The Sandaime's advisors are advisors and not leaders for a reason. Orochimaru. Well, he goes without saying. Tsunadeheim. Her will of fire has burned out. And as for myself, he'd laughed. As much as I love this village, I'd probably only end up ruining it. But you, Minato, you are patient, intelligent, and dedicated. It's in your nature. You are strong and skilled, and your reputation is fearsome. Foreign leaders will think twice and think twice again before messing with you. Sure, the memory thing is a problem, but we will help you. With some coaching and advice, you'll do just fine. I know it. By becoming the Yondaime, you will protect the village and all the people living in it, ninja and civilian alike. You are our best hope. And then Jiraiya had clinched it with, and as Hokage, you will decide the fate of that poor baby. While the Sandaime had left instructions concerning the demon's infant jailer, the village council had been leaning towards disregarding them completely. Sarutobi-sama wished for the child to live and be respected for his sacrifice. The council wanted him to be killed and forgotten to end the threat of the demon's return forever. The village's safety and future was on the line, and the life of an innocent baby hung in the balance, and so he had agreed. It was a miracle that his ascension to Hokage had been confirmed by the council. The Uchiha clan openly disdained his nomination. The Hyuga were openly dubious, and all the other clans were clearly uneasy. But when the votes were cast, he somehow came out the winner. It was desperation, he knew now. They were desperate for a leader, even one like me who was barely better than a figurehead. With me as Hokage, Konoha would look strong because no one outside the village knew that there was anything wrong with me. And there were officials, mostly civilian, who wanted a confused person like me in charge so that they could try and get more influence through me. Kakashi and Jiraiya tried to keep the political vultures and spiders at bay, but they couldn't be around all the time. Jiraiya was a master spy, and in order to do his primary job and keep the village safe, he had to be gone often and for long stretches of time. Kakashi being an ANBU gave him a good excuse to always be at the Hokage's side as a bodyguard, but sometimes he was needed for other missions. And when both were away, the Yondaime knew that little shady things would slip past him. But then she had come into his life. He'd been taking a break and walking through the village when he came across an adorable blonde-haired boy running through the streets and giggling madly. The child's mother caught up with the boy right in front of the Hokage, and the woman cheerfully introduced her baby to the village leader. While he felt like he knew no one, everyone seemed to know him. Belatedly, he saw the whisker marks and realized that the boy was the fox's prison. Naruto, this man is the Yondaime Hokage, the strongest ninja in the whole village. Can you say hello to Hokage-sama? Hi Yonwai-sama. I'm Naruto. From that adorable little greeting on, the blue-eyed boy stole a tiny piece of the Hokage's heart and held onto it tight. Charmed by Naruto and curious as to how he was doing, the Yondaime struck up a conversation with his red-haired mother. She'd seemed uneasy with his attention, but the woman satiated his curiosity as best as she could. And then she'd hesitantly approached him with a problem. She was a kunoichi, and her maternity leave was nearly expired. Because of Naruto's unique situation, she drew a small stipend to help care for him, but it wasn't enough. Even with the salary she drew as a kunoichi, money was still tight most months. When her leave was through, she would either have to return to full duty as a kunoichi and be dependent on babysitters as well as risk going on a mission and never coming home, or she would have to retire and find a civilian job. She wasn't asking for a larger stipend. She was hoping for a part-time administrative job. And so she became one of his assistants, part-time. However, it quickly became full-time as most of his other assistants just kept on not working out. No one wanted to watch the demon brat, so his red-haired mother could never find a steady, reliable babysitter. Eventually, she ended up just bringing Naruto to the tower every day and leaving him in the care of whatever ninjas were available while she worked all day. This irritated a lot of people, but the Yondaime didn't really mind. He enjoyed playing with the boy whenever he could get away with it. Uzumaki Kushina really earned her place at his side about a year later. A bloody border dispute with Kumogakure no Sato had finally ended, and Kumo had sent a powerful ninja as an envoy to sign the treaty to end the fighting. But in the night, the man tried to kidnap the Hyuga heir and was killed. Kumo denied the man's actions and demanded retribution, or the fighting would resume. The Hyuga were ready to throw the clan head's twin brother away. The Yondaime found himself paralyzed with indecision because both options were unbearable. From what I understand, Hisashi wants to sacrifice himself to save his brother, not out of duty to the clan or the village, but as a brother saving his brother. Will you grant him his wish? Or will you risk many lives to prevent this one sacrificed life? It wasn't fair, but she reminded him of the bigger picture and helped him make his choice. She put up with him as he brooded for weeks afterward and managed to jar him out of his funk, mainly by leaving Naruto with him as much as possible. And from then on, she became his primary assistant and unofficial advisor. What would I do without her? He wondered idly. I'd agonize over silly things and never make up my mind on the important things. It would be a disaster. He smiled. I'm so glad that she's with me. And how did this happen again? The Hokage blinked and turned away from his office windows to see his dear assistant coming through the door with his lunch, sushi, her lunch, ramen, and Naruto trailing after her. I don't know, Naruto pouted. I was trying to talk to her, and then she just fell over and all the hospital people got mad at me. What happened? Naruto made Hyuga Hinata faint somehow. Kushina sighed and handed him his sushi, and that made the hospital staff freak out, so he had to send a shadow clone to get him out of there. She rolled her eyes and started eating her noodles. Idiots. Oh, he nodded and pulled his sushi out of the takeout bag. How did you make her faint? I don't know. Naruto wailed and plopped down on the floor to devour his own boxes of Ichiraku ramen. All I was doing was talking to her, and then her face got red and she fell down. The yondaime frowned, baffled. Weird. Yeah, I know. Naruto sulked between mouthfuls of noodles. Kushina mumbled thoughtfully as she chewed. Huh. Well, Naruto, you ready to get back to training? The boy nodded eagerly, noodles hanging from his mouth. Good, she smiled. You were in the hospital so long, I was starting to worry that you were going to sleep until the finals. Naruto paused in his inhaling of his ramen. Huh? How long was I asleep? 5 days. 5 days. Did you really have to scream? The yondaime muttered and rubbed at his ear. Why didn't anyone wake me up? Naruto yelled and tried to shovel down his food twice as fast. You obviously needed the rest. His mother frowned and bopped him on the head. Slow down and chew your food. It would be a real shame if you choked to death before the finals. Half panicked, Naruto cringed but did as he was told. There was a stretch of several minutes of silent eating before Kushina voiced an observation. You're really into keeping this promise, aren't you? Of course I am. Naruto huffed. You heard what that jerk Neji did. Yandi-sama saw it. Yes, I did. The Hokage grimaced and struggled to keep his appetite. I don't doubt that Neji needs some sense knocked through his head. I'm just wondering if you have another reason for wanting to beat this kid. Kushina shrugged. Another reason? Naruto frowned. Like what? Well, this Hinata girl's kinda cute, his mother smirked. I thought you might want to impress her and avenge her at the same time. Naruto gawked at her. MLM. What? She asked innocently. There's nothing wrong with wanting to impress a cute girl. Mom, stop it, the boy groaned. She seems shy, but I bet she's very nice when you get to know her, the yondaime remarked, cheerfully throwing his 2 cents in. No, Yandi-sama, not you too. Naruto moaned and flopped face first onto the office carpet. The older blonde peered worriedly over his desk. Naruto, lots and lots of ninja have stood there in their dirty sandals. Do you really want to stick your face into that? Grumbling incoherently, the boy rolled onto his back and stared moodily up at the ceiling. I'd much rather impress Sakura-chan. I'm sure that you would. Kushina sighed drearily. The yondaime swallowed a chuckle and shook his head. He was well acquainted with this little disagreement. Naruto was sure that Haruno Sakura was the best girl in the whole world and the perfect girl for him. He just had to win her over. Kushina was much less enthusiastic about her son's pink-haired teammate and wished that he would chase after a girl who didn't feel the need to hit him every time he asked her out. Half-tuning their conversation out, the Hokage munched on his sushi and relaxed. It was nice when he and Kushina and Naruto were all together. When Naruto had enrolled in the academy, and when he had made Chunin, he was kept busy and out of the tower. I like this feeling, the Hokage smiled. It almost feels like we're a family. Hyuga Hinata sank deep into her hospital bed and squeezed her eyes shut in shame. I can't believe I did that. I fainted on Naruto-kun again. Now he probably thinks I'm weak and weird. She tried so hard to change, to be stronger. When she'd fought her cousin, she thought she'd been close to succeeding for once in her life. He'd cheered for her then. He'd noticed her. If she could have won, it would have been absolutely perfect. But her cousin hadn't just won, he'd destroyed her. No matter how many times she forced herself to get up and try again, he simply swatted her down again like an annoying fly. He met her determination with scorn. He met her compassion with hatred. And then she couldn't fight anymore. Niji and Ai-san and Oda-sama are right. I am weak. No matter what I do. I just can't. A stabbing pain in her chest made her break into a coughing fit. When it subsided, she found tiny flecks of blood on her hand. Grimacing, she wiped her hand clean on the underside of her pillow. I need to get better. Shino-kun will be competing in the finals, and I need to go and support him. And Naruto-kun. He promised. I need to be there for him too. I will get better. I have to. I just have to. Chapter 7. Broken Vessel. Of all her admirers, Ebisu was near the top, and he shared that spot with Mato Guy. The taijutsu specialist had a much better personality than Ebisu did, but, well, he was Mato Guy. Kushina stared at the offered bouquet of flowers and managed a polite smile. Thanks, Guy. You really didn't have to. Such a youthful flower as yourself deserves only the best. Kushina-san. The green spandex-clad Jounin boomed enthusiastically. The red-haired woman stood there awkwardly and started to sweat as Mato Guy went on to extol her youthful virtues, while several other nearby ninja listened on in amusement. A few years back, Mato Guy had stumbled over her training. She liked to do taijutsu katas while standing on water, and sometimes she'd further challenge herself by working in some freestyle swait-un at the same time. He'd been doing some of his insane training out in the forest when he'd caught sight of her, and apparently he'd found her style of training and physical appearance to be supremely youthful. She hadn't been able to shake him since. Every time he caught sight of her, he would try to woo her. He brought her flowers or chocolates at least once a month, and she strongly suspected the reason that he entered into his silly rivalry with Kakashi was to try and prove his youthful manliness to her. And he's the only one who seems to be immune to Naruto, the demon pariah, she grumbled. At least Naruto doesn't mind him that much. Of course, that means I have to be careful to keep him from adopting spandex. That's very nice, Guy. She smiled tightly as he started to wind down. Thank you. But I'm really busy right now. Why don't you go visit that student of yours that's in the hospital? A most excellent suggestion. Guy smiled brightly and pressed the flowers into her hands. I shall go and stoke my precious student's fires of youth. And then he dashed off to do just that. Kushina sighed in relief. The flowers were nice, she had to admit. They weren't from a flower shop. They were wild flowers that he'd probably picked while running laps around the village. Even though she didn't want to do anything to encourage him, she decided to keep the flowers. When she turned to find a good place to stash the bouquet, she nearly ran into the Hokage who had been standing behind her. She started a bit and wondered just how long he'd been standing there. She also wondered why he looked so irritated. What is it? He glanced down at the bundle of flowers in her hands and then brushed past her. It's nothing. Coffee, please. Kushina blinked at his back as he strode down the hall and disappeared around a corner towards his office. Nothing? Why do I not believe you? The Hokage had seen her get hit on before. It tended to make him uncomfortable, and he usually ignored it. He never got irritated by it. Weird. The Hokage slumped into his comfortable swivel chair and glared at the mess of paperwork that covered his desktop. With all the security concerns on top of the chaos of the Chunin exams, there was easily double the paperwork that there usually was. It didn't improve his mood any. Damn it, he thought blackly. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He'd seen other shinobi flirt with his assistant before. He always tried to ignore it. It wasn't any of his business. She was a grown woman, fully capable of accepting or rejecting the advances of other men as she pleased. He was embarrassing her, he scowled. But she was going to keep the flowers. She liked them. I don't get it. Coffee, his assistant announced as she breezed into the office with a steaming cup. She managed to find a flat spot on his messy desk to set the drink down and then gathered up some processed papers from his outbox. These are all set, right? Yeah. He nodded and stared into the dark liquid in his cup. Cheer up, she advised him. Whatever happens, the worst part of the exams will be over after tomorrow. Right. He agreed and sipped at his drink. Well, off to ferry papers. She waved, and then was gone. The yondaime rolled his shoulders to try and relieve some tension and maybe relax a bit. That's right, the exams. I need to focus on that mess. I can't let petty personal things like jealousy distract me. He started to take another sip of his coffee and froze. Not that I'm jealous of Mato Guy. I'm not jealous. I'm not. Naruto pouted and trudged through the streets, kicking a pebble as he went. It was the last day before the finals. He would have been training, but take tomorrow off, kid. Ero-Sennin had laughed as he'd shooed Naruto home the previous evening. Relax. Strategize. Do whatever. The genin scowled and kicked the small stone extra hard. Stupid Ero-Sennin. I don't want a day off. I want to train more. After he'd recovered from Gamabunta's test, his lecherous tutor had tested out his elemental affinity. The weird piece of paper had split down the middle, apparently signifying that futon was the elemental ninjutsu for him. There was supposedly some special training that he was supposed to do to help draw out his elemental affinity, but the pervert had him skip it in favor of learning one basic offensive and one basic defensive futon jutsu from scrolls. There wasn't time for much else. He'd spent most of the morning scouring all the places in the village that he'd expect to find the white-haired pervert, but had had no luck. Now it was lunchtime, and he was starving and grouchy. He managed to kick his pebble down a storm-drained grate and growled. Darn it! Glaring at the grate for a moment, Naruto groaned and looked around. His dispirited wanderings had brought him to the fringes of the village, a few blocks shy of the hospital. He turned his glare to the sterile white building that crouched in the distance. He hated hospitals. They were so white and boring, and they smelled funny. There were lots of nasty needles, too, and none of the hospital staff ever seemed to like him. But Bushy Brows is probably still in the hospital. He's on Niji's team and strives to beat him too, so he'd know a lot about what that creep can do. And Ero-Sennin said to strategize. Mind made up, Naruto marched on to the hospital, intent on interviewing Rock Lee on Hyuga Niji. After that, he would go and get some lunch and think up some wicked ideas for beating Niji up. That was the plan for the moment. That plan was revised when he encountered Shikamaru in the hospital lobby. His lazy former classmate was skulking out of the hospital just as Naruto was scampering in. The Nara boy looked annoyed and had a basket of fruit dangling from one hat. Naruto was hungry and intrigued. Hey Shikamaru, what's with the basket? I brought it for Chuji, but the doctors wouldn't let him have it, Shikamaru grumbled. Troublesome. Naruto frowned. What's wrong with Chuji? Nothing serious, Shikamaru sighed. He just ate too much and got some indigestion. Oh, Naruto snickered. Then his stomach growled. Hey, since he's not going to eat that, can I have some? Sure. Shikamaru grabbed an apple and tossed it to the blonde. Thanks. Naruto brought the apple to his mouth, but paused before biting into it as a brilliant idea struck him. What? Naruto grinned wickedly at his friend. Let's eat this stuff in front of Chuji. It'll drive him crazy. Shikamaru snorted. You've got an evil mind, Naruto. He considered the idea for a moment. Sure, let's do it. Yeah, Naruto grinned. So they journeyed into the evil bowels of the hospital together and bearing a basket of fruit on a mission to tease their mutual friend. After a little food and fun, he could go on a meet with Rock Lee and dig up some dirt on Niji. That was the plan now. Yes, that was the plan. Kushina settled into a quiet corner of the tower that she had claimed as her office, dug out her thermos, and enjoyed her favorite flavor of tea. Tea was far superior to coffee, in her opinion. It came in a wide variety of flavors and didn't smell or taste nasty like coffee. How the Hokage could stand to drink that stuff every day, she really didn't know. Mommy. That got her attention instantly. Naruto stopped calling her mommy around age 7 when he found that mom was much shorter and more grown up. He only fell back on mommy when he was very upset, like after his bastard teacher, Mizuki, had dropped the fox demon bombshell on his head. Looking up from her cup of tea, she found her son standing pale and shaken in front of her. He didn't look hurt or like he'd been in a fight, but that was little comfort. Sometimes words could be more devastating than beatings. What is it, Nara-chan? He didn't protest the childish endearment, which normally he would, and immediately launched into a barely coherent rush of words. I was at the hospital, and he said, he said, "there's this sand demon." Whoa, slow down. She briefly clapped her hand over his mouth to still his panicked babbling. Now one thing at a time. You went to the hospital, why? I want to go talk to Bushy Brows about Niji, Naruto answered. And I ran into Shikamaru, and he had some food, and we were going to eat it in front of Chuji, and then… Remember to breathe, she reminded him. So what happened next? We passed Bushy Brows' room, and that Gara guy was in there. And he was about to kill him with his sand. That made Kushina's blood run icy cold. Shikamaru was able to stop him with his shadows, Naruto continued. And we asked him what the heck he thought he was doing, and he said he was going to kill Bushy Brows just because he felt like it. Okay, this Gara kid is a freaking sociopath. It was one thing to kill an opponent in the heat of battle. It was something else entirely to track that opponent down weeks after the battle had gone down and try to kill him while he laid helpless in a hospital. What was Lee doing while all this was going down? He was asleep the whole time, Naruto shrugged. Maybe the doctors had him on medicine or something. Kushina sighed. So what happened next? We asked him why he'd just want to kill somebody for the heck of it, and then he goes and tells us his life story. Naruto's eyes grew fearfully wide. He told us about this sand demon, Shikaku, and how his dad, the Kazekage, sealed it inside him, and that's how he can do that stuff with the sand. And then he goes on about the sand being his mother and how his only purpose in life is to kill, and how the Kazekage keeps sending assassins after him because he's a failed weapon or something, and stuff like that. And then what? She asked, dreading the answer. Bushy Brow Sensei showed up and Gara left. It took a few minutes for Kushina to absorb every horrifying piece of information that Naruto had thrown at her. But once she had, she quickly came up with a plan of action. Abandoning her tea and her break time, she towed Naruto along towards the Hokage's office, pausing briefly to send an ANBU to find Jiraiya at the Hokage's request. The Hokage's request was a little white lie on her part, but one that she felt was necessary. She didn't want to waste time persuading the Hokage to summon Jiraiya and then wait for the Sannin to show up. It was best if Naruto only had to repeat his account one more time. The Hokage was on break, too, so there was no waiting for other business to finish to get in and see him. The elder blonde paused in sipping at his coffee and looked at them questioningly. Kushina pulled up a few chairs so she and Naruto could sit as they waited for the Sannin to show up. Is something wrong? The Hokage asked. As soon as everyone's here, we'll start, Kushina assured him. Hopefully he won't take too long. Thankfully, the ANBU seemed to have located Jiraiya quickly, and the lecher didn't drag his feet in showing up. Within 10 minutes, the white-haired Sannin popped in through one of the office windows. He eyed the office occupants curiously. I was summoned? Yes. Kushina nodded and turned to her son. Now tell them what happened at the hospital. Naruto complied. After getting the story out once, he was much calmer. As his little story progressed, she watched both men's faces grow grimmer and grimmer. So, are you going to do something about Gara? Naruto asked curiously as he finished. That is for us to worry about. It's our job after all. Kushina managed a smile. You have your match with Niji to focus on. Or, are you going to let this distract you from keeping that promise you made? No way. Naruto scowled. Good. She nodded in satisfaction and fished out some money for him. Why don't you get some dinner at Ichiraku's on me? Awesome. The boy grinned and eagerly took the cash. Thanks, Mom. And then he was out the door and temporarily distracted from his disturbing encounter. Kushina rubbed a hand over her face and turned to Jiraiya. What do you think of that? Shikaku, the Sannin muttered to himself. I'm fairly certain that's the Ichibi. So, Suna has sent their Jinchuriki here. The Hokage rubbed tiredly at his eyes. I don't suppose I could get away with expelling Gara from the exams. No, probably not, Jiraiya sighed. He's the son of the Kazekage. Just because he's a Jinchuriki and we're afraid of what he might do isn't grounds for expelling him. He may have mangled Rock Lee, but he didn't kill him in the ring and he didn't kill him in the hospital. He may have killed Dosu, but there's no witness, no proof. Kushina sagged in her chair. Until he actually does something, we can't touch him. It doesn't seem right to do nothing, though, the Hokage muttered, frustrated. How dangerous is this Ichibi in comparison to the Kyuubi? It's much weaker, Jiraiya answered. Much weaker. But it seems that this Gaara Kid seal is also a lot weaker. And if he were to fully release the demon, he could still be incredibly destructive. The Yondaime tapped thoughtfully on his desktop. If the Ichibi is a demon like the Kyuubi, it should be possible to subdue it in the same way. What do you have in mind? The Sannin inquired. That boy that Orochimaru experimented on, the one he infused with the Shodai's Mokutan powers. He should be able to stop Sabaka no Gaara if he gets out of hand, right? Kushina smiled faintly. He didn't always think like a shinobi, but he would still think. His memory was a mess, but his sharp mind still functioned fairly well. He should, Jiraiya agreed. Get Tenzo assigned to the stadium, and we should have a good safety net. I'll do that then, the Hokage decided, and then slumped a little as he eyed the cluttered pile of form on his desk. I just have to find the deployment schedule. Kushina snorted and moved to assist him. Jiraiya seemed to take that as his cue to leave, for when she next looked he was gone. And when she'd located the necessary paperwork, passed along the changed schedule to the appropriate department, and gotten back to her poor forgotten tea, it was cold. Naruto nibbled distractedly at his ramen. Tucci the ramen chef knew about his upcoming match and had added a bunch of stuff to his soup for free, but there was too much weighing on his mind for him to enjoy it. He had met someone like him, someone who held a demon, and yet Gaara was so different and so the same. He is what I would be if I didn't have my mom. He is what I would be if Yandi-sama hated me. He is me without love or hope. The Chunin shook his head and shoveled down his dinner. I shouldn't think about Gaara, he frowned, remembering what his mother had said. I need to keep my mind on the finals tomorrow. But thinking about his match with Neji and the promise that he'd made didn't make him feel any better. Sabaka no Gaara perched on a rooftop and stared up at the nearly full moon. He would simply sit and stare all night. He never slept. Tomorrow I shall prove my existence. Blood, his mother crooned. I thirst for blood, dear Garakuen. Tomorrow, mother, he answered. The Kazekage promised us blood. Why wait? It was an excellent question, really. Why should he wait? Konoha was a large village full of weak fools. It is best to destroy strong opponents to feel alive. If I wait until tomorrow, I will get to kill Uchiha Sasuke. He is strong. Yes, and Uchiha? His mother sounded so excited. Dangerous, but he will be delicious. Mother approved, and so he would gladly soak her sand with his opponent's blood. Anticipation of the kill made him shiver. He almost smiled. And after the Uchiha and all the destruction that follows, I will find Rock Lee and kill him, Gaara decided. No one will stop me this time. Not that sensei of his, not that boy in his shadows, not that blonde fool in the black and orange. He can't kill me. I have a real monster inside me. I won't lose to him. That boy. Mother sounded worried. I don't like that boy. I don't like the smell of his chakra. You should kill him, Garakuen. Kill him quickly. He is nothing but bluster and bravado, Gaara sneered. Uzumaki Naruto is not worth killing. Uchiha Sasuke is my prey. Chapter 8. Broken Birdcage. Training, he missed it. Without his training, without the step-by-step strengthening towards his goal, there was only the goal. And his goal, even with all his preparation, seemed to loom over him, crush him. Naruto was supposed to be heading towards the stadium and the final round of the Chunin exams, but he found himself heading in the opposite direction instead. He'd barely slept at all the night before. His mother had tried to cheer him up, but it hadn't worked like it usually did. She was his mother, and no matter what the situation was, parents always believed in their children. Even if things were hopeless, she would believe in him. And going up against an opponent like Hyuga Neji, it did feel hopeless. Neji was bigger and older and more experienced. He possessed a Kekkai Genkai that Naruto was only barely familiar with. He fought with in a weird but dangerous and devastating style, which he had used to beat the crap out of his cousin, another Jukin fighter, without taking a single hit himself. He was a genius, and everyone else thought that he was going to win. Naruto skulked into a training field, the very same one where Kakashi-sensei had administered his personal Chunin exam, and leaned his shoulder against one of the wooden posts. Mom thinks I can, and Yandi-sama would probably say so too if I asked him, but he thought about Sakura-chan, and Ino, too, he supposed, and how she always rolled her eyes at him and went after Sasuke because the Uchiha was so much better. He thought about Sasuke and how the Uchiha always looked down on him and ignored him because he wasn't worth it. He thought about how everyone, except for his mother and the Yondaime, but they didn't count, always laughed or shook their head at him when he stated his ultimate goal of becoming Hokage. He thought about Neji, how he was just like Sasuke, and the promise that he'd made, an oath on blood. If only there was someone else who thought I could do it, anyone else. Naruto sagged where he stood. It wouldn't seem so impossible then. Some sound caught his attention and he looked around. Hey, who's there? A slight figure timidly peeked around one of the other posts, and Naruto blinked in surprise. Hinata. The Yondaime Hokage stood several yards away from the stadium entrance and tried not to look impatient as he waited. For the first time in a very long time, his assistant would not watch the final tournament with him. Instead, he would sit in the place of honor, the highest observation balcony, with a few guards, the Yondaime Kazekage and the Suna leader's guards, no company at all. He was not at all looking forward to it. Even though he really shouldn't, he wanted to wish Naruto well before the tournament got underway. This was an exam, and he shouldn't have any favorites among the participants. He needed to objectively judge the skills of the Inter-Genin and see if any were worthy of being elevated to Chunin. But it was Naruto, and if he didn't show up soon, the Hokage would have to head off to his seat without doing that. Where is he? The Hokage wondered, casually glancing around at the sluggish stream of spectators heading into the stadium to cheer or jeer at the contestants. Where is she? Where are they? I have to head inside in 10 minutes. Hokage-sama. He snapped his head around and smiled at the sight of his assistant. Has Naruto shown up yet? His smile died. No, why? We left the apartment together, but about halfway here I noticed that he wasn't following me anymore. She nervously nibbled at her lower lip. I was hoping that he'd just rushed on ahead. The Hokage glanced questioningly at the Anbu who skulked at his shoulder and got a negative response. He hasn't signed in yet. He's not here, the blonde frowned. Damn it, she cursed worriedly. I was afraid of that. Why? He's been stressed out ever since last night, she sighed. I tried to get him focused, but she shook her head. He's got a lot riding on this fight. He has a very tough opponent to face down and beat in order to keep an important promise, in order to advance in the tournament to face Sasuke, and in order to achieve promotion to Chunin. That's a lot for a 12-year-old to deal with, ninja or not. He's probably freaked out and as far away from here as. Hi, Mom. Hi, Yandi-sama. Naruto skidded onto the scene and hopped from foot to foot with excited energy. How long until the tournament starts? About 15 minutes, the Hokage answered, relieved to see the boy and see his high spirits. Yeah, I'm not late, the boy cheered. His mother frowned at him. Where have you been? Up. Naruto sheepishly rubbed at the back of his head. I went for a walk. I should go sign in now, bye. Naruto. She snapped at her son's rapidly retreating back. Brat, she muttered. I'll have to get the whole story out of him later. Well, at least he seems to be ready now, the Hokage smiled. Yes, the redhead nodded. He's a lot better than he was earlier. She pouted. Now I really want to know about his little walk. He chuckled. If it's anything interesting, you'll tell me, right? Of course. She flashed him a cheery grin. Are you ready to banter with the Kazekage? The Hokage's shoulders slumped. Not really. While one of his first accomplishments as Hokage was negotiating a treaty between their two villages, he had no love for his fellow Kage. The Kazekage wore a veil over his mouth, adding to the already concealing nature of the normal Kage robes. When he held audiences, be it with foreigners or his own ninja, the Kazekage would even further conceal himself by sitting on a raised dais behind a sheer screen and have his petitioners kneel on the sandstone floor and bow to him. And now with what he'd heard about the man's youngest son, Gaara. The man was a jerk and a creep at the very least. Look on the bright side. It'll only be for a few hours, his assistant grinned. You've suffered through council meetings that have dragged on longer. I still wish that you were sitting with me, he frowned. You can handle it. She grasped his hand and gave it a brief, comforting squeeze. You're the Hokage after all. Impulsively, he shifted his hand in her grip and laced his fingers with hers. Yes, he half smiled. I am. Her bluish-green eyes widened, and his smile broadened in response. While her hands were smaller and more slender than his own, they were by no means delicate. They bore calluses and small faded scars, the legacy of her old kunoichi career. It occurred to him that all he had to do was lightly pull on her hand to close the small gap between them, and then he could. A spike of fire slammed into his forehead, and he dropped her hand like a hot coal. Blinking against the pain, he managed to blank his mind of whatever he'd been thinking about before the headache could spiral into an out-of-control migraine. When the problem cleared up, he found his loyal assistant looking at him in concern. "Are you all right, Hokage-sama?" For a brief moment, he was irrationally angry. Even though he had given her permission to, she had never once used his actual name. It was always Hokage-sama or Yondaime-sama. It was never ever Namikaze or Minato anything. He wanted to yell at her, demand that she stop using that damn title. But he didn't. "I'm fine." He forced a smile. "I just got a little sun in my eyes, that's all. I should get up to my seat. I'll see you after the exams." The young Hokage practically bolted from her, too confused and upset to end their conversation more politely. What the heck was that? He frowned as he climbed the many flights of stairs that led up to his seat. It's never acted up just from holding someone's hand before. He stubbed his toe on a stair and hissed in a pained breath. Forget it, he thought darkly. I'll worry about it, and everything else, after the exams. I'll have plenty of time then. It hadn't been a confession, but it had been something. I talked to him. I barely stuttered. I didn't faint. And he said, Her chest started to burn, and Hinata yanked herself back to the present to get her excited breathing under control. If she didn't stay calm, she risked her Jukin injuries relapsing. And if that happened, she wouldn't be able to watch the matches and support Naruto and Shino. She really should have stayed home. The last bit of damage that Niji had done to her stubbornly refused to fully heal, leaving her coughing up a little bit of blood every day. Coming to the stadium to watch the matches in person was just asking for trouble. But even if I stayed home, I would still worry. She nervously fidgeted her fingers as she trailed after Kiba and Akamaru through the stands as they sought some open seats. Besides, I promised that I would be here, and if something does happen to me, at least I'll have seen some of the fights with my own eyes. This looks like a good spot. Kiba grinned as they came to 3 open seats next to a pair of Chunin that Hinata thought worked at the village gates. What do you think, Hinata? It's good, she nodded. Kiba sat down next to the Chunin with Akamaru perched on top of his head. She sat next to him, leaving the seat bordering the aisle open. The pair of Chunin next to Kiba started debating the possible outcomes of the first matches, but Hinata tuned them out as she waited for the final round of the exam to begin. I think I like people like you. Hinata hugged herself and stared dreamily off into space. Naruto-kun, is this seat taken? The Hyuga girl blinked and looked up to find a woman eyeing the open seat next to her curiously. The stranger was dressed in civilian clothing with her long bangs held back by a black beret and her very long red hair bound in a braid that was draped over her shoulder. She had large eyes that were a mixture of blue and green and a warm, friendly smile. Hinata thought that she looked like a woman who worked in the Hokage Tower, but this was the first time she'd seen this person so close before. And no, Hinata timidly squeaked. You can sit here. If you want. Thanks. The woman grinned and sat down in the empty seat. You're a Hyuga, right? Why, yes. Hinata nodded and started her nervous fidgeting. Her eyes had given her away, of course. Even when not active, the Byakugan was obvious. While her eyes were useful, she really didn't like them and would gladly exchange them for normal eyes if she could. That's cool, the woman replied. My name is Kushina. What's your name? Hinata, the girl answered. That's a very pretty name. Hinata ducked her head and flushed at the compliment. Thank you. So tell me, are there any fighters in the tournament that you're going to cheer for? The Kushina woman asked. Why, yes, Hinata nodded. And my teammate, Shino-kun, and some former classmates. The red-haired woman nodded, as if in approval, and then turned to introduce herself to Kiba and ask about Akamaru. Relieved to no longer be the focus of conversation, Hinata relaxed and studied her new acquaintance. This woman reminded her of her sensei, Kurenai. She exuded a sense of confidence that Hinata wished she could possess too. Although this woman seemed bolder than Kurenai somehow. Oh look, they're starting. Hinata started a bit, and followed Kushina's pointing finger down into the grassy arena below. The proctor and referee had herded the fighters out into a line in full view of the crowd. Her eyes drifted over Shino and her cousin Niji before locking onto Naruto's bright presence. I hear the first match is between a Hyuga and someone else, Kushina remarked. Who do you two want to win? Kiba grumbled a bit before answering. I'd like Naruto to win because Niji's a jerk, but Niji will probably win. It was harder for Hinata to answer. While Niji had brutally beaten her and aimed to kill her, she understood why. She didn't care that he was a branch member or that he hated her. He was family, and she greatly admired his strength and skill. It would be good for him and good for the clan if he won. But she gave in to the impulse to be selfish. I want Naruto-kun to win. I want him to be able to keep his promise. I want him to get to be Chunin. I want Naruto-kun to win. Kushina wasn't spying. Spying was done on enemies. She was gathering information, which was totally different. Cute girl, she mused as the Genin fighters headed for their waiting area set into the side of the high-walled arena. The stuttering is a bit off-putting, though, and she's got the spine of a wet noodle. Maybe it's the whole underdog thing that got Naruto to make that promise. She'd seen glimpses of the girl when she came to the tower to get and report on missions, but never directly interacted with little Hyuga Hinata. Catching sight of the girl in the stadium crowd, she took advantage of the open seat to see what she could find out about the Hyuga clan heir. Any girl that took Naruto's focus off Sakura was well worth investigating. It's too bad that Naruto's match is the first one. That doesn't leave much time to chit-chat before things get going. I'll just have to wait until the intermission after all the first-round matches are completed to talk to her more. Her mind drifted over the Hokage and how, after a solid decade of working with him, he was suddenly odd. Earlier, when he'd held her hand and smiled at her, it was almost like he was his old self again. It was over just as quickly as it had started with a jolt from the seal, which he had tried to blame on a blinding flash of sunlight so that she wouldn't worry. But why? All seals break down over time. After 13 years, is that damn thing on his forehead finally starting to fail? Kushina shifted in her seat and ignored the cold metal pressed against the skin of her side. While she was dressed down as a civilian in a longer-sleeved white shirt, dark green vest, and casual black pants, she was well armed with various concealed blades. With all the crap about Orochimaru and Odo and Suna, she was determined to be ready for anything, while devoutly hoping that all that happened was nothing. Before she had much chance to brood on the chances of potential extra-exam violence, Naruto and his opponent, Hyuga Niji, strode out into the center of the arena under the watchful gaze of the proctor and a stadium full of spectators. But Naruto didn't look bothered. He looked focused and determined, and that was good. Kushina edged further forward in her seat. Here we go. Things started off predictably enough. There was the usual trash-talking and boasting, basic little bits of mental warfare. It went a bit sideways when Niji took his Hide off and revealed his caged bird seal to Naruto, but after the impromptu lesson, the first blows were exchanged and the match was on. Naruto was aggressive and direct as always. Niji danced and flipped out of the way of every lunge with all the grace that the Hyuga were known for. Naruto cracked out his Kage Bunshin in an attempt to overwhelm his opponent. Niji defended himself with the Kaiten, a jutsu restricted to main family members, something Niji shouldn't know. Naruto tried to use his new futon skills, but his one attack was like an invisible fist, not a blade, so the damage he could do was very limited. Niji was unbothered and launched into aggressive juken strikes. The tension in the atmosphere ratcheted higher and higher. Naruto was giving it his all, but he was barely getting anywhere. Niji was barely affected and kept on dishing out punishment on his adversary. Her son seemed on the path to defeat, and yet he kept getting up. And there was something else. The more intense the battle got, the more Hinata coughed. Every time Kushina felt herself getting totally sucked into the fight, she would hear the girl sitting next to her cough. And then it went from coughing to coughing up blood. Damn it, she's relapsing. That was one of the problems of juken injuries. If they didn't heal enough and the victim was put in a stressful situation, the wounds would deteriorate and ooze blood, and without treatment, eventually end in death. Hinata needed to see a medic now or risk her injuries leading to permanent disability or fatality. I guess I won't get to see all of the match. May I be of assistance? I'm a medic. The speaker wore an ANBU mask, feline with no distinguishing marks, so she really couldn't identify him, and a hooded black robe. It wasn't unusual for an ANBU to be around, but to leave his post to help a spectator without being summoned, it felt off. But before she could talk to the masked man, Kiba was already helping Hinata, who was rapidly losing consciousness, out of her seat and after the ANBU to get treatment. Odd, very odd. Kushina frowned, but turned back to the fight. But her teammate is with her. I'll check on them later and fill them in on how the fight went. She turned back to the arena, just in time to see her son get hit with one of the Hyuga clan's most devastating attacks. Finger-jabbing strikes flew too fast for the eye to really see, each set of strikes exponentially more than the last. And when it was over, Naruto's chakra would be blocked, and he would be left paralyzed. But then Naruto got back up. He shouldn't be able to do that, right? And then Naruto started gathering chakra. He can't do that unless a Hyuga unblocks his system, or her eyes narrowed. Red? Oh. Kushina could barely breathe as things exploded. Naruto was faster now, much faster. But Niji's Hyuga techniques seemed able to still keep Naruto at bay. And then the Kaiten met demon chakra and exploded. When the dust cleared. No. Her heart sank as she saw Naruto prone on the ground and Niji battered but still standing. Naruto-chan, get up, get up. Niji trudged over to his victim and said something. The crowd was silent, but the walls of the arena were too high and the Hyuga was speaking too quietly for anything to be heard. The proctor looked on and seemed ready to call out the victor. Naruto popped out of the ground like a buried jack-in-the-box, popped Niji under the chin and toppled the older boy backwards, and the diversionary bunshin dispelled in a cloud of white smoke. Yes. My baby is awesome. Fate was cruel. First it had shuffled his father into the branch family because he was born second. Then it had killed his father to appease a foreign village. It made him greater than his cousin, but relegated him to the lesser part of the clan. And now fate humiliated him by allowing him to crush his pathetic cousin with ease and then allow him to be defeated by an idiot. For a genius, you're pretty stupid. Hyuga Niji tilted his head slightly, about the only movement he could manage, and saw his opponent, Uzumaki Naruto, wavering but still standing and staring down at him. Fate favors you more than me, it seems. That's bullshit. Naruto snarled. A cop-out. I don't believe in fate. It's just a lame excuse. The younger boy glared at him, panting. I failed the Chunin exams 3 times, and if there was such a thing as fate, I would never be a ninja. But I am. I didn't just lay down and give up and mope about it. I kept trying. And I'm going to do more than just be a ninja. I'm going to be the best. I'm going to be Hokage one day. And when I achieve that, I'm going to find a way to get rid of the caged bird seal. Niji just stared at the blonde, unsure of how to respond to such a ridiculous declaration. You're a smart guy, Niji. You figured out all those techniques just by watching. So stop doing stupid stuff like throwing blame around. Your dad's death wasn't Hinata's fault. She doesn't deserve your hatred. The main family and that seal on your head aren't holding you down. Quit using that as an excuse. The only thing that's holding you back is you. The Hyuga boy frowned at him. If you want to be a great ninja, then do it. You can figure out a way, no matter what your clan might do. Because you're no failure, you're a freaking genius. And with that, Naruto turned away. The proctor gnawed on the sunbon needle clenched between his teeth before raising an arm and bellowing. Winner, Uzumaki Naruto. The crowd roared. Medics arrived and loaded Niji onto a stretcher to carry him away for treatment. What a fool. And yet, I want to believe him. I want to hope as he hopes. Maybe. A bird circled overhead. Maybe. Chapter 9. Broken Peace. The Hokage was beyond annoyed with Hitaki Kakashi. He had grudgingly accepted the fact that the silver-haired man would never be on time for anything. But this was just crossing the line. Sasuke had missed the deadline for reporting to the final exam tournament. Normally, this would count as a forfeit for the Uchiha. However, There was a great deal of anticipation to see Sasuke, the son of the deceased Uchiha clan leader and younger brother of the clan's murderer, fight in the tournament. So, in order to satisfy the masses and several important dignitaries, and to avoid punishing Sasuke for his teacher's chronic tardiness, Sasuke was not disqualified and the tournament got underway without his arrival. Naruto's match had been fantastic. The Yondaime was well aware that he was biased, but he didn't care. It had been a suspenseful match, which pleased the crowd a great deal. Naruto had won, kept his little promise, and not gone berserk with that flare of demonic chakra, which pleased the Hokage. But Sasuke's match with Gaara was supposed to follow Naruto's match with Neji, and the Uchiha boy still had not arrived. Again, he should have been disqualified, but the Yondaime bent the rules once more, and the Hokage's irritation with the man who supposedly had been his student burned hotter. Shino's match with Kankuro should have followed Sasuke's skipped match, but Gaara's older brother unexpectedly withdrew from the competition. That had been very worrisome. Kankuro had seemed very confident and was clearly skilled enough to have advanced to where he had in the exams. So why had he withdrawn mere moments before his match was to begin? Regardless of Kankuro's inexplicable forfeit, the tournament continued with Shikamaru's bout against Temari. Although not as flashy as Naruto's fight, the Hokage found Shikamaru's performance just as entertaining. The Nara clan was known for producing fine strategists, and Shikamaru was no exception. His brains handily outdid the Suna Kunoichi's brains and her punishing wins. Even though he had quit at the end, the Nara boy's chances were very good for being promoted. If he gets a high enough score to get promoted, I can't wait to see his face. The Yondaime's amusement died quickly, because with the conclusion of that match, there was no more stalling for Sasuke. I have to remember to have Kushina-san help me come up with a suitable punishment for Kakashi-san. The Hokage swallowed a sigh and prepared to declare Uchiha Sasuke disqualified to move the tournament along. There was an excited stirring in the audience, and the Yondaime glanced down to find that Hatake Kakashi had finally made his dramatic arrival with his student Uchiha Sasuke. I'm still going to punish him. Kakashi-san is a grown man and an experienced ninja. He should know how to be on time. To almost ruin his student's chance for advancement. Irresponsible and unacceptable. The Yondaime Hokage quietly seethed in his seat while trying to hide his ire from the Kazekage. He was able to set aside his irritation for later as Sasuke finally entered the arena to face down Sabaka no Gaara. The crowd was hushed and tense in anticipation as the biggest fight in the first round, one of the last Uchiha against the deadly child of the Kazekage, was moments away from beginning. Gaara loosed some of his sand, and then Sasuke blurred into motion. The Uchiha boy was fast, much faster than he had been before, and it quickly became obvious to the Hokage that Sasuke was utilizing elements of Rock Lee's fighting style, which he had copied with his Kekkei Genkai at some earlier point. With his vastly increased speed, his hard-hitting taijutsu, and the predictive abilities of his Sharingan, Sasuke quickly got around Gaara's sand and started doing the red-headed boy some mild damage. It almost seemed to be a blow-by-blow repeat of Gaara's fight with Rock Lee. The Hokage watched as the same moves had the same result on the Suna boy, and Gaara seemed to notice this too, which led him to do something different. Gaara wrapped himself in a sphere of sand, generated a sand globe that seemed to be an eye, and then apparently just sat there. Sasuke tried to attack the sphere, but spikes of sand grew out of the surface of it and tried to skewer him. The Suna Genin wouldn't come out or attack, and the Konoha Genin couldn't deal a single blow. It looked like a stalemate. And then Sasuke backed off, scaled the side of the high-walled arena with Chakra, and started to gather lightning to one of his fists. He taught him that. The Hokage was hazy on the details of ninja combat and skills. He mostly operated on instinct for the most part and couldn't recall the fine details of what he was doing or how, except with seals. He really liked those, and they seemed more like art than something that was intended to kill another person. But he worked enough with his former student to recognize one of Kakashi's signature moves. The Raikiri is too high-powered for a Genin, even one like Sasuke. It must be the Chidori then. Straining his ears, he could hear the distant sound of crackling energy masquerading as thousands of chirping birds. The Hokage blinked and almost missed Sasuke darting into motion. With the aid of his Sharingan, The Uchiha got in close, dodged around the sand spikes, and slammed his jutsu into and through the shell of sand. There was silence, and then Gaara screamed. So Sasuke scored a real hit. The Hokage frowned at Gaara's extreme reaction. With the way that he's screaming, it's almost like he's never suffered any real pain before. But that can't be right. Maybe he's just surprised that someone got through that sand cocoon of his. The atmosphere seemed to darken and Sasuke tried to free his arm. After a bit of struggle, he succeeded and pulled something out with him. It was an ugly yellowish tin color, a marked difference from the sand of the protective shell. Whatever it was lost its grip on Sasuke and quickly retreated into the cocoon. That thing, what was it? The hair on the back of the Hokage's neck prickled. Could that have been that demon Shikaku? But then the sand shell collapsed, revealing a bleeding Gaara on the ground. The wound didn't look serious, certainly not serious enough to make the boy collapse. The red-headed boy sat in a pile of limp sand, clutching at his head and looking to be in some kind of pain. Is he having some kind of psychotic break? It really looked that way. Gaara didn't seem aware of where he was or what was going on. Sasuke didn't know what he should do. And the proctor, Shiranui Gunma, chewed on his sunbon needle and scowled at the whole scene. I guess that's it. And then it started snowing feathers. What the? Pain. Pure agony burst from the seal and stabbed deep into his brain. There was no slow build-up, no gradual escalation. It was 0 to full-blown migraine in an instant. That had never happened before. There was an explosion of smoke. Someone had grabbed him, yanked him upwards. Scaly things coiled around him like ropes. He had to get away, had to escape, but he couldn't. To use his Hiraishin no Jutsu, to use any sort of escape jutsu, he needed to focus. And he couldn't focus. It hurt too much. There was no escape. Snakes? The scaly coils were snakes. Large snakes with strangely patterned scales. Summon snakes. Blinking against the burning, stabbing pains, he squinted at the Kazekage. The Kazekage stood on the red roof tiles with his back to the Hokage. The leader of Suna shed his blue and white hat, and then his blue and white robes. And then he turned around and peeled off his face. Golden serpent eyes leered back at the Hokage maliciously. Hello, Minato-kun. It's been such a long time. Tenzo, codename Yamato, broke the Jinjutsu as soon as he noticed it and immediately rushed towards the Hokage. He'd been stationed at the fighting arena in order to deal with Sabaka no Gaara should the boy get out of hand. But the Suna Jinchuriki was out of commission. His building demonic chakra had collapsed to nothing, and now his leader needed his ANBU. He was too late. The Yondaime had been hauled to the roof of the stadium building, and 4 young mystery ninja formed the corners of a square barrier ninjutsu. One of the other ANBU tried to charge through it before it had stabilized, but he was shocked severely and repelled. There was no getting through. Through the grayish, distorting haze of the barrier, he could see the Hokage limp and bound by serpents. There seemed to be no reason for their leader to not fight back or escape. The Kazekage stood nearby on the roof and shed his disguise to reveal the rogue Sannin underneath. Orochimaru. Yamato cursed behind his mask. But if Orochimaru was the Kazekage, where is the real Kazekage? Shunting aside the question and a good dozen others, Yamato focused on the situation in front of him. Yondaime-sama, why hasn't he escaped? Kushina hated to admit it, but she almost fell for the snowing feathers Jinjutsu that some jerk cast over the entire stadium. But she shook it off and broke the illusion's hold over her mind. All around her, the civilians and the lesser ninja slumped over in Jinjutsu-induced sleep, and she pretended to too. While she was slumped over in false sleep, she kept her senses alert. She caught a glimpse of a turban-wearing Sunanin prowling nearby, and then there a ninja with a musical 8th note, an odonin, that darted past her. It's one of the worst-case scenarios, she thought grimly as she slipped her leaf hydeate out of an inside pocket of her light vest and loosely tied it around her neck. Odo is an enemy. Suna is backstabbing us, and they're working together to try and cut Konoha's throat. Easing one of her concealed kunai blades into her hand, she carefully watched and waited and lunged at the back of a nearby, unsuspecting odonin. He never knew what hit him. She hadn't been in the field in years. She hadn't admittedly kept her training up the standards of a field ninja of her rank. But she trained with Naruto. She kept in shape, and she retained the experience. In this emergency, it would be enough. Releasing the corpse, she retreated towards the back of the stands. With a solid wall at her back, there was no way someone could sneak up behind her. And if she could find some Konohanin to join up with, all the better. As she vaulted up the stair-step rows of seats, she tried not to think about Hinata and Kiba. The strange ANBU had carried Hinata off for treatment, and Kiba and his puppy had followed. The Inuzuka boy had briefly returned to the seats to watch Shino's match, and when it didn't happen, he left to check on the Hyuga girl. He hadn't come back. She's in the stadium infirmary. He's still with her. They're fine. Focus on the present. Kushina managed to knock off another Otonin and a Sunanin before she Kawarimi'd away from an enemy attack, reappearing on one of the higher balconies where the dignitaries sat to watch the fights. Her new position gave her a great view of the various small skirmishes going on in the arena and stands below. It also gave her a glimpse of part of the red-tiled stadium roof. What's that? She frowned and squinted at a grayish rectangular pillar of something that rose off the rooftop. A barrier? But why? What for? Shrugging it off, she left it for the ANBU to deal with and looked down again to try and determine where she should go next. There's Kakashi, she noted. And Guy? And look at all those ninja who are trying to kill them. Might as well head in that direction. Before she ditched her spot on the balcony full of snoozing nobles and their entourages, she looked towards the Hokage's balcony where the Yondaime and the Kazekage sat. It looked like a small bomb had gone off there, and there was no sign of either Kage. Crap. While she had held her distance from the Yondaime in the earliest days of his reign, and in his earliest days of amnesia, Kakashi had spent most of his time trying to be his addled sensei's shadow. After she had found herself drawn back to the mind-wiped Hokage's side, Kakashi would occasionally drop by to talk with her about the old times. And sometimes he'd share little horror stories of trying to deal with his precious sensei who didn't know him anymore. When it was discovered that the future Yondaime still retained his ninja skills and abilities, it was necessary to test him to see how much he could still do and how well he could do it. And the best way to test that was to engage him in practice spars. This led to a lot of problems. The confused man didn't want to fight. He had to be coaxed into sparring with other ninjas, and he was always terrified of hurting his opponents. When he was sneak attacked with no warning, he would react instinctively and appropriately for a ninja. But once he had subdued his attacker and it caught up with him that he had hit or hurt the person, he would immediately fall apart and start apologizing. Reacting that way in actual combat was a good way to get killed, and so he had been pulled from active field duty up until the time that he'd been installed as the next Hokage. If he gets into a tight spot where the Yanbu can't protect him, he can run away. He still can use the Hiraition. He will run away and let the rest of us handle this. She shook her head and dropped from the mid-level balcony to work her way towards Kakashi and Guy. Please run away. The Hokage wheezed as the snakes tightened slightly around his helpless body. Ah, it's so nice to be back. Orochimaru purred as he lazily paced around his captive on the rooftop. The village looks the same, except for that addition to the Hokage monument. I think I'll blow it up. The entrapped Hokage tried to ask a question, but could only croak out, How? How can I trigger that seal on your forehead? Golden eyes glittered in wicked glee. It's very simple, Minato-kun. I put it there. Why? Relax, the rogue Sannin purred. I'll explain everything. With my sound 4, holding up their barrier, no one will be able to interrupt. One of the binding snakes shifted and sank its fangs into the Yondaime's neck. Don't worry, the venom won't kill you. Orochimaru smirked, noting the fearful widening of his victim's eyes. It just paralyzes you and interferes with your chakra. I can't have you escaping before I finish like you did last time. The traitorous Sannin ran his long dark tongue over his thin lips and leered at his prisoner. As you once knew, and I'm sure that you've been told, I live to learn new skills and discover new things. During one of my old missions, I came across the ruins of a dead civilization, and I took the time to collect some writings and artifacts for further study at my personal leisure. And from my research, I discovered a seal that they had developed for the punishment of criminals. I kept this to myself, saved it for a rainy day, as some might say. Orochimaru chuckled darkly. And as you once knew, and you've surely been told since, my aspiration was to ascend to the office of Hokage. You, too, desired the position. At first, I did not see you as a serious rival. I was the favorite and most powerful student of the Sandaime Hokage, experienced, successful, and well above any other pursuer of the post. You were a student of that oaf, Jiraiya. You were young, inexperienced, overeager, foolish. But you began to grow strong, build a reputation, and become a threat. The Sannin's arrogant, smug demeanor congealed into something darkly angry. At first I was certain that Sarutobi-sensei would still choose me to succeed him, but he began to show you more favor than me. As much as I disliked the idea that my dear old sensei would betray me and deny my greatest dream, I had to acknowledge that the possibility existed. So you had to be eliminated. Smirking again, the snake-like man moved to stand directly in front of the Yondaime and gently stroked his cheek. Killing you would have been the simplest solution, but just to kill you would be such a waste. So I endeavored to make your end useful to my research. I made you one of my experiments. The trapped Yondaime couldn't help but recall scraps of the horrors he'd seen as he'd followed Jiraiya through Orochimaru's hidden lab on the fringes of the village. To think that he was just like some of the poor souls he'd seen there. He tried to shiver, but the paralyzing snake venom prevented it. Reading about that ancient seal that I had uncovered was intriguing. I desired to see it in action. So when you drew that mission escorting that paranoid noble back to his home in the land of rice paddies, I intercepted you before you returned to Konoha and shared some drugged water with you. Orochimaru shook his head as he chuckled. It was child's play to ensnare you. The Sannin reached up and carefully removed the Hydeate from the Yondaime's head and tossed it aside to clatter on the hard roof tiles. The whip-thin tail end of one of the serpents moved to push up the fringe of blonde bangs and bear the partial seal emblazoned there. Orochimaru traced the marks thoughtfully for a minute or so before speaking again. Unfortunately, I made a minor miscalculation and you woke up before I could finish applying the seal. You employed that drat Hiraition no Jutsu that made you famous and escaped me. But I must say, my experiment wasn't a total failure. When you stumbled back home all addled and confused, it was quite fortunate for me that you acquired that amnesia. I greatly looked forward to studying you and your broken seal, and perhaps find a way to perfect it into something more than a very cruel execution method. The full seal was named something along the lines of the eternal torment, and was designed to wipe the victim's memory, lock him in a catatonic state, and rack him with excruciating pain until his body slowly gives out and dies. Imagine, to not know who you are and know only agony, unable to scream or react in any way, until death creeps in and takes it all away. Orochimaru ran his long tongue over his mouth again, as if tasting the described torment and savoring it. Regrettably, I grew a little too aggressive in acquiring test subjects for some of my other experiments, and my extra studies were uncovered by Sarutobi-sensei. He sighed and shook his head regretfully. One of my sensei's greatest weaknesses was placing too much value on human life, a weakness I had long since rid myself of, and he drove me away. And so my chance to study you was taken from me. Such a pity. The dark-haired man brushed some long strands of hair from his eyes and scrutinized his captive audience for a moment. You're probably wondering why I've come back. What I'm planning to do. I'll tell you, Minato-kun. When I fled the village, I resolved to return and show Sarutobi-sensei the error of his decision. When that foolish old man killed himself in subduing the raging Kyuubi, I was without a target. And when you, my crippled victim, replaced the Sandaime as I had first worried that you might, I found a new focus for vengeance. Orochimaru sneered at him. I cannot have this village, so I will smash it. I cannot strike out against my sensei, so I will settle for you instead. I could not have the seat of Hokage, so you will suffer. The Sannin flashed him a smile that looked almost kindly. But don't worry, Minato-kun. I won't kill you. He produced a small ink pot and brush. I'm just going to finish what I started. Naruto gulped hard as he sprinted after Pakin, the ninja pug that his sensei had summoned. He and Sakura and Shikamaru were following the dog as it led them after Sasuke, who was chasing Gaara and his two siblings. Kakashi wanted the three of them to back Sasuke up. Why is this happening? Naruto wondered as they ran. One moment Sasuke looked like he had been about to win against Gaara. The next it was snowing feathers and Naruto was out like a light. When Sakura woke him up, it was a different world. The exams had been replaced by war as Otonin and Sunanin clashed with Konohinin all over the stadium littered with unconscious civilians. This was way worse than the misclassified mission to Wave. This wasn't just his team. Himself, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi, risking their lives against Zabuza, Haku, and Gato and his thugs. It was his entire village against two other villages, one army against two other armies. This was so much bigger. He was worried for a lot of people, but most especially his mom. Sure, she used to be a ninja and had taught him most of what he knew about being a ninja. Sure, she was tough and could be really scary, especially when she was mad. But she was his mom, and she'd stopped being a ninja the day that he was born. What if she was too out of practice? What if she wasn't in good enough shape? What if she got hurt? What if she died? Naruto shook his head fiercely. I can't worry about that now. I need to focus on the mission. I need to pay attention. Otherwise Sakura-chan or Shikamaru might get hurt. My job is to go help Sasuke. After that I can go back and help Mom. Orochimaru smiled as his snakes lowered the Yondaime Hokage to the roof and uncoiled from him before vanishing in puffs of white smoke. The blond man lay limp, his eyes half open, unfocused, and glassy. The Sannin checked his victim's vital signs, found them to his liking, and then took a moment to study the completed seal before he stepped away. As he had told the Yondaime, Orochimaru would not kill him. He would let his former rival live, so that he could suffer the full power of the tormenting seal. The dark-haired Sannin was most curious to see how long Namake's Minato would last against it. Taking a moment, he seethed against his old sensei and the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen had favored the wrong candidate, and then dashed his greatest student's dreams by banishing him. Then the old man had the gall and go and martyr himself, and the village had chosen to make the mental cripple the next Hokage. It really wasn't fair. But today is my day of vengeance. For years he had worked and planned for this day. He had started up his own small village of ninja, Otoge no Sato. He had ensnared Suna, Konoha's ally, into his plans. And now he was finally putting into play the plan he had slaved over for so long. The Yondaime Hokage had been punished. The village was beginning to be punished. And now it was time to punish a dead man. One of the techniques he had developed in his exile could raise the dead, his Edo Tensei. He would resurrect the first 3 Hokages and use them as weapons. The Shodai, Nidaime, and Sandaime would have to obey him and help destroy the village that they had founded and protected with their lives. The village would fall prey to its greatest heroes. Yes, revenge was sweet. Come to me, Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru began making the necessary hand seals. A blast of black flames slammed into Sakon's and Yukon's corner of the barrier. The chakra barrier held briefly and then crumbled. The twin Otonin were quickly incinerated. With one corner destroyed, the entire barrier wavered and collapsed. Staring beyond the lingering black flames that crackled and burned the patch of roof where the barrier had been, Orochimaru's yellow eyes widened. Itachi. Chapter 10. Broken Demon. Fancy seeing you here, Orochimaru sneered, careful not to look into Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Itachi made no reply. The Uchiha looked haggard, like he'd traveled for days without rest. The black cloak decorated with red clouds that he wore was tattered and torn in places, and the bottom edge and his shoes were stained with mud. His pale skin bore many small cuts, like paper cuts or scratches from crashing past small branches, and bruised. But still the missing Nin stood strong and stoic. Seeing as you have destroyed my barrier and killed some of my loyal servants, I assume that you have not come to assist me, Orochimaru mused aloud. And considering your unkempt appearance and the absence of that sword-swinging shark partner of yours, I assume that you are not here on behalf of the Akatsuki. I wonder, what is your motive? Itachi did not answer, except to draw a kunai from underneath his Akatsuki cloak. I see, Orochimaru hissed. With a gesture, he set the remaining members of the Sound Four to attack the rogue Uchiha. He knew that they had no chance of surviving, and very little chance of even touching Itachi, but they would buy him a bit of time to launch his own attack around their distracting deaths. Obedient to his wishes, Taiya, Kidomaru, and Jirabu lunged for their target, activating their curse seals straight to the second level as they moved. Itachi, with the aid of his well-developed Sharingan, easily intercepted them. He buried his kunai into Taiya's throat before she could even bring to bear her flute. Not that it would have done her any good if she had. Then he used wires to ensnare both Jirabu and Kidomaru and incinerated them with a Katon Jutsu. The whole skirmish was over in only a few moments. But those precious minutes gave Orochimaru the time he needed to prepare a few strategies and summon the snake who stored his infamous legendary blade, Kusanagi. Before the flames that consumed his last two bodyguards had died down, Orochimaru was in motion, shooting snakes from one sleeve to bind his foe with. He stabbed his sword out with his other arm. He came in from above, trying to use the glare of the sun to obscure Itachi's vision. Even with an active Sharingan, bright lights still blinded. It looked like it worked, until seconds after the sharp, venomous blade pierced the Uchiha, the boy exploded in white smoke. A shadow clone. The Sannin dodged to the side, fractions of a second before a kunai bearing an explosive tag hit the roof where he'd been standing and blew up. The moment his sandals touched the roof again, he had to jump once more as a series of fireballs rained down around him. And then he narrowly avoided getting tangled in more wires. Opening the tip of one of his fingers, Orochimaru used the blood to summon a snake large enough to cover half the roof and make the structure groan with its weight. Not bad, Itachi-kun. The serpentine Sannin hissed as he crouched atop his summon's head. But this time I think I'll succeed in stealing your amazing eyes. Yamato crouched with a group of ANBU on the edge of the roof and stared on in shock. As if things weren't bad enough with Orochimaru attacking the Hokage behind a barrier they couldn't penetrate, now Itachi was on the scene. Two S-rank criminals were fighting it out on the highest point of the arena, and what were they supposed to do about it? Which one should we attack? An ANBU bearing a frog mask wondered. Neither. The most senior ANBU, a captain wearing a bear mask, decided. Keep up a perimeter around them and let them do their best to kill each other. Whichever one comes out on top we kill or take into custody. He gestured to Yamato and a few others. You go collect Hokage-sama and move him to a secure location. They all agreed with this plan of action, and Yamato moved in with his select comrades to retrieve their incapacitated Hokage. The blonde ninja lay prone on the red roof tiles, heedless to the massive coils of the blue and black snake that Orochimaru had called upon to battle Uchiha Itachi. He didn't react when two ANBU, Rooster and Lizard, scooped him up and carried him away as Yamato and Monkey played escort duty. The Hokage was just limp as a ragdoll and reactive as a coma patient. It was very disturbing. The mood in their party was grim. One of ANBU's primary duties was to protect and serve the Hokage, and they had failed horribly. The Yondaime was still alive, but will he ever recover? Yamato wondered. Will he ever wake up? Or will we have to accept a new Hokage? Shaking his head, he kept his senses sharp as they carefully navigated the village-turned-battlefield. All around them Otonin and Sunanin tangled with Konohanin. Thankfully, it seemed that the civilian evacuation was either complete or near complete, as they saw no innocent villagers running for their lives. The feline-masked ANBU frowned as they drew near their headquarters, one of the most secure buildings in the entire village. As soon as they settled the Yondaime inside, it should only require 2 or 3 of them to adequately protect him. That would free at least one of them up, if necessary. I should be the one to go, he decided. I was tasked with neutralizing the Suna Jinchuriki if needed. Once Hokage-sama is safe, I should find that boy and make sure he's not making this battle worse. Sabaka no Gara had seemed to be out of the fight before it had actually exploded, but when he had left the arena with the Hokage, the red-headed boy had vanished. Mikoto had come to the exams hoping to watch her son compete and seek a promotion. Hoping, because Sasuke had left the village to train with his sensei and hadn't come back. And early on in the tournament, it looked like Sasuke wasn't going to appear. It made her worry that something had gone wrong. Hatake Kakashi had taken Sasuke away to hide him from Orochimaru. What if his precautions weren't enough? What if the criminal Sannin had stolen her baby away, or simply killed him and run off with his precious eyes? But then, at the absolute last minute, Sasuke had appeared. She was greatly relieved to see him alive and well, but disappointed that there was no time to talk with him, encourage him, before his fight. There was nothing anyone could do about that, though, so she put all her energy into cheering for her little boy and worrying about the outcome of his match. And then everything had gone wrong. The instant that she saw the feathers, she activated her eyes and saw through the illusion. But as the enemy ninjas started their attack, she ran into difficulties. Not only was she not prepared for a fight, but with her crippled leg, she was at an even greater disadvantage. So she ended up creeping to the shadows, keeping to them, and using her Sharingan to pick out and accurately hit targets with weapons that others had thrown or with precise right-on jutsu. She'd never been much of an assassin during her ninja career. She was just a general fighter who occasionally worked seduction missions. But with her limp and the fact that she hadn't trained in a long time, she did her best at sniping with damaged kunai, senbon, and lightning chakra. Mikoto carefully used ninja wire she'd scavenged from a corpse to retrieve a discarded kunai without leaving her hiding place. She took a moment to study the weapon, her Sharingan sharp enough to note stress fractures that would make the blade unusable, before peering out at the scattered chaos of the stadium in search of a target. Her spinning red eyes drifted down into the arena bit, and she bit her lip in anxiety. "Sasuke, where are you? Please come back safe." Uchiha Sasuke squared off against Sabaka no Gaara for the second time. It pleased him that the proctor had assigned him the task of dealing with this creep. He'd almost won the fight in the stadium, and now he was going to finish it. It hadn't been easy getting this far. Gaara's siblings had done their best to spirit their homicidal younger brother away from the fighting. At first, Kankuro the puppet freak had fallen back to try and delay him, but Shino the weirdo had arrived, determined to have his match with the war paint-wearing Chunin. And then Temari the fangirl had tried her luck against him, but Sasuke had found Gaara, and now it was on. Something seemed terribly wrong with Gaara, though. The boy was even more unbalanced than he had been in the arena, attacking his sister when she tried to urge him to run away and recover his strength instead of fight. And his sand, it covered part of his face and arm and had deformed him into something ugly and monstrous. One of his eyes resembled the freakish eye that had glared at him when he had run the Chidori through the cocoon of sand. What is he? Sasuke wondered as he struggled to dodge Gaara's wild charges. The Chunin was faster than before. His attacks were wild and animalistic. Only the power of his Sharingan kept him from getting pummeled. The wound that Gaara had taken to his shoulder didn't seem to be slowing him down one bit. It didn't take Sasuke long to find that he was in trouble. Using the Chidori, chasing Gaara down, fighting Temari, and now using the Sharingan almost constantly was steadily draining his chakra. But the longer things went on, the stronger Gaara seemed to become. And then the deforming sand armor spread and Gaara seemed to sprout an ugly tail-like growth from the base of his spine. That's it, Sasuke decided. I'm going to have to use the Chidori again. I can't keep this up much longer. It was a huge gamble. His chakra was low, the Chidori took a lot of energy, and he could only use the attack 2 times a day. He'd already used it once. This second shot was his last shot, if he didn't land a damaging enough hit with it. I can do it, he thought fiercely. I have to. I won't lose to a freak like him. Clenching his teeth, he used some exploding tags to open up the distance between them and began forming the jutsu. Once the smoke cleared, the deformed Gaara lunged at him, and Sasuke leapt off the tree trunk he'd been crouching on to meet him with his fist shrouded in lightning. Straining his Sharingan eyes, he darted in close and dragged the chirping electricity down along the giant sand-warped arm and towards the other boy's chest. It wasn't enough. Sasuke felt lightheaded and weak as he was knocked aside and crashed into a leafy branch below as Gaara howled in rage and pain. He tried to stand up, but his limbs failed him and it was all he could do to cling to the branch beneath him. He tried to gather his chakra, but his vision grayed and he nearly passed out. He had nothing left. Gaara staggered to his feet, both arms trickling blood. Uchiha Sasuke, the redhead growled, his voice warped by his distorted face. You really are something. No one's ever made me bleed before. You've done it twice. The torn sand arm mended itself, and the yellow-tan cancerous sand armor spread a little further over the boy's chest and back, consuming his sandstone gourd. Now, you will die and prove my existence, the Tsunejinin roared and charged. Sasuke lay frozen and helpless, black Sharingan-less eyes staring in horror. No, no, I don't want to die. I still haven't killed Itachi. Gaara suddenly went spinning off to the side and crashed into a tree trunk. Sasuke blinked and found himself staring at the back of a black, orange-sleeved jacket with a large white circular spiral emblazoned on it, just as the red and white Uchiwa-style fan was sewn on the back of his own clothes. Naruto. Naruto gulped hard as he stared at what Sasuke had been fighting. It was hard to recognize Sabaku no Gaara. The redhead looked radically different from how he had looked back in the arena. His sand armor had thickened and distorted one whole half of his body, making him look like a nightmarish monster or an escaped mad science experiment. Behind him, Naruto could hear Sakura frantically checking on Sasuke. Pakken hung back with her. He wasn't a fighting type of summon. Shikamaru had stayed behind a while back to take care of some pursuers Pakken had detected and could very well be dead for all Naruto knew. He shoved thoughts of Shikamaru and everyone else out of his mind and tuned out Sakura and focused on the dangerous boy in front of him. Man, he's gotten ugly, Naruto shuddered. It kinda looks like his demon is bursting out of him or something. And this killing intent, this power. Uzumaki Naruto, Gaara slurred, his mouth unable to speak properly as one half of it was twisted and drooling. Get out of my way, or I will kill you, too, and prove my existence. If you want Sasuke, you're going to have to go through me first, Naruto boldly declared. Then die, Gaara roared and lunged. Naruto tried to stop him with the futon attack he'd learned, but Gaara let his oversized sand arm melt and curl around his body like a shield and easily plowed through the low-powered blast of air. Gaara casually slapped Naruto aside and made to strike at Sasuke again. However, he encountered another barrier to his prize. Move out of the way, girl, the redhead snarled. Sakura-chan, Naruto squeaked as he tried to shake off the hefty smack he'd taken. Sakura had planted herself firmly between Gaara and Sasuke, a kunai clutched tightly with both hands. I won't let you touch Sasuke-kun. Gaara actually seemed rather taken aback by her bold refusal to protect her teammate. Why? Get out of here, Sakura, Sasuke panted. He'll kill you. No, I'm not going to run away, Sakura declared, even as she trembled a little. I won't let you hurt Sasuke-kun. He's my teammate, and he's precious to me. I will protect him just as he would protect me. The monstrous Tsunejinin hesitated, and then clutched at his head and screamed. What is wrong with this guy? Naruto wondered as he watched from a nearby branch. Then he shook himself. Whatever. This is my chance. Naruto generated several Kage Bunshin and rushed the incapacitated Jinchuriki with kunai ready. The attack seemed to wake Gaara up, and he destroyed the clones and knocked Naruto away with a swing of his sand tail and sand arm. Naruto managed to catch himself against a tree trunk and hurled a fistful of shuriken, which dug into Gaara's sand arm, and then fell off without causing any damage. Gaara then retaliated by swinging his grotesque sand arm and spraying a burst of small spinning sand discs that battered Naruto like tiny stone fists. This is bad. He's fast, and he's strong, and with all that thick sand his defenses are better than ever. I can't seem to hurt him, and if he gets a hold of me he'll squish me into nothing. I need help. He didn't have much choice but to use his new summoning contract. Even though he hadn't passed Gamabunta's test, he'd come close, so maybe he could persuade the massive toad to help. At the very least, the giant amphibian might intimidate the crazy Tsunejinin. It was worth a shot. Biting open the pad of his thumb, he gathered his chakra, made the seals, and slammed down his hand on a tree branch. Kuchios no jutsu. There was a burst of white smoke, and I'm not going to do anything for you unless you give me snacks, a squeaky voice demanded. The smoke cleared to reveal a small orange and blue toad wearing a blue vest jacket. It wasn't a tadpole, but... who are you? Where's Gamabunta? Naruto wailed, tearing at his hair in panic. I'm Gamakichi, the small toad replied. What do you want my dad for? Naruto blinked. Your dad? Fight me so that I can kill you and prove my existence. Gaara snarled and hurled more sand shuriken with another swing of his massive arm. Gah! Naruto yelped and grabbed the little toad before lurching desperately out of the way. What went wrong? Naruto wondered as he tried to keep himself and little Gamakichi from getting creamed by Gaara and his demon sand. With the fox's chakra, I should have been able to summon Gamabunta easy. But you used your free chakra up in that battle with the white-eyed boy, the Kyuubi smoothly interjected. Do you want more? No, I don't need any yet, he decided. When he'd struck his bargain, he'd meant what he said about depending primarily on his own strength. He didn't want to ask for more chakra unless their shared lives were at stake, and he truly needed it. And things weren't quite that dire yet. Stop running away and fight me, Gaara roared. Sakura took the opportunity to launch some kunai at Gaara that were armed with exploding tags. Gaara's demonic sand armor easily absorbed the damage and shrugged it off. If anything, the attack made the demon sand spread down Gaara's other arm and reminded him that Sakura was another roadblock to his killing Uchiha Sasuke. With a howl, Gaara darted back to Sakura and pinned her against the tree trunk near Sasuke with his massive sand claws. The sand spread halfway around the tree, and then Gaara yanked his arms free, leaving the claws behind. Sakura struggled and wheezed, but couldn't get free. Sakura-chan, Naruto cried. Sakura, Sasuke panted. My sand claws will keep crushing her, bit by bit. Gaara snarled. Will you stand and fight me now? Bastard, Naruto hissed. What am I going to do? Desperate, he dug around in his waist pouch and accidentally pulled out a letter bomb along with the kunai he'd meant to grab. He stared at it as his mind raced through strategies he'd seen other ninja use to see if he could adapt anything. He'd done it once before against Kiba when he'd ripped off the Shurshur Randan using his Kage Bunshin, so maybe he could do it again. I could. He wrapped the letter bomb around the handle of the kunai and took a deep breath. I'll do that then. Get off my head, Gamakichi, Naruto muttered. I'm going in. Good luck. The toad yelped and leapt away to hide among the leaves. You're gonna need it. Hey Gaara, Naruto shouted to his foe, whose face was now completely obscured by the sandy, imperfect face of his demon. You want to see what I learned from my sensei? Orochimaru was a slippery opponent in addition to being powerful, which made him a doubly dangerous target. Worse, Itachi was tired. He'd traveled several days without resting and his chakra was low. But the Uchiha fought on. He didn't blame the ENBU for sitting on the sidelines and not helping him. Why would they? As far as they were concerned, he was just as much of a criminal as Orochimaru. Whether he won or lost the fight with the Snake Sannin, Itachi accepted the fact that he was most likely going to die. It was a shame. He'd returned to the village bearing important information. With his death, it would be lost. Hopefully he'd done enough damage to the Akatsuki organization for his lost information to not matter. Narrowing his half-blind eyes, he managed to ensnare Orochimaru in a Jinjutsu just long enough to finish things. The Sannin thought he'd managed to land a hit with his Kusanagi on Itachi, but the Uchiha dissolved into ravens. Before he could recover, Itachi had buried a kunai into the back of his foe's neck, severing his spinal cord and wounding him badly enough that the paralyzed ninja bled out in a matter of minutes, gurgling and cursing as he went. Itachi studied his victim for a moment and considered setting the corpse on fire. But his chakra was too low. Now that the fight was over, the fatigue that he'd kept at bay with sheer will hit him hard. There was no point in trying to escape, so he simply took a few steps away from his kill and allowed himself to fall. It is over, for me, anyway. Yakushi Kabuto flinched behind his stolen Yenbyu mask as he felt his master's chakra rapidly fade. Orochimaru wasn't running away. He was dying and then dead. The fighting in the arena had stalemated. Most of the Otonin in the stadium had been killed. The remaining Sunanin faced down the remaining Konohanin down in the sunken arena pit. With Orochimaru dead, the only real option was to retreat. If they stayed and tried to fight on, they would be annihilated. And if they somehow did win, what was the point? They had fought to conquer and destroy Konoha for Orochimaru, although the Sunanin were unaware of this. Now that their leader was dead, there was no point in continuing. Kabuto turned to Baki, the Sunanin commander for this region of the battle, and passed him the retreat codes. Baki passed the orders along to the rest of his people, and they all withdrew. The Konohanin were too tired to give chase and let them withdraw mostly unmolested. I wonder what I should do now, Kabuto mused. He could return to Konoha. He was a sleeper agent and his identity as such had not been revealed. If he wanted to, he could return to Konoha after ditching pursuit and his stolen AMBU gear and be a loyal Konohanin this time. With all the chaos of the attack, it was highly unlikely that it would ever be discovered that he'd been involved with anything. He'd kept his profile so low and kept himself a genin, so that he wasn't like to have been missed. Or, I could go to the land of rice paddies and take over Orochimaru experiments. That idea was an attractive one. He loved research and experimenting, and leaving the village and its restrictions against human testing would give him much greater freedom in doing that. And to work on his master's brilliant theories and revolutionary techniques, it would be like a dream. I shall go to Orochimaru's facilities, he decided as he raced through the forest away from the village and towards the country's borders. Kimimaro should be there, perhaps I can treat him. I will decide what I will do when I get there. This boy, what is his power? Uzumaki Naruto was weak. He was loud and clumsy and stupid. If he hadn't insisted on inserting himself in the fight, Gaara would have ignored him. And yet the blonde clown had taken the worst that Gaara could dish out and was still alive. Naruto had not only withstood the imperfect forms of his mother, he'd nearly beaten all of Gaara's sand off. Gaara had been forced to unleash Shikaku's perfect form, only to be matched when Naruto summoned a toad that was almost as big and carried a sword. The Suna Jinchuriki even went so far as to put himself to sleep and fully unleash his mother's power, and Naruto woke him back up, locking Mother away again. Kill him. Mother panted and raged. Kill him. I was free, and he stopped me. Kill him now, Gaara-kun. Mother was tired. That never happened. And still Naruto was standing. You will not erase my existence, Gaara growled and urged the massive sand body of his mother forward to try and crush the large pipe-smoking toad. I'll kill you. The Konoha Genin made a desperate lunge from the top off the toad's broad head, but Gaara stopped him just short with tendrils of sand from his mother's body. Sand bound his wrists, ankles, and waist, preventing him from moving. Catching his breath, Gaara gathered his waning chakra and urged the sand to envelop his foe and crush him. Kill him. Squeeze all the blood out. Kill him. Come on, just a little more. Naruto hissed as he strained against the sand. Red flames of chakra burst from the blonde boy's skin with such force that it tore his coat open to bare his fishnet shirt and knocked his hideyate off his brow. The chakra was strange and hot, and it vaguely reminded Gaara of his mother's chakra. It loosened the sand that bound the other boy whose clear blue eyes had turned red and slitted. Kyuubi! Mother screamed, hysterical. Kyuubi! Kill him before he gets free. Kyuubi! Gaara-kun! Naruto slammed his forehead into Gaara's and jarred him so badly that his fragile grip on his mother's chakra snapped, and the giant sand body that he was connected to shattered and dissolved. Gaara fell from the collapsing sand construct and landed in the springy leaves of the forest canopy. Naruto landed nearby. The giant toad left the same way it had appeared, with a burst of white smoke. He could barely hear Mother, who shifted wildly between urging him to kill Naruto and to run away. Gaara ignored his demon's rantings and ravings. He had to kill to prove that he existed, to feel alive. If he failed to kill Naruto, the blonde genin would kill him and erase his existence. Gaara would not be erased. The toad's giant knife vanished, and both boys lunged to land one final blow. After landing their hits, they tumbled all the way down from the treetops to the forest floor. They lay on the dirt, both too battered and exhausted to stand. Naruto rolled over and started to slowly crawl over to his foe. Gaara couldn't move. He couldn't call upon his sand. Distantly, he felt his sand claws that were crushing the girl dissolve. The redhead was too tired. But Naruto kept crawling closer and closer. Stay away, Gaara whimpered. Stay away from me. You and I. Naruto panted as he slowly, painfully crawled. We're a lot alike. We both have monsters living inside of us. People hate and fear us. It's not fair. But I got lucky, and I had people that loved me and believed in me. People that never thought I was the monster that I contained. I have a mom, a real mom, and friends and teachers. I know there's more to life than killing. I have greater ambitions. I'm going to protect everyone precious to me. I'm going to prove to the whole village that I'm not a demon. And one day I'm going to be Hokage and protect the whole village. Naruto paused to catch his breath, and then he started crawling again. Maybe we could have been friends. I would like that. But because you want to kill my friends, you're my enemy. If you don't let Sakura-chan go and leave Sasuke and everyone else alone. The Konoha Chunin glared. His eyes were still blue, but they were slit-pupilled like a fox's. I'll kill you. Gaara trembled while the mad voice in his head wailed, Kyuubi, over and over in fearful despair. Temari and Kankuro dropped from the trees, interposing themselves between Gaara and his creeping attacker. Neither had their primary weapons drawn, but Naruto was in bad enough shape for that not to matter. They could easily kill him with their bare hands. Gaara stared at his siblings, dazed. Why? I've only ever hurt them. Why would they? Wooden posts burst from the ground and formed a barrier between Naruto and the Chunin. An ANBU with a cat mask appeared and drew his short sword. Temari and Kankuro reflexively put their hands on their weapons. Surrender, the ANBU ordered. There was a tense pause as Gaara's siblings hesitated. The ANBU flipped behind the wooden barrier as a blade of wind slammed into the ground where he'd been crouching. Temari, Kankuro, grab Gaara and run. Baki shouted. Gaara flinched as his brother and sister gathered him up, jostling his injuries, and leapt away into the tree branches with him. Uzumaki Naruto. Maybe we could have been friends. I would like that. What is your power? I know there's more to life than killing. I have greater ambitions. Could I be strong like you? I'm going to protect everyone precious to me. I'm going to prove to the whole village that I'm not a demon. And one day I'm going to be Hokage and protect the whole village. Could I? He closed his eyes and sagged bonelessly in his sibling's grip. Temari, Kankuro, I'm sorry. Chapter 11. Shattered. She was tired and battered and really needed a shower. There was a bandage on her cheek, bandages on her left forearm, and more bandages around her side that were hidden underneath the plain hospital nightgown. But Kushina was totally numb to her pain and exhaustion. Why? The yondaime lay in a hospital bed. Aside from small, irritated fang marks on his neck, there wasn't a scratch on him. The various monitoring machines that tracked his vital signs detected nothing wrong with him. But he might as well be brain dead. Orochimaru. Her fingers traced the complete lines of the seal that glowed malevolently on his forehead. Of course it was Orochimaru. The fact that the snake bastard was dead brought her little comfort. The seal was complete now, and the Hokage was worse than ever before. It was like losing him all over again, only worse. She tried to look on the bright side. With the seal complete, Jiraiya had a much better chance of cracking it and successfully removing it completely and for good. So this nightmarish catatonic state that he was trapped in was only temporary. But what if he can't? What if Jiraiya still can't find a way to cancel out the seal? What if he's stuck like this forever? Uzumaki Kushina was a tomboy. She did not cry often or easily. It was something of a point of pride for her. But this was all just too much, and so she buried her face into the unresponsive Hokage's shoulder and wept. Nara Shikamaru trudged towards home after being cleared by the hospital. He hadn't suffered any serious injury, just bumps and bruises and moderate chakra exhaustion. All he needed was a few days' rest, and he could get that just as easily at home as in the hospital and avoid taking up a bed that someone who was really injured could use. It was like a waking dream as he traversed the village streets. Some parts of the village were pristine, untouched. The other parts were battered, broken, burned, and crushed to varying degrees. The fires that had been sparked by the fighting were mostly put out, but faint columns of smoke still wafted lazily up into the sky. Troublesome, Shikamaru sighed as he passed a grim-looking family sweeping up the broken glass from their damaged store. I never imagined I'd see such a thing. Not here in Konoha. Halfway home, he encountered some familiar faces. Shikakuen, Ino cried, ambushing him from around a corner. You're alive. Troublesome, Shikamaru muttered as Ino grabbed onto him tightly in relief. Don't you call me troublesome, you lazy bum. Ino snapped and smacked his shoulder. Hey, Shikamaru. Chuji waved as he rounded the same corner as Ino had moment earlier. Want a chip? He asked and offered his open snack bag. Sure. Shikamaru sighed and gratefully accepted the snack. So what are you guys up to? Just looking around, Chuji answered. It's hard to believe what happened. And that we slept through the whole thing. Ino sputtered. Why didn't anyone break the genjutsu on us? We could have helped too. How? Shikamaru snorted. You weren't dressed for a fight, you didn't have any weapons, and you're rookie genin. Against well-armed Chunin, and Jounin-level ninja who are out to kill you. How long do you think you would have lasted? That struck Ino silent for a minute, but only a minute. Well, then why did they wake you up, huh? Ino huffed. Why wake up a lazy ass like you to fight? I was ready for a battle for one, and for another I was conveniently close by. Shikamaru sighed and started walking for home again. You shouldn't be so disappointed at not getting to participate, Ino. If Asuma-sensei hadn't come to back me up, I would have died. He thought back to his delaying action and shivered a little. He had 8 adult Otonin pinned, a 9th loose and ready to kill him, and almost no chakra left. Only the surprise intervention of his usually laid-back and peaceful sensei had kept his young life from ending prematurely. It was the closest to dying he'd come so far. His 2 friends moved to follow him. The blonde Yamanaka girl prattled on about her precious Sasuke-kun and how she was sure that he managed to do something wonderfully heroic during the battle, and she wondered if he'd been hurt, and so on. Chuji just munched on his potato chips. The battle is over, Shikamaru brooded as he headed for his home and his very comfortable bed. But will there be a war? Returning to consciousness was like swimming through syrup, but she managed it. When Hinata opened her pale violet eyes, she found herself staring up at the dreadfully familiar ceiling of the hospital. She remembered what had happened to her in the stadium and whimpered softly in despair. I missed the end of Naruto-kun's fight. I missed all of Shino-kun's fight. I failed to support them, and now I'm back in the hospital again. Hinata's eyes watered and she started to cry, only to be startled by something. Her chest didn't hurt anymore. It was sore, but there wasn't the painful dragging feeling when she breathed too deeply. The stabbing pains were gone. The faint tang of blood in her mouth was gone. She felt better than she had before her disastrous preliminary match. I'm healed. Severe injuries from the gentle fist style could be tricky to treat. Unless the medic was incredibly talented, it usually took several treatments to repair all the damage. The ANBU medic that she very vaguely remembered from the stadium. Had he been able to heal all the damage at once? Hey Hinata, you're awake. She turned her head to see Kiba sitting in a chair next to her hospital bed with Akamaru perched on his head. Hey Kiba-kun. Are you feeling all right? He asked worriedly. Why yes, she squeaked. I feel much better. Great, he grinned. Whoever that ANBU was, he's an awesome medic. Kiba frowned a bit. It's kinda weird. I want to go thank him for helping out, but I don't know what happened. I got knocked out somehow. I don't think it was the Jinjutsu that got me. Jinjutsu. Hinata blinked. Yeah, apparently there was a Jinjutsu cast on the entire stadium. The Hyuga girl grew even more confused. What? It happened at the end of the first round when Sasuke was fighting that Gaara guy from Suna, Kiba explained. Naruto won his match. I missed how he did it because I stayed with you while the Yin Bu was healing you, but Shino can tell us all about it. Sasuke was late, so his match was postponed. Shino's match didn't happen because that Kankuro kid withdrew at the last minute. Shikamaru beat Temari. And then Sasuke shows up and has his fight. And then there was this Jinjutsu. Hinata took a moment to absorb all of this information. Why was there a Jinjutsu? From what I hear, Sound and Sand used the exams as a cover to launch an invasion. Kiba informed her grimly. They used the Jinjutsu to neutralize as many people as possible, and then they attacked. There's damage all over the village, and there have been a lot of casualties. Shino got in on some of the fighting and got poisoned. He'll be okay, the dog boy hastened to add. But the nurses won't let me visit him until tomorrow. The Hyuga heir was dumbstruck as she struggled to wrap her mind around such shocking events. What's going on? Hyuga Niji sat in the stadium infirmary, his legs still tingly and numb and his jaw still throbbing from Naruto's hit. His uncle had come to see him earlier, but had since departed to look after the clan and the village in the aftermath of some surprise attack. A letter laid in his lap. He'd read it several times already. His uncle, a main family member and head of the entire clan, had bowed to him when he had visited, and not just bowed, but supplicated himself on the floor as he delivered the letter and apologized. For a member of the main family to bow and apologize to a branch family member that way, Neji would never have imagined such a thing. And the letter? It was almost like his long-dead father was in the room with him, whispering the words written on the page into his son's ear. His father begged for forgiveness. He explained why he had not just accepted his fate as a sacrifice, but volunteered. He wished for Neji to blame no one for what happened. And he encouraged his child to forge his own way and not worry so much about being a member of the branch family. Neji closed his eyes and carefully folded up the letter. He thought about his clan. He thought about his cousin and how he had treated her. He thought about his sensei and his teammates, Lee and Tintin, and how he had treated them. The prodigy did not like what he found. Neji thought back to what Naruto had said, "The only thing that's holding you back is you," and found that the Uzumaki was right. Sasuke sat by his teammate's bedside and brooded. He should have been resting in his own bed across the room, but he'd scrapped together the energy to stagger over to a chair at the pink-haired girl's bed. He was too bored and troubled to just lie in his own bed. Stupid, annoying girl, he thought sourly as he watched her sleep and heal from her crush injuries. Why did she have to do something so stupid? She could have died. And for what? For a crush, for an idealized vision, for a fantasy? It was all so damn stupid. He knew he had some crazy fangirls, but this was just insane. Worse, she had to try and protect him. He wasn't strong enough. He'd taken too big of a gamble, and the both of them had needed the village idiot to save them. The Uchiha shifted in his seat and turned to view the occupant of the bed next to Sakura's. Naruto had a few bandages taped to his face, but otherwise looked fine as he slept off his chakra exhaustion. It was hard to believe that this fool had saved both of his more competent teammates. And yet he had, and done so in an impressive fashion. How did he make all of those clones? How did he summon that giant toad? Where did he get the chakra to do all of that? Sasuke had no answers, and that bothered him a lot. I was hoping that the final exam would bring me some answers, and it's only given me bigger questions. And what is his condition? Poor, but stable for the time being. He is physically exhausted, mildly malnourished, and dehydrated, and his chakra reserves are dangerously depleted. His wounds are numerous, but mainly superficial, and he may have been tagged once or twice by Orochimaru's snakes, so we've given him some basic antidotes as a precaution. With rest and fluids, he should recover. Marino Ibiki studied the doctor until the poor man started squirming. "Thank you, doctor. Continue treating him. Should he start to regain consciousness, sedate him. If his status changes, I want to know about it immediately." "Of course, sir." The doctor nodded anxiously and hurried back to monitor his patient. The scarred interrogation specialist stared emotionlessly through the one-way observation window as the nervous medical professional worked. Uchiha Itachi. Interrogating this infamous missing nin would be a challenge, and one he wasn't looking forward to. Ibiki loved his job and was very, very good at it, but Itachi was dangerous. Special precautions would be needed to make sure that the rogue Uchiha could not use his Sharingan eyes to escape or harm his interrogators. Considering the crimes that Itachi was guilty of, under normal circumstances Ibiki would arrange to have the Hokage on hand. The man was a seal master, which would be highly useful in neutralizing the Sharingan, and the more he could learn about Itachi, the better a decision he could make on the rogue ANBU captain's fate. But circumstances were not normal, and so he sought to postpone the inevitable interview with Itachi as long as he could. "If it becomes necessary, I will ask for Jiraiya-sama's assistance," he decided as he turned away from the observation window to return to his more immediate duties, interrogating the few Otonin and Sunanin who had been captured. "I wonder why he's come back. What are his motivations? Why would he slay Orochimaru as if he were still the loyal ANBU captain?" He shook his head and smoothed out his trench coat. "I will find out all that and more eventually." When Naruto woke up, It was dark. He tried to get up to go to the bathroom, but he sat up too fast, and his aching head started to pound. Once his headache settled some, he got up more carefully and blundered around in the dark until he found a toilet. After he finished relieving himself, he realized that he was in the hospital. He was battered and sore and physically exhausted, but he was alive. Everything seemed peaceful, so the battle had to be over. Naruto tried to find his way back to the hospital room that he'd woken up in, but he'd wandered down several different hallways in search of the restroom, and he hadn't been awake enough to remember the route he'd taken. So he wandered aimlessly through the dimly lit halls in the vague hope of finding his way back eventually. It was very late. A wall clock he found said it was almost 4 in the morning, so he really didn't run into anyone. Then he came across a room that had an ENBU posted by the door. There were only 2 reasons that ENBU guarded hospital rooms. Either the occupant was an injured prisoner or an important person in need of protection. So which case was this? He didn't bother to ask the ENBU. He knew that they were supposed to speak as little as possible while on duty. If the patient wasn't somebody that he was supposed to see, the ENBU would stop him when he tried to peek inside. He wasn't stopped. The man in the room didn't seem to be badly hurt. He was just hooked up to a heart monitor and a few IVs. Naruto crept inside to see who it was, and partly due to the poor light, he didn't immediately recognize the man. When he realized who it was, he was shocked. "Yandi-sama?" he squeaked. The Hokage didn't respond. Naruto awkwardly clambered up onto the bed and shook the man's shoulder. "Yandi-sama?" The blond man simply stared unblinkingly off into the darkness at nothing. An icy feeling penetrated his chest and settled deep in the pit of his stomach. "Yandi-sama?" Silence. Terrified and reeling, Naruto curled up against the catatonic man's chest and tried not to cry. What was wrong with the yandere? What had happened to the man who always smiled at him and would slip him candy behind his mother's back? Who could have possibly hurt the strongest ninja in the whole village? "Yandi-sama." Naruto sniffled and carefully started checking over the Hokage for injuries. All he found was a small bandage on his neck, but it didn't seem that serious. And then he found something on the older man's forehead. A seal? It kind of looked like the caged bird seal that Neji had shown him, except it looked a whole lot uglier and meaner. It was red instead of green and seemed to glow a little in the darkroom. He was certain that it hadn't been there before, and even more certain that it was the cause of the problem. "I can fix this," he thought. Closing his eyes, he carefully gathered the red chakra. As it was technically the next day, his reserve of free chakra had been refilled. He made the dragon seal, the tiger, the snake, and then the ram. And then he jabbed his finger right in the middle of the heart of the mysterious seal. When he had destroyed the mark on Sasuke's neck, the mark had blistered and oozed a little blood, and then the black swirls were gone and Sasuke spent a day sleeping it off. That didn't happen this time. The red markings flared brighter, and then blisters started to form all over the Hokage's forehead. The lines of the seal started to ooze blood, a lot of blood. The man's eyes closed, squeezed shut as if in agony, and his whole body started to shake and twitch. The rhythmically beeping heart monitor started to go crazy. Someone hit Naruto off the bed and he went flying into the wall, smacking his head hard. He slumped to the floor and started to black out. The lights came on and doctors and nurses rushed into the room. There were loud panic calls for drugs and needles. Everyone was afraid. The last thing that Naruto thought was that he had made a terrible, terrible mistake. Chapter 12. Broken Youth. Naruto came to a cell. It was barely bigger than a closet, with no windows, a wooden bench for a bed, a bucket for a toilet, and the only light came in through a small barred opening in the heavy metal door. He had hoped that he would still be in the hospital when he woke up, but seeing as he had assaulted the Hokage, it had been a silly hope. So he huddled up on the bench bed and waited for his mom to come and get him. There was a slot in the door so that the guards could just steal the meal tray through it without having to open the door. They gave him 15 minutes to eat whatever they gave him before demanding the tray back. The food sucked, and there was no way to tell if it was breakfast, lunch, or dinner. After 3 meals, his mother hadn't come. It was impossible to tell the time of day from the light that filtered into his cell. The only light came from a light bulb in the hallway outside of his cell, and the light was always on. 3 more meals, and she still hadn't come for him. There was no escape, not that he'd seriously tried to. He'd only tried to use his chakra to pass the time, maybe generate a clone or two for the company. But there were temporary seals on his ankles and wrists, preventing the fine manipulation of chakra. Before it could be 3 more meals later, Naruto ran away the only way that he could. Naruto glowered at the cage in the cavern in the depths of his own mind. Hey, fuzzy jerkface. What the hell? A pair of glowing red eyes slowly opened and squinted down at him. What? What do you mean, what? Naruto snarled. Why did you let me have your chakra? Didn't you know I was going to do something dumb with it? The fox was silent for a minute. Little fool, just because I live inside of you and speak within your mind does not mean that I can ready our mind and see the future. The fox snorted. Besides, isn't this what you wanted? A part of my chakra to use as you see fit without having to ask? It's yours to do with what you wish, regardless of how stupid it is. The demon leered at him. I did warn you to use it wisely, Naruto-kun. Don't pin this debacle on me. It's entirely your own fault. Naruto sagged and slumped to the damp cave floor. I know. I am not your conscience. The Kyuubi continued with a sneer. I am your prisoner. I don't care what you do, so long as it doesn't result in us dying. I understand. Are you just going to sit there all day? Naruto shrugged. Why not? At least there's company in here. True, the fox rumbled. Now you've gotten a little taste of what it's like for me in here. The boy nodded mutely. Naruto yelped and clutched at the back of his head. Shut up. I didn't hit you nearly hard enough. The boy was about to protest when his eyes focused on his visitor, Jiraiya. Not his mom. The Sannin was not the cheery pervert. He was stone-faced and humorless. It was scary. Is Yandi-sama okay? Naruto inquired timidly. No, the white-haired giant answered. They had to sedate him so deeply he might as well be in a drug-induced coma to keep him from seizing and hurting himself. The doctors worry that he might have suffered a stroke, but so far the tests are inconclusive. They can't tell if he's suffered any brain damage because of the interference of the leftover chakra that you pumped into him. Without warning, the man grabbed him by the collar of the hospital gown he was still wearing and pressed him up against the cold stone wall. What the hell did you do? Jiraiya snarled softly. He didn't yell. It might have been better if he'd yelled. And what the hell were you thinking when you did it? I saw the seal on Yandi-sama, and I thought that was the problem, so I destroyed it, Naruto squeaked. How? Jiraiya snapped. What jutsu did you use? I don't remember what it's called, the genin sputtered. Describe it to me, then. Naruto described it, miming out the hand seals as he listed them. Jiraiya dropped him to the floor and stared at him in horror. You used that? The Fuin Kekai? The blonde blinked. Is that what it's called? That technique is only to be used in the direst of situations. But it was an emergency, Naruto frowned. Konoha was just attacked, and we need the Hokage to defend the village. How can the village go on without the Hokage? You stupid little bastard. Jiraiya seethed, tugging at his white hair. Yes, the Hokage is important, but the situation wasn't precarious enough that we couldn't have waited to do it right. The Sannin shook his head. Let me make this simple for you. Think of that seal that was on his head as a complicated and very deadly trap. There are 2 ways to disarm it. Either you take it apart piece by piece in the right order, or you blow it up and damn the consequences. You blew it up. Naruto did his absolute best to melt into the floor. And as if that wasn't bad enough, the older ninja continued. This seal was on his head, over his brain. You fry the brain, you kill the person. You blew up a seal on top of his brain, and you made it even worse by using chakra from the Kyuubi. For you, that's not a big deal. You have immunity to the demon's power. To other people, the Kyuubi's chakra is poisonous. Naruto's eyes did their level best to pop out of his skull in horror. Why did you use the Kyuubi's chakra, Naruto? I just did everything the same as how I did it when I destroyed the weird seal on Sasuke's neck, Naruto muttered. Wait, what seal on Sasuke's neck? That Orochimaru guy bit Sasuke in the Forest of Death survival course and left a weird seal mark on his neck, Naruto shrugged. It seemed like it was hurting him, so I removed it. The Sannin stared at him. Where did you learn the Fuin Kekai anyway? From a book I found under Mom's bed. A book under your mom's bed, Jiraiya muttered to himself. Where did you put this book after you read it? I put it back where I found it, Naruto answered. All right, the Sannin sighed. That's about all I needed to know. The council hasn't decided what should be done with you yet, so you're stuck here until further notice. See ya. And then Naruto was alone again. The boy shivered and crawled underneath the bench bed. Now that he didn't have the presence of another human being to distract him, the only thing that he could do was think. And all he could think about was what he'd done. When he'd been very little, he had been sure that Yandi-sama was his father. He liked the man liked him, his mother liked the man, and the man liked her. Yandi-sama always let him sit in his lap, gave him Pocky, let him color in the Hokage's office, and all sorts of stuff like that. Naruto had never asked his mother if this was true. He simply assumed it to be so. It made perfect sense to him. And then he learned a few crucial things about dads. A dad lived in the same house as the mom and the kids. A dad slept in the same bed as the mom. A dad was married to the mom. A dad had the same family name as the mom and the kids. Yandi-sama lived in a different house than he and his mother, and therefore slept in a different bed. The Hokage was not married to Naruto's mother or to anyone else. The Yondaime had a different family name than Naruto and his mom. Then, when Naruto was 10, he finally decided to ask his mother about his father, and she told him that his father was lost, or something like that. He didn't recall her exact words, which he took to mean that his dad was dead, and that pretty much was the final nail in the coffin for the idea that the Hokage was his father. But even though the Yondaime wasn't his father, he was the closest thing to a father that Naruto had ever had, and he had probably killed him. Uzumaki Naruto curled up into a miserable ball and sobbed himself to sleep. Kushina sat in the shadows at the edge of the ninja council chamber and did her best to take notes while not snapping and killing someone. The council was a big headache on the best of days. But without the Hokage to moderate and guide the debates, the proceedings constantly teetered on collapse. The first meeting had been the worst. Danzu tried to throw her out of the room as she had no seat on the council, and with the Hokage out of commission, there was no reason for her to be there. She was then forced to waste several hours of the council's time arguing with the bastard that she should be allowed to be present to take notes for the absent Hokage so that she could brief him, or his successor if one turned out to be necessary. Then Danzu had spent the rest of that meeting, and as much of each subsequent meeting as he could, pushing for war with Suna in retaliation for breaking their treaty and demanding custody of Naruto, as obviously his mother was doing a horrible job of controlling him. As she was only there for the purpose of taking notes, she really couldn't butt in and tell him just what she thought of his ideas and what he should do with them. All she could do was bite her tongue and pray to whatever gods were listening that some other members of the council would prevail over him. There was no relief after the meetings when she went home. Rumors traveled close to the speed of light, and it took less than a day for the entire village to have some idea of what Naruto had done to the Hokage. So not only was she going home to an apartment empty of her son, she was going home to an apartment that had been vandalized to some degree while people stared nastily at her and whispered just loud enough for her to hear. It was probably for the best that Naruto was trapped in a holding cell in the bowels of ANBU headquarters. If Naruto had simply been released into her custody, she would have probably, as much as she hated to admit it, done her best to strangle him. And if he was free to roam about in public, there would be at least one lynch mob a day after him. But Naruto couldn't stay locked away in ANBU prison indefinitely. The longer he stayed there with nothing to do and no one but his demon to talk to, the greater the likelihood that he would go insane. And not only did she not want to see her baby, no matter how stupid and reckless he was, go insane, it was unspeakably dangerous because he contained the single, most destructive force known to man. How to spring him without looking like his out-of-touch mother who doesn't believe he did anything wrong, and keep him safe from the angry masses at the same time. I propose an hour lunch break. Inuzuka-san growled. We're not getting anything done, and I'm starving. The council quickly agreed. Breaking for food was the only thing that they seemed able to agree on without hours of arguments, and the various members filtered out of the room in small groups as they sought fresh air and food. Kushina sighed deeply and set down her notebook and pencil as she dragged herself to a nearby balcony. It was a disgustingly nice day outside, and instead of lifting her mood, it made her feel crummier. Maybe it was because, as she looked out over the village, she could still easily see the damage left behind by the Sandsound sneak attack. "What book do you keep under your bed?" She turned to Jiraiya with a frown. "Book? I don't keep any books under my bed." Well, Naruto found one under there, and it's what gave him the jutsu that he used on Minato's head. He said he put it back where he found it. "I'll look into that," Kushina promised. How was he?" "Bored, mainly. No one told him anything." The Sannin sighed. "I think he's starting to resort to communing with the fox to pass the time." She clutched at the balcony railing with a death grip. If Naruto talked too much with the fox and not enough with other people, the fox had the chance of manipulating her son. In the most nightmarish scenario, the fox would be able to convince him to release the seal that bound it. "I'll see what I can do to spring him," Jiraiya grumbled. "How are the discussions going?" "Nowhere," Kushina sneered in disgust. "Danzu, Koharu, and Hamura press for more extreme actions, and the rest are more hesitant. The council has managed to decide to wait and see about the conflict with Suna, but that's pretty much it. Everything else, what to do about the Hokage, what to do about Naruto, how best to get the village back on track, is completely up in the air." "Great," Jiraiya grunted. "Looks like I'll have to actually sit in on a few meetings." "How sad," she snorted. "Those poor pretty girls at the hot springs will have to go without your secret attentions for a little while." The Sannin sniffled dramatically. "Don't remind me." She rolled her eyes. "I'm going to get some lunch. The meeting starts up again in 45 minutes. May I join you?" Kushina scrutinized the white-haired man for a minute. "So long as you promise to pay for your own food, sure." "Deal," he grinned. "Promise it," she insisted. Jiraiya pouted. "I promise to pay for my own meal." "Good," she smirked. "Now let's go." Naruto had stopped keeping track of the number of meals he'd received. There wasn't any point in it. He was stuck in his cell for as long as he was stuck. "Yandi-sama, I'm sorry." If he could undo what he'd done. He would give up whatever was necessary to fix things. He'd give up his dream to be Hokage. He'd give up his ninja career. The boy curled up tighter on his wooden bed and whimpered. His mother wasn't going to come for him. She loved Yandi-sama, had dedicated her life to serving him, and he had destroyed him. His mom would forgive him for a lot of things, but she wasn't going to forgive him for this. The village definitely wasn't going to forgive him. Everyone loved the Yondaime and respected him, and everyone hated and feared him for the Kyuubi. All the work that he had tried to do to prove that he wasn't the fox was undone. The door groaned open and a pile of clothes landed on Naruto's head. "Get up and get dressed," Jiraiya grunted. Naruto hurried to obey. He shucked the hospital gown and tossed it in the corner where he'd thrown the bandages that he'd removed earlier when he found that he didn't need them anymore, and quickly pulled on his own clothes. Before he could get his sandals on, the Sannin released the chakra seals on his wrists and ankles. Naruto looped his hide around his neck instead of around his forehead, partly out of shame and partly because his forehead was still a bit sore from headbutting Gaara. When he was all dressed, Jiraiya tossed a backpack at his feet. "It took a lot of convincing, but the council has agreed to hand you over to me," Jiraiya informed him. "That means that your ass is mine until further notice." Naruto took the backpack and nodded mutely. "I have an assignment to find an old friend of mine, so that means you have to tag along," Jiraiya continued. "I expect you to be on your best behavior and obey me, you understand?" "Yes, sir," Naruto nodded. No more Erosenin. It would be sir or Jiraiya-sama from now on. He'd lost the privilege. "We leave now," the Sannin announced. And then they left. It was dark outside. That meant it was either very late or very early. Naruto had no idea which it was. He'd been trapped in his timeless cell too long. There wasn't a soul around. The streets they walked were empty and dark. It was eerie. His mother waited for them at the village gates. She looked tired and worn, and there was a scabbed-over cut on her cheek. Some bandages covered her forearm. She didn't look happy or angry. Instead, she just looked sad and disappointed. Somehow that was worse than her being angry at him. "Do your best," was all that she said to him. "Find her and bring her back as soon as you can," was all that she said to the Sannin. And then they were through the gates and out of the village. No hugs, no kisses, no warnings to stay safe. Just a grim march into the pre-dawn forest. Who are we looking for? Naruto eventually asked as the sun started to rise. Senju Tsunade, Jiraiya answered. She is the granddaughter of the Shodai, grandniece of the Nidame, student of the Sandame, and my old teammate. She is one of the greatest medics in the world, and if she cannot heal the Hokage, she will take his place. Kushina stared through the village gates long after Jiraiya and Naruto were out of sight. She stayed through the changing of the gate guards. She only left when the sun was high enough in the sky to signify that it was time for her to head to work. She thought back to the book that she had found under her bed. A mediocre housekeeper at best, she always forgot to clean under the bed, so it was disgustingly dusty under there with various lost socks and things hidden away there. The book was probably one of the oldest things she found down there, and she hadn't even known that it was in her apartment. It was an advanced text on seals. It wasn't hers. At first, she thought it was a long-lost library book that she'd checked out and forgotten about, but writing she found on the inside cover eliminated that vague theory. Chapter 13. Broken Village. Jiraiya waited until they'd traveled for a day before he started the training. The stupid brat didn't deserve it after what he'd done. However, the kid was going to be hunted by a lot of powerful people, and to keep the Kyuubi from falling into their hands, he was going to need to be able to defend himself. "All right, kid," he grunted as they left a small village neighboring Konoha. "If you want to mess with seals, you're going to learn how to do it right." The Sannin removed a hefty book from his pack and dumped it in the blonde boy's arms. "Start studying that tonight." "Yes, sir," Naruto meekly agreed. "But during the day, I have something else for you to do." Jiraiya stopped walking and fixed the Chunin with a stern look. "You don't deserve to learn what I am about to teach you. However, this technique would take even a genius a long time to learn. Letting you tackle it should keep you out of trouble for the entirety of this trip, and then some." The boy flinched. "Now, there are 3 steps to learning this jutsu," the white-haired man continued. "I will show you the first step, and when you can replicate it, I'll show you the next step." He carefully removed a water balloon from his pocket and cradled it in the palm of his hand. "Here is step 1. Kushina ran through her morning routine, eager to escape her apartment. Normally, she loved her nice little 2-bedroom abode. It was perfect for her and Naruto. But without her son around, and with the reasons for his absence so grim, her happy home felt cold and empty. Outside her front door, she found fresh evidence of angry vandals. When Naruto had been small, waking up to hateful graffiti sprayed on her door, poisoned food, hate mail, explosive packages, and the odd fox carcass on her doorstep was a daily occurrence. She had gotten into the habit of getting up extra early to take care of the mess before Naruto had the chance to see any of it. Eventually, it happened less and less frequently until by the time Naruto was in school, it only happened around the time of his birthday, the hated anniversary of the fox's defeat and the beloved Sandame's death. With Naruto's recent blunder, the vandals were back in full force. This morning's decoration was a fox skull with a large kitchen knife stabbed through the brain case, withered funeral flowers, a few crumpled threatening notes, and some fresh curses spray-painted on the outside of her door. As Naruto was away, she didn't bother to do anything with the door and simply gathered up the hateful offerings to dump in the building dumpster on her way out. After taking out the trash, she tightly gripped her tea thermos and headed off to work at the tower, with a brief detour. On her way to the hospital, Kushina distracted herself by remembering how Jiraiya had worked his magic over the council. With the ladies, his persuasion was hit or miss, mostly miss. But when facing down the clan heads and ninja elders that formed the council, he performed magnificently. At first, they wanted him to consider taking over the office of Hokage. He was the student of the Sandame, the teacher of the Yondame, and a legend in his own right. But he had turned the tables on them and made a convincing case for Tsunade, a woman who might heal the current Hokage, and who had an even more impressive pedigree to take over village leadership if necessary. And then he had thrown in the request for Naruto. That had been the trickier debate to win. The council didn't want to deal with Naruto, but they also didn't want him out of their sight. It had taken hours for Jiraiya to win enough of them over to his point of view. Next to the late Sandame and Yondame, he was best suited to overseeing a Jinchuriki with his great knowledge of seals. He was a strong and experienced ninja who had successfully taught his own brood of students. He knew how to handle kids. And if he took Naruto out of the village, they wouldn't have to worry about the civil unrest brought on by his presence, or punishing him because Jiraiya swore to take care of that. Uneasily, they had granted his request, and for the most part had happily forgotten all about Naruto. Ungrateful bastards, she thought blackly as she entered the hospital lobby. They don't appreciate Naruto for imprisoning the fox. At best, they see him as an abomination, a mark of shame. At worst, he is the demon incarnate. She navigated the halls of the busy hospital, dodging scurrying nurses and wheelchairs. The building was still overfilled with ninja recovering from injuries sustained in the attack barely a week prior. The only real difference that Kushina could see was that the halls were slightly less chaotic. Security had been beefed up since Naruto's ill-fated visit to the Hokage's room. Instead of a single ANBU at the door and one on the roof guarding the window, there were now 2 guarding the door and another 2 on the roof. When she entered the Yandame's room, one of the door guards followed her inside to watch her every move. Kushina ignored the intrusive shadow and put her full focus on her stricken boss. The bandage on his neck was gone as the snake bite had healed, but now he had bandages on his forehead. Underneath, there were stubborn chakra burns that resisted the doctor's attempts to heal them faster. There was a tube shoved up his nose and down his throat so that his inert body could be fed and kept alive. There were more IVs in his arm, saturating his system with sedatives that kept him so deep under that he almost needed a machine to breathe for him. Knowing that Tsunade was coming, the doctors had decided to keep him unconscious until the great healer arrived to deal with him. The Yandame looked deceptively peaceful as he lay in the bed. His eyes were closed now instead of half open and staring blankly into space. His breaths were sluggish, but regular, as was his heart rate. She would have thought he was just very deeply asleep if she didn't know better. After watching him for a few minutes, she gently brushed at his blonde bangs before turning to leave for the tower and keep it running without him. I love you, Minato. If you die, I'll be royally pissed off. I'll track you down in the next life and beat the ever-living crap out of you. So you'd better not die? The hallway echoed with the taps of his cane as Danzu slowly marched towards the secret door that was one of the gateways to the forgotten underground tunnels that formed a labyrinth beneath the village. They were formed by dead lava tubes that had been reinforced against collapse with the same way that mine shafts were shored up. The tunnels had been built up at the time of the village's founding, but almost immediately forgotten by most people. It was the perfect base for Root. Never mind that division of the ANBU had been formally disbanded. The members of his organization were still loyal. So long as Danzu still lived and breathed, Root would exist. And Konoha was all the stronger and safer for it. Danzu came to the secret door and waited. When he was certain that he hadn't been followed, he channeled some chakra into a spot on the wall, and the door swung open. The crippled ex-ninja carefully stepped through into the darkness and shut the door behind him. Service to his village had demanded a great deal. He had lost an eye, part of his arm, and crippled his leg. His body was covered in all kinds of scars. But he would do it all over again and more if necessary. Konohagakure no Sato was his home and the greatest ninja village in the world. He would protect it with his life and soul. He would spend all his energy strengthening and glorifying his village. There was nothing he would not do to achieve his goals and defend the leaf. As he journeyed through the dark, he mused over a great many things. Orochimaru's strike had done a great deal of damage. The destruction of infrastructure was manageable and not much of his concern. What interested him were the personnel losses. His forces had not suffered overly much, nor had the rest of ANBU. But the Chunin and the genin of the village had taken moderate casualties, and the Hokage was down, with a good chance of being dead. He had wanted to be Hokage once. He still wanted to be Hokage. Holding the highest leadership position in the village would allow him to protect and guide the village most easily and effectively. But people were leery of having a cripple as Hokage. They preferred a young, handsome, whole man, even if that man happened to be a mental imbecile. Danzu was the opposite, a physical cripple with a whole mind. He was the better choice by far. When the Yandame had first ascended to power, Danzu had allowed it because the Namikaze would be easily influenced. Namikaze would be the perfect puppet so that Danzu could guide the village into prosperity from the shadows. But Jiraiya and Kakashi had done their best to interfere. And then that woman had appeared. Uzumaki Kushina. She was a foreign ninja, which made her untrustworthy. And with the Hokage wrapped around her little finger and the host of the Kyuubi her loyal son, she was one of the most powerful and dangerous people in the Land of Fire, and perhaps the entire ninja world. His remaining eye narrowed as he neared the chamber that he treated as his office. He had been trying to subtly oust that woman for years. First, he sought to strip her of her son and mold him into a loyal servant of the Leaf. Then he attempted to separate her from the weakling Hokage. But she stubbornly hung on to the boy and clung to the Hokage's coat. The Yondaime is disabled now, perhaps gone forever. She no longer has his protection, Danzu mused. And with the vessel's disgrace, she will have even greater difficulty getting the boy back and keeping him. I can use this. If he could bind her to him, offer her protection and the uncontested custody of the boy for her loyalty, he could gain access to the demon host. Once he'd built up a relationship with the child, he could quietly dispose of the mother and get the boy all to himself to mold and shape as necessary. And then he would have the most dangerous and unpredictable power in the village safely under his thumb. It's all a matter of planning it out right. He nodded to himself as he eased down into a padded chair. The right plan and the right situation. Danzu briefly smiled. With a little luck, I shall tame the raging whirlpool. And so the spider began to repair and reweave his subtle webs. Hinata held a box of nails for Shino while he worked to repair the roof of the building they were assigned to. Akamaru held another box of nails for Kiba. They were on a D-rank mission, assisting in the repairs of the village, and their sensei was off on some other mission without them. She was relieved to finally feel better and glad to finally be of some use again. It had been so frustrating to sit by the previous weeks with her lungs burning from the slightest exertions. It was worse knowing that her teammates were training without her, and she was falling behind. But she was healed now, and once again a working part of Team 8. Nearby, a crew of professional carpenters worked. They were in charge of the work site and made sure that the genin help that they'd received did things right. While Team 8 had to focus on what they were doing to avoid mistakes, the carpenters chatted freely as they slaved away. Hinata didn't mean to eavesdrop, but she and Shino were only a few yards from a pair of the burly workmen, and they didn't do much to be quiet. I'm not joking. My sister-in-law works in the hospital. That whiskered monster burned his face off. Huh, I knew that freak was trouble. Hell, we all knew it was trouble. But Hokage-sama had to let it live, and now it's gone and bitten him on the ass. Why would Hokage-sama let that thing get so close to him anyway? I hear that it enchanted him, used its cute human face to trick Hokage-sama into letting his guard down. Heck, if you saw it on the street and didn't know what it really was, would you find it threatening? If not for those stupid whisker marks, it would look like any other kid. Hinata resisted the urge to turn her head and stare directly at them. Are they talking about Naruto-kun? It kind of sounded like it. Naruto was the only person she knew who had any kind of whisker-like markings on his face. But why would these men, total strangers, refer to him as some kind of thing, monster? She discreetly activated her Byakugan to watch them. But Hokage-sama's a ninja. He's a smart guy. How could he fall for a cute face like that? It's easy when you remember what's hiding behind that face. A thing like that. Shut up, will you? A third man, the head carpenter, Hinata noted, snapped. We can't talk about that. Besides, I was in the stadium. That kid ain't nothing but another ninja. Now get back to work. The men seemed cowed and reapplied themselves to their work. Hinata was about to relax her eyes and refocus herself as Shino's assistant when the two men leaned in and started to whisper. I say we burn it out. Set fire to its den. It's no secret where it lives. Doesn't it live with some woman? Forget her. She's some foreign wench. She protects it. She's just as under its thrall as Hokage-sama was. Fine, let's talk more about it tonight. I don't want to get in more trouble with the boss. Deal. Hinata trembled. Were they talking about Naruto? Were they really going to set a fire? Why? She turned to ask. Shino's hand on her wrist startled her and stopped her. Do not confront them, he ordered softly. Doing so will only interrupt our mission, which although D in rank, is paramount to the village at this time. I have sent some insects to track them." Hinata swallowed hard and nodded, and handed him another nail. Why would those men talk that way? Had Naruto been the whiskered monster they spoken of? Why would they hate him? What could Naruto have possibly done that was so bad? And where was Naruto, anyway? She always kept her eyes out for the blonde boy and could usually get a peek at him once or twice every few days. But it had been a whole week since the Chunin exams had ended in disaster, and she hadn't gotten a single glimpse of his spiky blonde hair or orange-sleeved black jacket. All healthy genin were on repair duty, so he should be around doing D ranks like everyone else. "Naruto-kun, where are you?" Sasuke scowled as he painted a newly refurbished storefront. As if it wasn't bad enough that he was back to doing lousy D-rank missions, he was stuck with Sakura and no Naruto or Kakashi. When he'd asked the Dobe's mother where he was when the pair of them drew painting duty, she'd said that he was out of the village on some kind of assignment. How is it that he gets to leave the village while the rest of us are stuck back here? The Uchiha fumed. Why just send him and not all of Team 7? I'm all recovered, and so is she. Sasuke-kun? The boy resisted a wince and turned to stare at his pink-haired teammate. What does she want now? She'd better not ask me out again. I'm not in the mood. She squeaked nervously. I never got the chance to thank you for saving me. Sasuke frowned. What? From Gaara's sand, she added anxiously when he kept staring at her in confusion. The Uchiha turned away and grimaced like he'd bitten into an exceptionally sour lemon. I didn't save you. Naruto did. It was a hard admission to make. Sakura had been hurt because of him. She had almost died while he lay helplessly by, unable to save her. If Naruto hadn't managed to defeat Gaara, she would be dead. The silence didn't bother Sasuke. He preferred to work in silence. But Sakura seemed to be very uncomfortable with it and tried to strike up more conversation. I was kind of surprised that Kushina-sen said that Naruto was off on a mission. He didn't even bother to grunt as he kept on painting. Because, well, the other day, I overheard my mom on the phone talking about how Naruto was in jail. Sasuke's paintbrush froze mid-stroke. What? Well, my mom always calls Naruto that awful boy, and she was telling someone on the phone how that awful boy had finally been thrown in jail. Sakura hurriedly explained. I tried to ask her about it, but she just shooed me out the door and told me to forget about it. The Uchiha snorted. That sounds like a stupid rumor to me. Do you really think the Hokage's pet would actually do something bad enough to land in jail? Sasuke had come up with the mocking nickname shortly after the three of them had been stuck together as Team 7. Naruto had always talked about the Hokage and how awesome he was, and how the village leader would sometimes give him candy and stuff like that. When their team had been officially confirmed, and the first few D-ranks afterwards, Sasuke saw that the blonde wasn't making stuff up about being so friendly with the yondaime. Playing off the idea that pets and owners tended to resemble one another, he started calling Naruto the Hokage's pet. Not only did Naruto and the Hokage look eerily alike, Naruto also had those weird whisker-like markings. Naruto was the cute little puppy pet, and the Hokage was the owner. I guess not, Sakura shrugged. But why would someone make up a story like that? Sasuke grunted and got back to painting. Who cares? I wonder. Sakura muttered as she also got back to painting the building. Why does my mom not like Naruto? I mean, she never liked him. The first day I told her about him asking me out back in the academy, she looked angry and called him that awful boy. It's weird. Sasuke snorted at her nervous ramblings. That was weird, but he wasn't interested in talking about it. He just wanted to finish painting so that he could get to training. Naruto's triumph over Gaara where he had failed showed him that he was slacking off somehow, and he needed to catch up badly. Uchiha Makoto sliced some tomatoes in preparation of making Sasuke his favorite meal, tomato stuffed onigiri. But her mind wasn't entirely on the culinary exercise. There was too much bothering her. First and foremost was Itachi. An anonymous message, probably from some ANBU who had been friends with an Uchiha who Itachi had slaughtered, had informed her that her elder son had been captured during the Sound Sand attack. It didn't tell her how this had been accomplished or why Itachi had returned to the village. After reading it, she burned it. The last thing she wanted was for Sasuke to know. She knew of her younger son's driving desire to kill his older brother and avenge the death of most of their clan. She had tried to encourage other goals, like being the best ninja that he could be so that he could lead the clan one day, or find a nice girl so that he could help rebuild the clan's numbers. Sasuke never seemed terribly receptive to her suggestions. She feared what he might do if he learned that his brother was back in the village and within his reach. Her greatest nightmare was of her two babies facing off and fighting to the death. Shivering, she gathered up the diced tomatoes and started to fold them up in the sticky rice. Sasuke must never know. He's only just now seemed to find some friends, some other reason for growing stronger. If Sasuke finds out, it will all be destroyed. Jiraiya frowned as he watched Naruto diligently studying the text he'd been given by the campfire. The boy had attacked his Rasengan training with a fierce but quiet intensity, and now he was doing the same with his education on seals. But he was being too quiet. When Naruto had thrown himself into summoning, he'd always been saying something. He cursed. He swore he'd get it this time. He demanded to know what he was doing wrong. The kid was simply noisy, a trait clearly inherited from his mother. Now it seemed he'd done his best to muzzle the Uzumaki in him. And considering the situation, Jiraiya was very worried. This wasn't really healthy. Even more worrisome was the boy's radical change in attitude. He expected the boy to be a little subdued considering what he'd done, but being polite and respectful. When the boy had called him Jiraiya-sama, earlier he'd nearly had a small heart attack, and submissive was a bit much. And he was still wearing his hide around his neck instead of on his brow like he usually did. I wish I could have taken Kushina with me, he sighed. This mess needs a woman's touch to get sorted out. Maybe Tsunade can help. But finding Tsunade was a while off still. They were only a few days out from Konoha. With her bitterness towards the village, she'd be much further away and gambling her heart out. Even so many years later, he was sure that she'd still be at it. He knew her, and the look in her eyes as she'd walked away that day. The Sannin sighed and leaned back against a tree trunk as the campfire crackled and popped. If memory serves, there'll be a small festival going on soon in that one village, he mused as he considered the towns he was going to visit on his search. While I sniff around for information on Tsunadeheim, I'll let the kid screw around. Hopefully that'll get him to loosen up, be a bit less grim. He blew it big time. He thought of Minato and shuddered. He really screwed up, but I want him to learn from it, not be destroyed by it. Chapter 14. Broken Smile. Kabuto was disappointed. In spite of his best efforts, Kimimaro was dying. The ninja had already been ill with some undetermined wasting disease, but the shock to his system of losing the curse seal with Orochimaru's death and the news of his master's demise was rapidly speeding his deterioration. It was a real shame. Kimimaro was the last living example of his bone-based Kekkei Genkai. Orochimaru had wanted to use his body as his next vessel until the young man had fallen ill, and the rogue Sannin had decided to try and ensnare an Uchiha. But Kabuto was determined to not let the last Kagaya go to waste. He had collected many blood and tissue samples from the fading young man. Working from some of Orochimaru's old notes on the Sannin's attempts to infuse the Shodai's Mokutan powers into test subjects, he hoped to save Kimimaro's unique power. Or perhaps he could find a way to grow some kind of flesh and blood permanent clone. That wasn't the only project he was working on. Orochimaru had many fascinating experiments running in his hidden base in the agricultural land of rice paddies. And Kabuto had found notes that related to experiments tucked away in other bases in other small countries. So much to do, Kabuto sighed as he examined a blood sample. Orochimaru Dano has left enough to keep me busy for years. He adjusted his round glasses and smiled. I don't think I'll ever return to the leaf. All living things possess a small amount of chakra. What makes ninjas special is the ability to conscious control and mold this energy and expand their reserves of this energy through training. But all living creatures possess chakra and need it to survive. If it is drained away, the target would fall unconscious and could even die. A pair of slightly inebriated men crept through the village streets in the dead of night, a few containers of lighter fluid in their hands and matches in their pockets. They'd been planning their actions for several days and had downed a little liquid courage to steady their nerves. They aimed to set fire to the den of a demon, and even though the demon was locked up in prison, it was a dangerous act. Neither noticed a few insects land on their clothes and crawl inside to reach their skin. They didn't notice when they started to slow down, putting the blame on the alcohol that they'd consumed. More insects crept upon them, and more, and when they finally noticed, they only had seconds before they passed out. Shino, his father, and an uncle materialized out of the shadows and approached the unconscious civilians. The two older Aburame examined the men, noting the matches and flammable liquid. Shino stood by as his insects returned to the safety of their human hive. "It is as you reported," his uncle stated. "Two civilians intent on committing arson. The evidence bears this out. You have done well in preserving the order of the village, nephew. Your execution of the stealthy chakra drain was excellent," his father added. "Well done." "Thank you, uncle." "Father," Shino nodded, accepting their simple praise. "We shall take them to the jail and submit our report to the tower," Shino's father decided. There was no argument as each adult Aburame took a civilian and Shino carried the evidence of their intended crime. Team 8 had kept their eyes on the arson-minded carpenters for several days between D-rank assignments. Kiba had been openly annoyed with the chore, even when Shino had framed it as surveillance training, but had gone along with it when Hinata had begged him. For a while it seemed like they wouldn't go through with their threat to set fire to its den, but then when Shino had been watching over them alone, they had made their move and he had reported it to his clan. When Team 8 gathered in the morning to be handed their next village rebuilding mission, he would inform them of his success in neutralizing the threat. Kiba would be glad that he and Akamaru wouldn't be stuck sniffing after smelly carpenters. Hinata would be relieved that the arsonists had been foiled and Naruto's home protected. But Shino was not fully satisfied. While observing the two civilians, it became crystal clear that Naruto was the source of their hatred, and it was also clear that they truly believed he was some kind of monster. Why they believed this to be so was a mystery, and whatever he had done to drive these men to action was also unclear, although their conversations implied that they believed that Naruto had somehow harmed the Hokage. As soon as the opportunity presented itself, Shino decided to ask his father about what was going on, and in the meantime, he would keep his ears open to gather further information so that he would be better prepared for the future conversation. Mikoto swallowed a sigh of relief as another torturous meeting of the village council concluded. This meeting had included civilian authorities as its focus was the progress of the rebuilding of the village. Hearing civilians whine and cast blame and verbally tussle with one another was worse than listening to the clan leaders and ninja elders, but heads. Her coal-black eyes drifted to the side and briefly fixed on the Hokage's little secretary. Mikoto had probably seen her dozens of times before, but she'd always just been another worker in the bustling beehive that was the Hokage Tower. The only thing was really notable about her was her bright red hair. Otherwise, she was completely forgettable, just another office worker. But in that first meeting after the Sand Sound incident, when Danzu had done his best to have her thrown out and failed, Mikoto had really seen her. Thinking back, she realized that that red-haired woman was always around the Hokage. In meetings, she was taking notes, pouring water. She delivered coffee and paperwork in his office. Wherever the Hokage went, she seemed to follow, a loyal shadow. And a second piece of information surfaced in that first meeting. This woman was the Jinchuriki's mother. She didn't appear to be the boy's biological mother. There was barely much resemblance between them, but whether he was adopted or not was irrelevant. This woman was the person that her husband had so mistrusted. This woman who held sway over the vessel of the Kyuubi. She was also the mother of her precious son's teammate. I should get to know her better. With that thought in mind, Mikoto exited the meeting room with the other representatives and subtly tailed the secretary until they came to a relatively empty hallway within the tower. "Uzumaki-san." The woman paused and turned back, and Mikoto was immediately struck by how tired she seemed. It wasn't just the shadows under her eyes, but the way stood and the blankness of her face. It reminded Mikoto of herself and how she had been in the months after the massacre, hurt, alone, and wondering why. Uzumaki-san's suffering did not stem from survivor's guilt and a murderous son, but a cursed son who the village despised for daring to exist. And although this cursed son had not killed the Hokage outright, he had gravely harmed the village leader and drawn even more hatred upon himself. Now he was all but exiled, and the man that Uzumaki-san so loyally served was lost to her, perhaps forever. We are alike, Makoto thought. We are mothers to sons who are hated. I have lost my husband. She has lost the man that she serves. And we suffer. How have things been going in the tower lately? Makoto inquired politely. As well as can be expected, the redhead answered with a polite smile that didn't reach her eyes. Is there something I can do for you, Uchiha-sama? If you could find the time to slip away, I was hoping that you could come over for some tea Friday. Makoto smiled. The woman blinked. Tea? Yes, tea, Makoto nodded. Or do you drink coffee? No, I drink tea, Uzumaki-san muttered. On Friday. If you can get away some time. The red-haired woman considered this invitation for a moment, distractedly brushing some long, loose bangs behind her ear. I suppose I could get away during my lunch break. So you'll come? Makoto asked hopefully. Yes. She bowed politely. Thank you for the invitation, Uchiha-sama. Great, Makoto smiled. I'll see you in a few days then. Uzumaki-san bowed again, and then turned to continue on her way. Makoto turned and headed for home. A few friendly cups of tea was the perfect opportunity to get to know this woman. If she could befriend her, Makoto had the chance of gaining interesting information. Perhaps she could even find out about Itachi. And she sympathized with this woman. She knew what it was like to lose things, lose people, and hurt. Makoto knew what it was like to feel that way, and to feel alone. It was awful. I need to see what blends of tea I have on hand, she mused as she walked out of the building. Overhead, heavy gray clouds rumbled and threatened rain. I need to be ready for Friday. Kushina stood on one of the tower's balconies as the sky opened up and the rain poured down. If she closed her eyes, she could almost imagine that she was back in her old home, Yuzu no Kuni. All that was missing was the tang of salt in the air and the distant sound of crashing waves. It was hard. It was hard to keep moving. It was hard to hold her head high. It was hard to stand alone. When she had been small, she had had her family's support. Her father loved her and allowed her to train to be a ninja without complaint, while other fathers in Yuzu did their best to steer their daughters into being good wives and mothers. Her brothers could be jerks, but defended her, for only they were allowed to pick on her, and taught her some of their personal ninja tricks. If she ever needed any help, they would support her. When her village had collapsed like a rotten log from internal corruption and external pressure from the ravenous Iwagakure no Sato, her family had been killed and she had been alone. It had been hard then, so wretchedly hard and painful and lonely. But she had a plan, for the enemy of my enemy is my friend. When she had dragged herself to Kanahagakure no Sato's doorstep, she was just another refugee. She quickly distinguished herself by meeting with the Hokage and persuading him to let her be one of his ninja. And with her new career and her new home, she found friends and wasn't alone anymore. When she met him, she never meant for them to be more than friends. He was amusing and even more fun to tease. Not only did he tolerate her, he eventually seemed to enjoy her company. He became her best friend, and even when he picked up a brood of students, he always had time for her. When he decided that he liked her more than a friend should, she'd been stunned. He was handsome and talented and could easily get any available girl that he desired. Surely he would select a nice, gentle girl who could cook and clean and bear him all the pretty children that he wished for. But he seemed quite sure that he wanted her, so she went along with what he wanted and found that she rather enjoyed it. When he lost himself, when he left her with a baby that he had no knowledge of, when that baby was sacrificed to become the most hated being in the village, her world turned upside down and almost ended. Her friends had either been killed or abandoned her for allowing the Kyuubi to live. Her family was long dead and couldn't help her. She had to stand alone then and be the strong one for her son. She had to keep her baby safe from the village that wanted him dead. And when she found herself at the Hokage's side, she found that she had to be strong for him too. She lived for them. She spent all her energy on them. She strove to be their rock. Everything she did was for them. And now they were both gone. One was trapped in limbo. The other was basically exiled in disgrace. Kushina had once thought that the collapse of her first village and the loss of her whole family was the worst experience of her existence. If she could survive and move on from that loss, nothing would ever get her down ever again. She would be able to handle anything with a grin. This was worse. Work demanded her attention. Danzu was sniffing around, dropping subtle hints that if she were to put her faith and support in him, he would protect her and Naruto. And now Uchiha Mikoto seemed after her for her own unknown reasons. Some people could dedicate their lives to a place or an idea. Kushina could only do that if it meant that people precious to her benefited from it in some way. So she suddenly found it hard to keep the village running smoothly with both of her important people gone, when before it had been easy. Kushina leaned against the balcony rail and stared out at the rain. "Daddy, what should I do?" The rain gave her no answer. Hatake Kakashi strode through the rain towards the tower. He had just completed an A-rank mission and was liable to be sent straight out on another. There were a lot of gaps in the active ninja rosters, and until things were reorganized, the missions were going to come hard and fast, especially for the higher-level ninja. Kakashi didn't mind too much. He had no family to come home to or miss. After years in ANBU, he was used to the relentless grind of missions. His ninja career was his life. As Kakashi strolled up the side of the building, unconventional entrances kept things interesting. He came across Uzumaki Kushina sitting out on a balcony alone. When he had first met her as a child, he hadn't liked her at all. She was loud and rowdy and disrespectful, and she didn't seem like much of a ninja. Why Minato-sensei, a man who Kakashi respected more than anyone, tolerated her presence was a complete mystery to him. Kakashi didn't waste much time pondering on this oddity and simply did his best to ignore her whenever she popped up. After Obito's death, he grudgingly came to accept her. She looked after his broken team and was kind in her own strange way. As much as he hated to admit it, he was grateful to her. Then, after he lost his beloved sensei to that seal, and after the tragedy of the Kyuubi, she popped back up after a long absence with a baby that strongly resembled the yandere. Kakashi had been on secret bodyguard duty that day when the Hokage had stumbled over a toddler Naruto in the village streets and watched the entire encounter from the shadows on the rooftops. The instant that his shift was over, he tracked Kushina down and started asking questions. He had been very reluctant to keep her secrets. He only did it because she had begged him to, seriously begged, something he'd never seen her do before. It didn't seem right not to tell the man who had once been his sensei about his hidden legacy, but Kushina insisted that things were better this way, safer. When she became one of the Hokage's assistants, and shortly became his primary assistant, Kakashi had been a bit uneasy. Kushina didn't seem to be the type suited for office work, but she adapted and surprised him with her hard work and devotion. He no longer worried nearly as much when he drew ANBU missions that required him to leave the village and his former sensei behind. Later landing Naruto as one of his students had been both irritating and ironic. Irritating because Kakashi had been around his house often enough, and Naruto had been around the tower enough for the boy to be thoroughly familiar with him. Naruto had had more trouble convincing his teammates to follow along with his ideas than figuring out Kakashi's test. And it was ironic because of Naruto's secret lineage. But teaching Naruto, and the other two, had eventually grown on him. "She looks beat," he noted as he watched her stare out at the rain. "It's understandable, though." He made a slight detour and landed on the balcony beside her. "Want to go drinking tonight?" "No," she sighed. "I don't feel like coming to work tomorrow with a hangover." "Your loss," Kakashi shrugged. "I have plans to get thoroughly smashed." "Enjoy, masked boy," she snorted. "I will," he smiled. "Brat," she grumbled and scrubbed at her face with her hands. "Come, let's go inside and you can vent to me and I'll pretend to listen," he cheerfully offered. "Don't you have to submit your mission report first? And be on time?" Kakashi gasped. "No, you're going to be my excuse for why I'm late." Kushina raised an eyebrow at him. "A legitimate excuse for once." "My excuses are always legitimate." "Liar," she laughed humorlessly. But she turned away from the rain and let him take her inside. Poor Kushina. If only Rin was still around. She'd be more helpful than me. Oh well. The doctor nervously double-checked the patient charts and the readouts of the monitoring machines. Unconscious and stable. He sighed. Good. Now he just has to stay that way. As per Marino Ibiki's orders, as soon as Uchiha Itachi started to show signs of awakening, he was sedated and his eyes bound with cloth just to be safe. It was a tricky thing to sedate him, though. If his dosage of the drugs wasn't high enough, he would wake up enough to start struggling. If he was drugged too heavily, his weakened and battered body would cease functioning altogether. The doctor carefully checked his patient's wounds and noted their state of healing, scrawling a few things on the charts to subtly adjust the man's treatment. I really hope they decide to do something with him soon, he thought morosely. I hate working down here with patients that are liable to kill me if they can. Oh, why didn't I listen to my mother and become a civilian doctor? Naruto blinked at the giggling children and bustling crowds and bright decorations all around him. He and Jiraiya had just entered another town where apparently there was some kind of local festival going on. When they reached the middle of the festival, Jiraiya stopped and Naruto looked up questioningly. A festival is a great place to find leads. Lots of travelers around who might have seen or heard something. Here, he dropped his heavy pack on Naruto. Look after this for me, will you? Yes, sir. Naruto yelped as he staggered under the unexpected weight. Let me see your wallet. Naruto obediently handed over his beloved money purse, Gamachan. The white-haired man peeked inside, counted the money, and then took most of it before handing the wallet back. That way you don't spend it all on silly things like festival games. He winked as he slipped the money he'd taken into his pocket. Now off with you. The blonde clutched the significantly thinner Gamachan and blinked in bafflement. Huh. Take a little time off. Maybe a little mental breather is all you need to make some breakthroughs. Naruto winced and dropped his eyes to his shoes. No matter how hard he spun the water in the balloon, he couldn't get it to burst or even wriggle the same way that Jiraiya had when he demonstrated it. And he'd gotten stuck in the book he was supposed to be studying. Nothing past chapter 5 made much sense to him. His mom had told him to do his best, but all he seemed to be doing was failing. Glancing up again, he found that he was alone in the festival crowd. With a sigh, he struggled to carry his own backpack along with the Sanins through the unfamiliar town streets. As he tried to get to a more deserted spot, he tripped and some things spilled out of Jiraiya's bag. Oh man. Naruto hurriedly gathered up the stuff before it got stepped on. A little black book caught his attention. A ledger? He took a quick peek at the pages before putting it away. Holy crap, that's a lot of zeros. He's filthy rich. Once everything was back in the bag, Naruto made it to the side of the street and looked around. There were the usual game booths set up as well as stalls that sold little trinkets and food. It seemed like any other festival he'd attended in Konoha, excepting the Kyuubi festival. He never went to that one. Only smaller because the town was smaller. I get the day off from training? He frowned a little. That doesn't seem right. I haven't done anything to deserve this. Why should I get to have fun after what I've done? Naruto decided to forego the games and get some lunch. He picked up some spicy dumplings and a grilled squid and found a nice grassy hill to sit on while he ate. As he munched on his food and guarded the packs, he watched the locals enjoy themselves without a care in the world. His eyes drifted over the townspeople for a while before settling on a little boy walking with his father. The son was holding his father's hand and smiling happily, his eyes wide with wonder at the festivities. The father smiled down at his child, enjoying the boy's awe. I'm sorry, Yandi-sama. Naruto nibbled disconsolately at his squid with watery eyes. I wish this was all just a bad dream. I wish I could go home. Jiraiya swallowed a sigh as he reclaimed his pack from the blonde genin. This kid depresses me. I let him go play games, and all he does is sit on a hill and study that book. This stop was a bust. It didn't help any that he hadn't uncovered much in the way of leads concerning Tsunade's whereabouts either. So, did you have a little fun? The boy shrugged. I guess. You don't lie very well, the Sannin observed. Naruto didn't respond to that. He was briefly distracted by an old woman who ran a little kiosk that sold scratch lottery cards. She was beckoning to the boy, but he seemed hesitant to go over and try his luck. Good ahead. The Sannin gave him a little shove. Scratch lotteries are a great way to test luck, and luck is just as important to a ninja as skill. The genin reluctantly went up to the old lady and used some of his money to buy a card. Jiraiya watched the kid pick a few places to scratch. He boggled when the kid won, and won big. What a lucky punk. He snorted as the startled boy tried to get all of his winnings to fit in his frog-shaped money purse. Let's hope that some of that luck rubs off on this search. And I hope some of that luck rubbed off on Minato too. Chapter 15. Broken Sleep. Haruno Sakura rinsed off her hands after another D-rank job well done. It had been 3 weeks since the disastrous end of the Chunin exams, and almost all of the damage had been repaired. In another week, only the locals would be able to tell where the damage had been. New visitors would never suspect that there had ever been a battle. D-rank missions were a real pain to do, but Sakura couldn't complain. With Naruto off on some mysterious long-term mission, and with Kakashi-sensei always taking Jounin-level missions, she had Sasuke all to herself. It was almost like a dream come true. No Naruto asking for dates, no perverted teacher giggling at his pornography, just her and Sasuke. However, it wasn't as fun as it had first been. Sasuke didn't talk much, and she felt like she was making a pest of herself by trying to draw him into conversations. And she kind of missed Naruto's irritating presence, the way she would miss an annoying little brother. "Sasuke-kun, do you think that Naruto will be back soon?" she asked hesitantly. He shrugged as he cleaned the dirt off his own hands. I mean, Kushina-san doesn't look so good. Sakura couldn't help but notice how rundown Naruto's mother looked when she and Sasuke would go to the tower to take new missions. She must be really worried about him. What if his mission is really dangerous? "It doesn't matter," Sasuke grunted. "Naruto can take care of himself, and he'll be back when he's back." Sakura bit her lip and silently followed Sasuke to the tower to report their mission complete and collect their payment. Nervously, she fidgeted with her short pink hair, still not quite used to its reduced length. During her preliminary match with Ino in the Forest of Death, she'd impulsively hacked it off with a kunai to prove that she wasn't going to be another one of Sasuke's empty-headed fangirls anymore. And then Ino Pig just had to do the same, she mentally snorted. "Well, I look better than she does with short hair. I'm going to keep it short." Just as they reached the tower, they crossed paths with Team 8, who were just leaving. Sasuke ignored them. Sakura nodded politely to them, but Team 8 seemed to want to talk with him. "Uchiha Sasuke." Shino spoke from behind the high collar of his baggy coat. "Where is Uzumaki Naruto?" "He's out of the village on some assignment," Sasuke replied. "Why do you want to know?" "I wish to speak with him," Shino answered. "If he's out on a mission, why are you two still here?" Kiba asked suspiciously, Akamaru whining curiously from on top of his head. "His mom told us it's a special assignment," Sakura shrugged. "We really don't know much else." A special assignment. Hinata blinked, then flinched when she realized she'd spoken aloud and drawn attention to herself. She fidgeted anxiously. "WWN did HEL leave? Will he be back SS soon?" "He disappeared from the hospital in the night after the attack ended," Sasuke answered. "He left the village sometime after that." "We don't know when he'll be back," Sakura added. "Sorry." Sasuke turned his dark eyes to Shino. "Why do you want to talk to Naruto?" "We have heard some disturbing rumors." "Crazy stuff?" Kiba cut in. "Like he burned the Hokage's face off, or he's secretly some kind of demon, or his mother slept with a demon, so he's some kind of evil spawn, or—" "You don't actually believe any of that, do you?" Sasuke interrupted. "No," Shino answered. "My curiosity lies in why such wild falsehoods center around Naruto." Sakura frowned and thought of her mother's gossiping phone call about Naruto being in jail. "Well, we don't know," Sasuke grunted. "Ask his mom or wait for him to come back." And with that, the Uchiha walked around them and into the tower. Talk to you later." Sakura awkwardly waved and darted after her dark-haired teammate. "Sasuke-kun, wait." Sasuke slowed his pace slightly so that she could catch up, but otherwise ignored her as usual. "What do you think about the things they said?" she asked as they navigated the twisting halls of the tower. "Anyone who believes any of those rumors is stupid," Sasuke grumbled. Sakura had to agree. Naruto would never burn the Hokage's face off or harm the man in any way. He was no demon. He was just a goofy ninja, and his mother would never sleep with a demon, if such a thing was even possible to do. "Sasuke-kun, what do you think happened to the Hokage?" she asked quietly. All she knew was that the Yondaime had been gravely wounded somehow during the Sandsound attack. The details of his injury and current health were kept secret. No one knew when or if he would return to his office and take up his duties as Hokage again. "He got unlucky and some enemy ninja got him good," Sasuke shrugged. "No ninja is immortal or untouchable," Not even a Kage. Right? Sakura unhappily agreed with a shudder. I hope Hokage-sama will be okay, she thought as they arrived at the temporary mission's desk set up outside of the Hokage's empty office. He's such a nice man. Amazing, Jiraiya smirked. The kid actually has a brain. Naruto had cracked the first step of the Rasengan with an innovative little trick, apparently inspired by watching a cat, or something, and was halfway to figuring out the second step. Bursting rubber balls was a lot harder than popping water balloons, and so far the boy could only make them spring leaks instead of explode into pieces. He was on the right track with using more power, he just wasn't focusing it enough. If he didn't have the Kyuubi's regenerative powers on his side, I'd worry that he's on his way to permanently ruining his hands. The Sannin frowned as he took a short break from sniffing around about Tsunade and watched the boy from the branches of a tree. Look at those hands shake. I wonder if I should give him a hint. Hints did wonders with this kid. Once he'd reframed some of the information that he was having trouble with in the seal book into analogies that he understood better, he finally got further in the text. In another week, Jiraiya predicted that he'd have to give the boy another, more advanced book to start studying. The Chunin popped another small hole in the rubber ball he was using to practice and slumped wearily to the ground, rubbing at his sore hands. I think I'll give him a hint. He dropped down from the tree, startling the blond boy. Jiraiya-sama? As much as the Sannin had hated being called Ero-Sinin, he was actually starting to miss it. Being called Jiraiya-sama by the Uzumaki boy just seemed wrong. The white-haired man picked up the flattened white rubber ball and made a show of studying it. Not having much luck, are we? The boy slumped. How long did it take Hokage-sama to learn how to do this? 3 years, Jiraiya answered. Naruto gaped. That long? Well, it takes time to invent a jutsu like this one, the Sannin shrugged. He invented it. Yes, he did. Jiraiya nodded. I suppose I forgot to mention that part. Awesome. There's the old Uzumaki volume control problem. Now, so I don't have to waste more money on rubber balls. Jiraiya dramatically removed a square of paper, ink, and a brush from his bag. Here's a little hint. Uchiha Mikoto frowned as she carefully cleaned her tea set. She had managed to persuade Uzumaki-san to come over several times to enjoy some tea, but the red-haired woman remained guarded. How am I supposed to be her friend if she won't talk to me? Mikoto did her best to be as open as possible during their little team meetings. She talked about anything and everything that wasn't a clan secret or too painful for her to mention. The Uchiha matriarch related stories about her youth, old missions, Sasuke when he was a little boy. But, aside from a few stories about her own son, Uzumaki-san gave very little in return. When Mikoto asked the other woman about her childhood and family, the Hokage's assistant firmly changed the subject to the weather. When the Uchiha had asked about Naruto's father, the Uzumaki flat out said that it was none of her business. When she asked the other woman how she was holding up, the secretary was clearly lying when she claimed to be just fine. How can I get her to trust me? All she could think to do was to do something nice for Naruto, like allow him to train on Uchiha clan grounds. But that wouldn't work as the boy was out of the village until further notice. I might support her views in the council, if she would tell me what they were. Mikoto dried off her china tea set and started to put it away for next time. With Hokage-sama still incapacitated, I don't see any other way for her to have any hand in the village's decisions. Taitama, Sasuke muttered as he walked through the front door. Did you get a good mission today? Mikoto asked with a smile, shunting aside her worries. We fixed some ruined landscaping, her son shrugged. That's not too bad. It's better than catching runaway cats, isn't it? Yeah, Sasuke reluctantly agreed. Well, why don't you go out to the garden and pick whatever is ripe for me while I get started on dinner? Sure, he agreed and did as she requested. Such a good boy, she smiled after him. He'll be a fine man when he finishes growing up. Her smile slipped when she thought of Itachi tucked away somewhere in the ANBU's basement. At least I hope so. Kushina stared at the stack of paperwork in despair. With the personnel shortage, some office ninja were shifted back into the field to cover all the missions that came into the village. And this left some departments short-staffed, which led to a backlog of paperwork. I hate paperwork. Sighing, She gathered up the stack of mission reports she had volunteered to review and left the stuffy office for some fresh air. Sometimes a change of scenery helped her focus on the mind-numbing work of combing through reports to look for errors or discrepancies that needed further looking into. At the very least, getting out of the tower for a while kept her from feeling trapped. It was a pain to be so busy and stretched so thin, but there were some pluses to the situation. Always having something to do limited the time she had to sit and brood. It also kept pests like Ebisu occupied so that they didn't have time to hit on her. Exiting the tower, she briefly squinted against the late afternoon sun. It was a nice day, clear and warm. She scowled at it and headed for the hospital. Kushina tried to visit him every day, even if it was just for a few minutes. His nice private hospital room was a good place to work on paperwork and not be disturbed by anyone. And it was comforting to be near him, so long as she didn't let herself think about the possibility of him never waking up. Arriving at the Hokage's room, she found it as it always was. The space was small, but decorated to look like a simple bedroom. Personally, the sterile white walls ruined the illusion for her, with curtains on the windows, a round table and chairs for visitors, or for the patient if he was able to be up and about, and a nightstand for flowers and such. There were no flowers in the room, though. Instead, there was a sort of impromptu shrine for the Hokage down in the hospital lobby, and there were surely offerings at every shrine in the village praying for his recovery. The red-haired woman ignored the ANBU door guard who turned to keep an overt eye on her as she entered the room and sat at the table. Setting the stack of reports on the floor by her chair, she took the top folder and started to go through things. If she didn't get right to work, she would be distracted by the blonde man in the bed and waste time that she shouldn't be wasting. It wasn't like there was going to be any change in him from the last time that she'd seen him, and it wasn't like he would know that she was there either, whether he'd been brain damaged or not. He was sedated so heavily that Tsunade could knock him through the wall, and he wouldn't stir. God, I'm tired. She yawned as she skimmed over the report. Sleep was hard to get these days. There was too much to worry about. There were too many nightmares. The beeping of the machine that monitored the Yandame's vital signs was soft and regular. Several times when she'd come in to do some work, the sound had almost hypnotized her into napping. Reading dust-dry action reports didn't help much, either. I need caffeine. A busta blonde woman sat before a pachinko machine in a gaming parlor in an out-of-the-way gambling town near the border of the Land of Fire. She looked to be in her late 20s, early 30s at most, and was very intent on her game. She fingered a pale green crystal pendant that hung from her neck. The machine's lights flashed, it chimed, and a rush of silver balls poured out of it. I won, she breathed in confusion. Some luck at last, Tsunade-sama. A dark-haired woman cheered as the pink pig in her arms squealed in delight. But I never win, Tsunade frowned. She played again and won again. She moved to a different machine and won again. She tried a third machine and still won. Shizune, we're leaving, Tsunade announced and strode out of the pachinko parlor. But Tsunade-sama. Shizune protested as she struggled to redeem the box full of tiny metal pachinko balls for their monetary worth before she was left behind. We just got here. Wait. Misa hated the night shift. The hospital was quiet and dark, and there was very little to do. She also wasn't a night owl, which made it hard to stay awake. And tonight she had a raging headache, which made things even worse than usual. With a yawn, the nurse made her rounds of the patients she was assigned to monitor. Every single one of them was stable and asleep. And then she came to her final and most important patient. It was an incredible honor to be entrusted with the health of the Hokage. Not only that, but he was a very handsome man, and all the female hospital staff wished and fought for the chance to tend to him. But Misa was just too tired to really enjoy this rare honor. She squinted at his chart that hung at the end of his bed, but her tired eyes and throbbing headache made it harder than usual to decipher the scrawl of the doctor's handwriting. Shrugging at it, she checked his vital signs and found them to be stable, just like all the rest of her patients. Satisfied, she shot a sleepy glare at the demon's mother. How dare she even be allowed in here after what happened? Who was sleeping at the small table in the room, slipped past the ANBU guards at the door, and trudged down the dimly lit hallway in search of a nice place to catch a nap. The exhausted nurse failed to realize that she had missed some instructions on the chart to replace the sedatives that fed into the Yandame's 4-drip, nor did she notice that the current sedatives had completely run out. A warm sunbeam stabbed at Kushina's eyelid until she shifted to evade it. That was when it hit her that she wasn't laying in her comfortable bed, but awkwardly hunched over an uncomfortable table. She opened her eyes and found herself in the Hokage's private hospital room. Crap, I fell asleep. Scrubbing a hand over her face, she staggered to her feet, wincing as her body unfolded from its uncomfortable position and gathered up the reports she'd been studying. She would have to hurry home and clean up and eat something before she could head to the tower and work. Judging by the angle of the sunlight streaming into the room, she was already almost an hour late. Crap, crap, crap. Kushina tucked the folders of reports under one arm, hurriedly patted the Yondame's limp hand, and hurried from the room. Next time I fall asleep in here, wake me up, she snarled at the ANBU at the door and stormed off. She didn't realize that she'd left a few reports on the floor by the chair she'd accidentally slept in. And no one noticed the Hokage's hand twitch and slowly curl into a fist.